Hi guys, welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to learn front-end web development by building 5 real-world projects. We will make website design like Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Netflix and Airbnb. We will create these website design projects using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. After creating these websites, we will learn how to upload your website online so that anyone can access your website through internet. After completing this video, you will be able to make any website design easily. If you create any of these website design projects by your own and add your project link in your resume, then it can help you to get the front-end web developer job in many reputed companies like Cognizant, Accenture, HP, Swiggy, Paytm and others. So let's see our first project. This is the website design like Facebook, and if I scroll this, you can see we have the fixed left and right sidebar, and here we have multiple pages. We can also change the theme by clicking here. We can enable the dark mode, and if I click here, it will display the light mode, and we can go to the profile page also. So this is the profile page of our website design like Facebook. Our next project is LinkedIn. So you can see it is exactly looking like a LinkedIn website, and here also we have the two pages. If I click here, and this is the second page, which is the personal profile page. And next project is video sharing platform like YouTube. Here also you can see it is exactly looking like YouTube, and here if I click on any video, it will open the video play page. So this is the second page, and this was the home page. Our next project is Netflix, and if I scroll this, you can see it is exactly same as the Netflix official landing page. Let's see our next project. This is the website design like Airbnb for the hotel listing and hotel booking, and here also we have multiple pages. If I click here, you can see it is the listing page, and you can click on any particular list to display the detail of the particular list. So we will create all these projects step by step, and after creating these projects, we will also learn how to upload your website online so that anyone can access your website through internet by typing your website name in the URL. Before we start creating these projects, if you are absolute beginner and want to learn the HTML and CSS basics also, then I will provide the video link in the description where you can learn the basics of HTML and CSS. After watching that, you can continue with this video. Now let's start with the first project. We will make this social media website template using HTML and CSS step by step. As you can see on my computer screen, this is the social media website design that we are going to create in this video, and this website design looks like Facebook. On this website, you can see first we have a navigation bar with logo, some icons, one search box and one user profile image. After that, we have some contents in 3 columns. In the left sidebar, we have some shortcut links with icons, and in the right sidebar, we have some events, one advertisement image and online users list. In the middle column, we have list of stories or status. After that, there is a post section where I have added one input box to write text. Below that input box, there are some icons to upload image or video, one icon to go live and one icon to tag activities or feelings. After that, we have list of post with post description, image and like, comment and share icons. At the end, you can see a button called load mode, and in the footer we have a copyright text that is Easy Tutorials YouTube channel. When we scroll this website, you can see the top navigation bar, left sidebar and right sidebar is not scrolling, they are fixed at their position. When we click on this user icon, it opens a drop-down menu with some links and icons. In the drop-down menu, you can see I have created a toggle button. Let's click on this button, and you can see it will change the website to the dark mode, and if I click again, it will change the website back to the light mode. We will create this drop-down menu, light mode and dark mode switching option using simple JavaScript. So keep watching this video till the end to create a social media website design using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And I will request you to like and share this video. Can I get 10,000 likes on this video? Please let me know in the comment section. Now let's start this video. Here I have this project folder, and in this folder I have another folder called images, and here I have so many images and icons that I will be using on the website. I will give the link in the description where you can download all these images. Now I will open this folder with the code editor. Here I am using VS Code. You can use any code editor. So here I'll create one new file. Let's click here, and I will give the file name index.html. And here let's add the basic HTML codes like this. And let me add a title here, social book, easy tutorials, YouTube channel. Next we will create one more file. Click here and add the file name style.css. Here also we will add some codes. Margin 0, padding also 0, font family, let's add Poppins, sans serif. So this will be applicable for all the HTML elements. Next we have to connect this CSS file and HTML file. So in this HTML file, here we will add link tag, link rel style sheet href, and here let's add the file name, which is style.css, like this. Now the HTML and CSS file is connected. Next you can open this web page. Just come back to the folder and open this file with the web browser. You can see the background is completely white because we have not added anything in the HTML file. So let's come back. I will close this one and let's come to the CSS file. Here in the CSS file we will add a background color for the body. Adding the body tag, and let's add the background. Here we will add this background. It will be a light gray color. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see a slight changes in the background color, which is light gray. Let's come back, and in this HTML file, first we have to create one navigation bar where we will add logo, some icons, and one search box and one user's profile image. So within this body tag we will add all the HTML codes. So first we will create one navigation bar. For that we will use nav tag, like this. In this navigation bar we will add two columns. In the left column we will add logo and some icons, and in the right side we will add one search box and one user icon. So let's create two div here. I'll add the div with the class name nav left. So it will be for the left column, and let's duplicate it. And here we will add nav right. It will be for the right side column. And in the left column, let's add one logo. So for that we will add one img tag, img, and here in this src we have to add the file path of the logo. So you can see here we have this images folder, and after that we have this logo.png. So we have to add the complete path. So let's come here. Here we will add folder name first, images slash then file name, which is logo.png. I will remove this alt tag. like this. And let's add one class name for this one. So let's add the class name logo. It's fine. And after this logo, there will be some icons also, and we will add 3 icons. So let's create a list here. For that we will use UL tag, and in this UL we will add li for the list. And in the first one, let's add again one image, img, file path images slash, and it will be notification.png, like this. Let me duplicate it because we have to add 3 icons here. So it will be inbox.png, and the next one is video.png. So we have added one logo and 3 icons in the left column. Now in the right side we have to add one search box, and we will also add one user icon that we will do later. Let's refresh the website right now and let's see. You can see this logo here, it is in white color, and these icons also, it is in white color. If we will change the background color, then it will be visible clearly. Let's come back and copy this nav. For that we will add the CSS properties. So come to the CSS file, add this nav tag here. Here let's add the display flex, and align items center. I have a separate video for beginners HTML and CSS where you can learn all these CSS properties, because I don't want to explain the same CSS properties in each of my video. If you are an absolute beginner, then I will recommend you to watch that video first, and I will put that video link in the description. So let's add the other CSS property, justify content. It will be a space between. Now we will add the background. Here we will add the color code. Like this. And after that, if I refresh the website, now you can see these logo and icons clearly. Next we will add some space from the left side and the right side, and there will be some space from the top and bottom also. So let's come back, and here we will add padding. In this padding we will add 5 pixel. So the 5 pixel space will be from the top and bottom, and let's add 5%. So we will get 5% space from the left side and the right side. You can see we have some space from the left side. Now we have to set the width for the logo, and also we will add CSS for the small icons which is in the list tag. So let's come back, and first we will copy the class name logo. Let's add it here with a dot because it is a class name. And for this one, let's add width. So the width will be 160 pixel. It will be fine. And we will add some space from the right side. So for that we will add margin from the right. So the margin right is 45 pixel, like this. Let's refresh the website. You can see the logo size has been reduced. Next we have to take these icons and this logo in the same line. For that, let's come back, and we will copy the class name nav left. Write it here, and here also we will add display flex, and align items, it will be center. After adding this, you can see these icons and this logo is in the same horizontal line. Next we have to make it horizontally. Right now it is vertically aligned, these small icons. So let's come back, and here we will add the class name nav left, and in this nav left we have ul, and after that we will add li, like this. Here let's add list style none, and display it will be inline block. So it will be horizontally aligned. Next we have to set the size of the small icons. So let's copy this again, and after that we will add img, because in this list we have the image. For this img, let's add the width. It will be very small, like 28 pixel, and let's add some margin. So we will add margin 0, it will be from top and bottom, and 15 pixel from the left and right side. That's it. Let's refresh the website and check. These icons looks good, and this logo also. Next we will add content for the right side of the navigation bar. So let's come back in the HTML file, and you can see we have created a div here with the class name navWrite. So in this one we will add some content. So in this one we will add one search box and we will add one user icon. So let's create one div and add the class name search box, like this, and let's add input. Type will be text, and there will be a placeholder. In this placeholder let's add search, and with this input box we will also add one search icon. So before that let's add one space here, and here let's add one img tag, and in this image we will add the folder name / file name. So the file name is search.png. We already have these icons in the images folder. So we have added one input box and one search icon for the search field, and after that we will add one user icon also. So let's add another div here, and here we will add one class name. For this div we will add the class name, let's say nav user icon. It is fine, and in this div just add one img tag, img, and folder name / the file name. So the file name is profilepic.png. We have added the search box and one profile picture. Let's refresh the website. You can see it is coming like this in the right side. So we have to set the size for this user icon, and we have to align everything in the horizontal line. So let's come back, and we will copy this class name navWrite. For this one we have to set the display flex. So you can see in this nav left we have already added this thing. So let's add one comma here, and we will add the another class name which is navWrite with a dot, like this. So now we have display flex and align item center for the right column also, which is navWrite. Let's see, it is coming in the same horizontal line. Next we have to set the size. So let's come back, and in this HTML file you can see we have added this class name nav user icon. So just copy this one, and after that we will add img, because here we have the icons with the img tag. Here we will add the width, it will be 40 pixel, and we will add border radius, it will be 50%, so that the image will be circular, there will be a round image. Let's add the cursor pointer. You can see small user icon in the right side, and it is in circular shape. Now we will add the CSS for this search box. So let's come back. In this HTML file you can see we have this class name search box. So let's copy this one and add it here. For this one let's add the background. So the background will be this one, and after that we will add width. It will be a fixed width. Let's add 350 pixel. Then we will add border radius. Border radius will be 20 pixel, and display flex. Align items, it will be center, and we will add some padding. So the padding is 0 and 15 pixel. 0 from top and bottom and 15 from left and right side. After that, let's copy this again, and here we will add img because we have one search icon in this search box. For that, we will add width 18 pixel. Refresh the website and you can see the search box width has been increased and this search icon is there. Now we have to add the CSS for this input box. Okay, so let's come back and copy this class name again, then write input because we have one input field in the HTML file. So let's add the CSS properties for this input. We will add width. It will be 100%. Then background, it will be transparent like this. Then let's add some padding of 10 pixel. It will be enough. And outline will be none. Border will be 0. So after adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see this search box looks good, but now we need some space between this search box and this icon, which is user icon. So let's come back and let's see where we have the class name here, nav user icon. So let me add a space here. Here only I will add, and we will add some space from the left side. So let me add margin left 30 pixel will be enough. Refresh the website and you can see there is some space between these user icon and this search box. Next we will add one small green dot that will show the user is online or user is active, like that. So let's come back and in this HTML file, come to this div nav user icon. With this one we will add one more class name. I'm adding the class name online because that icon will show the user is online. Copy this one and come to the CSS file. We can do this with the same class name nav user icon also, but we are using the another class name because we have to repeat this in the other part of the website. So we will just use the online class in the other places and we will get the same design. Let's add this class name here, online, and for this one let's add the position relative and add this class name again, and let's add after. We will use the pseudo elements, which is after. So in this one we will add content, so the content will be empty like this, there's nothing. Then let's add width and height. So width will be 7 pixel and height also 7 pixel. Then let's add border. So the border will be 2 pixels solid and color code, which is FFF white color. Then we will add border radius. So the border radius will be 50%. It will be a circle. Then we have to set the position. Before that, let me add the background. So the background color is 41db51 like this. And next we will add the position. It will be absolute. Then let's add top 0 and right also 0. After adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see a green color of dot over here on this user icon. So we have added everything in this navigation bar. Next we will create 3 columns here, left column and right column, and the center one where we will add the main content. So let's come back to the HTML file, and you can see we have started this nav tag here and it is closing here. So after closing of this nav tag, we will add some space, and here we will create another div with the class name container. And here in this container we will create 3 columns. So let's add another div and they write the class name left sidebar like this. Let's duplicate it, and this will be right sidebar, and the second one we will add some other class name. Let's add main content because it is not a sidebar. So we have the left sidebar, main content, and the right sidebar. You can't see these div right now. If I refresh the website, there is nothing. So let's add the class name container in this CSS file. And for this container, we have to add display. So the display will be flex like this. And we will add justify content. So the justify content will be space between, and we will add some space from the left side and right side and from the top also. So let's add some padding. We'll add the padding of 13 pixel from the top and bottom, and from the left and right side 5% like this. Next we will add the CSS for the columns. So let's copy the class name left sidebar, write it here. For the left sidebar, let me add one background here so that you can see the width of the column. So let me add the color code like this. And we will add flex basis. Flex basis, it will be 25% like this. And we will add position sticky because these left and right side columns will not move. It will not scroll. It will be sticky like this. And we will add top. So the top will be 70 pixel. Whenever we will add the sticky, we have to add the position from the top. Then let's add align self. Align self, it will be flex start. Now we will add the same thing for the right side also. So just copy this one, add it here, and here we will add right. It will be right sidebar. Now we will add the CSS for the middle one, which is main content. Add it here. You can see we have added 25% space for the left one, 25% space for the right one. Now we have 50% space available. So for the main content, we will add only 47%. Flex basis 47%. So the rest 3% will be a space between these columns. So let me refresh the website. There is nothing over here because we have to add height also. So let's come back, and here we will add height. I will add the height 100 VH, and for the right one also we will add height this one. Now you can see the left column and the right column. You can see the top navigation bar is scrolling whenever I scroll the web page. So it should be fixed. It should not scroll. So let's come back and come back to the nav CSS where we have added the nav tag, this one, and here we will add position. So the position will be sticky. It will be sticky at top 0, and let's add Z index. It will be 100. After that, if I refresh the website and scroll this one, you can see the top navigation bar is not scrolling whenever we scroll the web page. The top navigation bar is fixed at its position. It's fine. Now we will remove this height from here. Let's come back, and here you can see in the left one we have added height, so remove this one, it is not required. And here also in the right sidebar we will remove this height like this. And next we will add content in the left and right columns. So let's add some space in this left sidebar. Let me add some comment here so it will be clear. Here I'll add left sidebar. So the left sidebar HTML code is starting from this line. Let's copy it and paste it here. It will be main content and paste it here. So it will be right sidebar. So right now we will add some HTML elements in the left sidebar. So in the left one we have to add some links, and for that we will add one div. And let me add the class name. I will add the class name IMP links, important links. Like this, and in this link we will add one anchor tag A, and I will add hashtag here. We can add different page link here. Then in this link there will be a text and one image also. So I will add one img tag, images folder name and the file name of the image. So the file name is news.png. So we have added this image. Next we will add text also. So the text is latest news. Like this. Next we will add other links also. So simply copy this A tag and paste it again. So let's add the other image here. It will be friends, and the text also friends. Then the next one is group. Now the next one, it will be marketplace. And let's add one more. It will be watch.png and the text is watch. After adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see these links in the left side. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So let's come back. So let's come back to the HTML file and copy this class name IMP links. Come to the CSS file, add it here. For this IMP links, important links, we will add one A tag because we have added anchor tags over there. and let's add text decoration. It will be none. Then we will add display. So the display will be flex, and align items. Align items, it will be center. Then we will add some margin from the bottom. So the margin bottom will be 30 pixel, and we will add color. So this is the color code. After that we will add width. So the width will be fit content, like this. Next we will copy this one and paste it again, and you can see in this HTML file, in this A tag we have this img. So let's add img over here, and for this image we will set the width. So the width will be 25 pixel, and let's add some margin from the right side. So let me add the margin of 15 pixel, like this. Next, if I refresh the website, you can see it looks like this. Next, we have to remove this background color that we have only added to display you that we have a column here. So let's come back, and in the left sidebar you can see we have added this background. So let me remove this one, it is not required. And we will remove this background from the right side also, like this. And now it looks like this. Next we will add one more link at the bottom over here. So let's come back, and in this HTML file, after this A, let's add one more A tag, and here we will add only one text. So the text is see more, like this. And if I refresh the website, you can see it is over here. Next we have to add a color for this last link, which is see more. For this one we will add one color. So just come back, and we have to select this anchor tag. So in this CSS file you can see we have added this imp links A. So just copy this one, and here we will add last child, like this. So it will select the last anchor tag, and for this one we will add color. So the color I am adding this one. Now you can see color for this last link, which is see more. Next we will add one line over here at the bottom. So let's come back and copy this one, imp links, and for this one we will add border from the bottom. Border bottom, it will be 1 pixel, solid, and color, which is CCC gray color. Now you can see a horizontal line over here at the bottom. After this horizontal line we will add some other links also with the small images. So let's come back in the HTML file. After this div, which is closing here, we will create another div. So let's add a div here with the class name. I'll add the class name shortcut links. Here we will add one text. So let me use the p tag for the paragraph, and I will add the text your shortcuts. After that we will add some links with the image. So to create a link we will use the A tag, which is anchor tag, and in this one let's add image. Images file path. So the file path is shortcut1.png, and we will add text also. So the text I will add web developers, like this. Next, copy this one and add it again. And it will be shortcut 2, 3 and 4. And here we will change the text. It will be web design course. Next, we will change this text. Full stack development, and let's change this text also. Website experts. Refresh the website and you can see these images and links here. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one also. So let's come back and we will copy this class name shortcut links. Copy this one and we have to add the same CSS which we have applied in this one, IMP links. So let's add one comma here, add a dot and add the class name shortcut links A. So these CSS will be applied for this one also. Let's check. Now it is looking like this. Next we have to set the size of these images and we will also add the CSS for this p tag. So let's come back and copy this shortcut links A, write it here, and after that we will add img, and for this image let's set width. So width will be 40 pixel. Then we will add border radius. So the border radius I'll add very small, which is 4 pixel, and we will add margin from the right side. So it will be 15 pixel. After that you can see it looks good. Next we have to add the CSS for this p tag, which is text written here, your shortcuts. So just come back and copy this one and write p. For this p we will add some margin. So let me add margin of 25 pixel. It will be from the top and bottom, and let's add 0 from the left side and right side. Then let's add the color. So I will add the color, this one, and after that font weight, it will be 500. Now this text looks good. So we have added all the contents in the left column. After adding all the content in the left sidebar, we will add contents in the right sidebar, and in the right sidebar first we will add one title. So let's come back to the HTML file, and you can see the right sidebar is starting from here. So this is the div with the class name right sidebar. Add a space here, and here we will add one title. So let me add one div with the class name sidebar title, and in this one we will add one text in H4. So the title is events, and there will be one link also. So let's add one a tag, and in this a tag we will add the text. So it will be see all, like this. And after that let's copy this class name sidebar title, come to the CSS file, add it here, and for this one we will add display. Display will be flex, then align items will be center, and justify content, it will be space between. Let me add some margin from the bottom. It will be 18 pixel. Just copy this again and write H4 because we have added the title in H4. So for this one we will add font weight, so it will be 600, and after that we will add font size also, so the font size will be 16 pixel. It's fine. And let's copy this again, and here we will add A because we have also added one A tag in the sidebar title. For this anchor tag, let's add text decoration none, and we will add the color, so I will use this color, and after that we will add font size. It will be very small, so the font size will be 12 pixel, like this. If I refresh the website, you can see this events and this see all. Next we will add one background color on the right sidebar. To add background color, let's come back, and you can see we have added the right sidebar over here, right sidebar. So in this one we will add background, so let me add the background of white color, F, which is white, and we will add some padding also, so let's add padding of 20 pixel, and after that we will add border radius, so let me add the border radius of 4 pixel. After that we will add one more thing, which is color. So this is the color code. After adding this, let's refresh the website. You can see white color for the right sidebar, and this title, which is events, and one link, see all. Next we will add some events in the right sidebar, so let's come back in this HTML file, and you can see this div is closing here, sidebar title is closing here. So after that we'll add some space, and let's add another div here. So here we will create one div with the class name event, and in this event there will be two columns, left one and right one. So let's add one div with the class name left event and duplicate it and change it as right event, like this. In the left column we will add event date, so let's add H3, date is 18th, and let's add span. In this span we will add month, March, like this. Now in the right side we will add event name, and for that we will add the title, which is H4, so the event name is social media. And after that we will add one small text also, so for that we will use p tag, and in this p tag we will add the location of the event, Wilson Tech Park, like this. And after that there will be one link also, so for that let's add one anchor tag, and link text will be more info, like this. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see the date, then event name, location, and link. Next we have to add CSS properties for this one, so it will look good. So just come back and copy this class name event, come to the CSS file, add it here. For this event we will add display flex, then we will add font size, it will be 14 pixel. Then we will add some margin from the bottom. So the margin bottom, it is 20 pixel. After that, we will add the CSS for the left column of the event, which is event left. Let's see the class name. No, it is left event. Add this class name, left event. And for this one, we will add border radius. So it will be 10 pixel. Let's set height and width. So I will add the height of, let's say, 65 pixel. Width also same, like this. And we will add margin from the right side. (15 pixel of margin, and we will add padding from the top, 10 pixel. Text align will be center, and position it will be relative. Then let's add overflow, hidden, and we will add box shadow 00 and 10 pixel, and then color in RGBA format. So here we will add 0 and 0.1. So after that, refresh the website. You can see it is here, 18 March in the left side and other information in the right side. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this P and this A tag. So let's come back and copy this one, event, then write P. For that, we will add font size. It will be very small, 12 pixel, and let's add it again. Then write A. For this A, we will add font size. Again, we will add 12 pixel, and text decoration, it will be none. Then we will add color. So this color code. Now you can see the right side, it looks good. Next, we will add the CSS for this span where we have added the month. So let's come back and let's copy this class name, left event. And in this left event, come back to the HTML file, you can see in this left event we have this span. So write this span here. And for this one, let's add the position of absolute, like this. Then we will add bottom, it will be at the bottom, 0, and left 0. Width will be 100%, and we will add background. So this is the background color. Then add the color, it will be white. Then font size, it will be 10 pixel. Then let's add padding. So the padding I am adding 4 pixel from top and bottom, and left right 0, like this. And if I refresh the website again, you can see it looks good. Right now you can see the height is looking bigger than the width. So let's come back and come to the top. Here we will add box sizing. It will be border box. It will be for all the HTML elements. Now this event looks good. Similarly, we will add one more event. So let's come back and just duplicate this event. Select this event from here and paste it again. And for this one we will add another date. So let me add 22 June, and let's add the text. Here we will add another event text, mobile marketing. Let's refresh the website. You can see another event here. Next we will add one icon over here before this address. We will add location icon. To add one icon we will use Font Awesome. So open this website fontawesome.com, create an account over here, then click here Kits. In this one click here and it will give you one script. This one line of script, just copy this one and come back to the HTML file. In this HTML file add this script in the head tag. Before this closing head tag add the script like this. After adding this, again come back to the same website and click on icons. In this menu you can see icons, click here, and in this search box you can search for any icon that you want to use on your web page. So I'll search for location. And here we will get different icons. So let me use this one. It is map marker. Now click here and copy this one line of code. Copy this one and come back to the HTML file and paste this icon where you want to display. So I will add this icon before this address. So paste it here like this, and the same we will add here. After adding this, refresh the website and you can see this icon before this address. Now this event looks better. So after adding two events, we will add one advertisement image here, and before that advertisement image we will add one title like this. So let's come back and come back to the HTML file. You can see we have this event and the other event, and before that we have added this sidebar title. So just copy this sidebar title and paste it after this event. Sidebar title, and here we will add different title. So the title I am adding advertisement. And in this A I will add the text close. Refresh the website. You can see another title here, advertisement and close. Let's come back, and just after this sidebar title we will add one image for the advertisement. So let's add the img tag, write the image folder name and image file name. It is advertisement.png, and here let's add the class name. So I will add the class name sidebar ads. It's fine. Copy this one and come to the CSS file, add this class name sidebar ads, and for this one let's add width. It will be 100%, and we will add some margin from the bottom. So let me add the 20 pixel margin, and we will add border radius. So the border radius is 4 pixel like this. Refresh the website and you can see one advertisement image in the right sidebar. Now we will add another title here. that will be for the users which is active on the website. So let's come back, and in this HTML file, let's copy this div with the class name sidebar title and paste it after this advertisement image. And here we will add the different title. So let me add the title here, conversation. And let's add the link. It will be hide chat. Link text is hide chat. You can see this title and this link. After that, we will add some users icon and users name. So let's come back, and after this title, let's add some space, and here we will add another div with the class name online list. So let me add one div here and add the class name online list like this. And in this online list, there will be one user's image and one text also, which is user's name. So let me add one div here, and we will add the class name online that we have already added in the navigation bar. So we are using the same class name online, and in this one we will add image. So I am using img tag, write the folder name slash and the file name, which is member1.png. After that, we will add name of that person, that user. So for that, we will use p tag, which is for the paragraph. So let's add the name of the user. Like this. Similarly, we will add another user also. So just copy this one and paste it here like this. It will be member 2 and member 3. And after that, we will add different name. So let me add the name here. After adding this, refresh the website. You can see 3 users on the right sidebar with their name and image, and there is a small green color of dot. So let's come back and we will add the CSS properties for this one. So just copy this class name online list and write it here in the CSS file. For this online list, let's add the display. So the display will be flex, and after that we will add align items center, and we will add margin from the bottom. So the margin bottom is 20 pixel like this. Next we will add online list, then add the class name, this one, which is online, and in this one we have the img tag. So write img, and for this image we will set the width. So the width I am adding 40 pixel, and after that we will add border radius. So the border radius I am adding 50% so that the image will be in the circular style. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see the small icons and their name and this green icon over here. Now just come back and we will add the class name here, and for this online, let's add width. We will add the width of 40 pixel, Then we will add border radius 50% like this, and let's add margin from the right side 15 pixel. And now again refresh the website. You can see we have some space, and next we have to move this green color of dot at the bottom corner of this user's profile. It means right bottom of the user icon. So let's come back, and here we will add this one. Then right after, because we have added after in the navigation bar to add the green icon, and there we have added the top 0. So let's add the top unset. Here we will do the top unset, and we will add bottom. So the bottom will be 0. So it will be bottom right corner. Let's check, and you can see the green icon at the bottom corner. So it is going beyond the image, so we have to move it up. So let's come back, and here we will add bottom 5 pixel. Let's check. Now it is at the perfect position. So we have added all the users list also, which is active on the website. Right now this title and this title is looking different. It is bold and it is good. So let me fix this one. So let's come back, and here we have added font size 16 pixel for sidebar title. So let's come back and copy this class name right sidebar. Copy this one, add it here, and for this right sidebar we will add h4, and in this right sidebar h4 we have the font size and font weight. So after that you can see this title and this title looks same. Now it is looking better. So we have added all the contents in the left sidebar and right sidebar. Next we will add the content in the middle column, where we will add the main content like status and new post option and the list of post. So let's come back to the HTML file, and in this HTML file here you can see we have added main content. It is starting from here. So we will add the content in this div, which is main content. Let's add some space, and here we will add the content that will be displayed in the middle column. So in this main content we will add some stories. So let's add one div here. I will add a div with the class name story gallery. Like this, and here we will add multiple story. So let's add div with the class name story, like this, and we will add some content in this one. So we will add one small image. So let me add img images slash upload.png. So we will add this image, and we will add one text also. So the text I'll add in p tag, it is post story. Like this. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see one icon here, which is plus icon, which is an image, and there is a text post a story in the middle column. Now just come back, and let's copy this class name story gallery and add it here in this CSS file. For this one we will add display, it will be flex, and justify content, it will be space between. Then let's add margin from the bottom 20 pixel. After that just copy this class name story and write it here. For this one we will add flex basis. So the flex basis will be 18% because we will add 5 image. So this flex basis will be the width of the story, but we don't know the height. For that, let's come to the calculator here, and here we will add 16/9. So we have to set the image in this ratio, 16:9 ratio. That's why we are adding 16/9. So we will get this one, and in this one we will add multiply 18 because we have the width 18. So we got 32 like this, and now we will add this 32 in the height. So we will not add the height here, we will add padding from the top. Let's add the padding top 32 pixel, 32%. So it will be a 9:16 ratio. Then we will add position. So the position will be relative. After that we will add background image. So let's add the background image. Here we will add URL and the image file path. So let's add the images slash file name, which is status1.png. Next we will add background position. It will be center, and background size, it will be cover. Next we will add border radius of 10 pixel. After applying this, if I refresh the website, you can see one image over here. But right now you can see the ratio is not good because of these image and text. So we have to set it as a position absolute. So let's come back, and here you can see this story. Let's copy this one. In this one we have added one image, so I'm adding the img tag. For this one, let's add the position absolute. We will add width also. Width will be 45 pixel, and let's add border radius. So the border radius will be 50%. It will be round. Then let's add top. So the top will be 10 pixel, and left also 10 pixel like this. Now we will add the border radius. It will be 5 pixel, solid, and this color. Now just copy this story again, then write P. For this one also we will add position absolute. Bottom, it will be 10 pixel, width 100%, and text align center. Color will be white. Then let's add the font size of 14 pixel. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see this image ratio is good, but right now you can see this text is not that much visible, so we have to add one layer on this background image. So let's come back, and here you can see we have added background image. So let's add linear gradient, then add comma URL like this, and in this linear gradient we have to add two color. So the first color will be transparent like this, and in the next one we will add the color in RGBA format like this. Here we will add this black color with opacity 0.5, and after that you can see there is a layer on this background image. It is fine. Next we will add other stories also. So let's come back, and in this HTML file we'll duplicate this one, this story. Just copy this one and paste it again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 and one more 5. So we have added 5 story. Let's change the images here. It will be member 4, member 3, and member 1. Next we will add the name also. After adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see all these stories here, but right now you can see the background image is same in all the stories. So we have to add different background. For that, let's come back, and in each one we will add a separate class name. So in the first one we will add one more class name, story1, like this. Next we will add the class name story2 in the second one. Here let's add the story3. It will be story4, and here let's add story5, like this. Next, just copy the first one, which is story1, come back to the CSS file, write it here, and you can see we have added this background image. So let's remove this one from here and add it in the story1, like this. So we have added here. So let's copy this one and paste it again. So it is story 2, 3 and 4 and 5. Now for each one we have to change the image. So you can see we have added the image here, status1.png. It will be status2.png, 3, 4, and this is 5. After adding this, you can see different images in the story. It is looking good. You can see we have added border here, which is not visible. So let's come back, and you can see it will be border, not the border radius. Remove this one and refresh the website. You can see border. Let's change the color also. It will be this color code, and now it looks good. Now the first one, we have to change the position of this plus icon only for the first one. So let's come back and just copy this class name story, write it here, and with this story just add story1, because we will add for the first one. And here we have the img tag. Let's add img. You can see we are not adding any space here. It is story.story1 space img. And here let's add the different position for this image. So let's add top unset, because we have added top 10 pixels. So here we will add top unset, and let's add left. Left will be 50%, and then add bottom. I will add 40 pixel, then transform, translate X, it will be minus 50%. So it will be horizontally center. Then we will add border 0. There will be no border, and let's set the width. It will be 35 pixel. Now you can see this plus icon over here. Now we have completed this story section for this web page. After completing this story section, we will create another section where user can post anything on this website. We will add one input box, and with that we will also add some icons, like icons to upload videos or photos, and icon for going live, and icon for activities. So let's come back and come to the HTML file. You can see we have created this story gallery. So let's see where it is closing. It is closing over here. This is story gallery. Let's add some space here. Here let's create one div. I'll add the div with the class name write post container. We have to create so many classes, that's why we are adding this much long class name, so it will be easy to remember. Write post container, and in this one first we have to create one user profile. So let's add one div with the class name user profile. Like this. In this user profile there will be one user's image. So let's add one image. Like this. And after that we will add user's name, and there will be some other information also, like post going to be public or hidden. So for that let's add one div, and in this div first we will add the name. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the name. After that we will add small tag, and in this small tag I'll add public. After adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see this user's image, name, and this text which is public. Now just come back and copy this class name write post container, write it here in the CSS file. Now for this one let's set width, it will be 100%. Then we will add background, so the background will be white like this. Then we will add border radius, it will be very small, 6 pixel. Then I will add some padding of 20 pixel. Then let's add color, and color will be this one. Next, come back to the HTML file, and you can see we have the class name user profile. Write this class name here, and for this one let's add display. Display will be flex, and align items center. Now just copy this class name again and write img, because we have added one image also, and for this image we have to set the width. So let's add the width of 45 pixel. Then we will add border radius, so the border radius will be 50% to make it circle. Then we will add margin from the right side, 10 pixel. Let's refresh the website and check this one. You can see it looks like this. Now we have to add the CSS for this title text and this text public, which is in small tag. So let's come back and copy this one, user profile, then write P for this P we will add margin from the bottom minus 5 pixel. Then we will add font weight 600. Let me set 500, and after that we will add color. It will be color. Now it looks like this. Now we have to add the CSS for this small tag. Copy this one, paste it here, and here we are adding a small, and here let's add the font size. So the font size will be 12 pixel. That's it. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see this text is small. Now we will add one icon also, that will be a down arrow icon. You can see we have this public text here. So after that, here we will add one icon. To add an icon, again we will come to the same website, fontawesome.com. Come to the icons, and here let's search one icon. Let me search for arrow. Let me search another thing, down. Yes, let me click on this one and again click here to copy this icon and paste it here like this. This is the icon. If I refresh the website, now you can see this icon here. So we have added the user's information like user's name and image and the post option, which can be public or anything. So let's come back and come to the HTML file, and after this user profile, you can see the user profile is closing here. So after that, let's add some space, and here we will add one div. So let me add the div with the class name post input container. So it will be the post input container div, and in this one we will add one text area like this. Text area, let's add the row. So the row I'll add 3 and remove this one, name, ID, calls, like this. Now in this text area we will add one placeholder also. So let's add the placeholder. What's on your mind, John? After adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see one text box here. It is like this. Let's come back. So after adding this text area, just copy this class name, post input container, come to the CSS file, write it here. For this one, let's add some padding from the left side and some padding from the top. Let me add padding left. It will be 55 pixel, and we will add the padding from the top, let's say 20 pixel. Then add this class name again, then write the tag name, which is text area. Copy this one, write it here. And for this one, let's add width. Width will be 100%. Then we will add border. So the border will be 0, and outline also 0. Now we will add border from the bottom. Border bottom 1 pixel, solid, and this gray color which is CCC. Then background, it will be transparent. After adding this, refresh the website. Now you can see it looks good. There is only one line at the bottom, but in the right corner you can see there is an icon to expand this input box like this. So if you want to hide this one, let's come back, and here we will add resize none. Refresh the website again, and there is no icon over here. We cannot resize this one. It's done. Next we will add some icons below this input box. So let's come back, come to the HTML file, and after this text area, let me add some space. Let me move it to the left side. Okay. So here we will add another div. Let's add one div with the class name. Let me add the class name add post links. Because we will add 3 links here, and in this one we will add a tag, and in this a tag there will be one image and one text also. So first we will add one image which is img tag, images slash the file name which is video.png, like this, and after that we will add the text. So here we will add live video, like this. Now we will copy and paste it again in this links, and here we will add the different icon. So let me add the file name photo.png, and this will be photo video. And in the third one it will be filling, and the text will be filling activity. Like this. Now if I refresh the website, you can see this icon and this text. There is one more icon which is not visible, so let's come back, and here we will change this icon. It will be live video.png. This icon we will add. You can see. Now we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So let's come back and copy this class name. Here we have added the class name add post links. Copy this one, come to the CSS file, add it here. For this add post links, let's add display flex, and we will add some space from the top. So let me add margin top. It will be 10 pixel. Let's copy this again, and in this one we have the anchor tag. So let's add a tag over here. For this a tag, let's add text decoration none. Then display, it will be flex. Then let's add align items center, and we will add color. So this is the color code. Then we will add margin from the right side. Margin right, it will be 30 pixel. Then let's add font size. Font size will be 13 pixel. Now these text looks good, which is in a tag. Next we have to set the size of these images So let's come back again and copy this one. After that we will add img, which is for the images, and let's add width. So let me add the width of 20 pixel, and there will be some space from the right side, so margin right 10 pixel. Now it looks good. So we have created the post option also with this input box. Next we will create the list of posts where we can see the user's information, then post description, post image, and the like and comment icons. So you can see this div with the class name write post container is closing here. So after closing of this div, we will create another div. Let's add the div with the class name. I'll write the class name post container. And here again we will add the same profile. Come back and you can see we have created here user profile with the user's image, name, and this small text. So just copy this one and add it here in this post container. The same thing we will add, and copy this class name post container. Come back to the CSS file. Here let's add the CSS properties for this post container. Here let's add the width. It will be 100%. Then we will add the background. So the background will be white color, F. And after that we will add border radius 6 pixel. Then we will add some padding, which is 20 pixel. Then we will add color. So this is the color code. Then let's add the margin of 20 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from the left and right side. After that let's refresh the website, and you can see another container here with the user's profile. Here we have to replace this thing and its text will be large. So let's come back. Here we have this small, so let me remove this one, and instead of that let me add a span. And in this span let me add one date, which will be the post date. Let's add June 24, 2021, and we will also add the time like this. After writing this, if I refresh the website, you can see this time here. Now we have to add this CSS for this span also. So just come back. Here we have this class name user profile. Just copy this one, write it here, and here we will add a span. And for this span we will add font size. So the font size will be 13 pixel. Then let's add the color. So the color I will add this one. Now refresh the website and you can see it looks like this. After this user profile we will add some text. So here let's add one p tag like this, and in this p tag we will add the text. So let me write the text. Subscribe Easy Tutorials YouTube channel to watch more videos on website development and UI designs. Then let's add one a tag, and in this a tag we will add the hashtag. So let's add as Easy Tutorials. Let me add one more, so just copy this one. And here let's add the another tag, which is YouTube channel. Like this. And if I refresh the website, you can see it looks like this. Next, we have to make it bold, this one, and we will also add one class name here. So let's add one class name for this p tag. Let's add the class name. I'll write post text like this, and for this one we will add one span. Span open and close here like this. Next, just copy this class name post text and come to the CSS file. For this one, we will add color. It will be this color code, and after that we'll add some margin. So let me add the margin of 15 pixel and 0. Then we will add font size. So the font size I'll write 15 pixel like this, and let's copy this again, and here we will add a span. For this one, let's add the different color. This one, and after that font weight. So the font weight will be 500 like this. And if I refresh the website, you can see these font text is different and this one is different, and it is bold also. And next we will add the CSS for these hashtag. So just come back and copy this one post text, and in this post text we have the a tag. For this anchor tag, let's add color. So it will be this color code. Then let's add the text decoration, none. That's it. And if I refresh the website again, it looks like this. Next we will add one image after this post text. That will be a post image. So let's come back, and here in this HTML file, after this p tag, we will add one image. So let me add one img tag, and images slash, it will be feed image 1. This is the image file name, and for this one let's add one class name also. So I will add the class name. It will be post img like this. After adding this image, copy this class name post img and come to the CSS file, write this class name here, and for this one let's set width. I'll write the width 100%, and after that we will add border radius. Border radius will be 4 pixel, then some margin from the bottom. So the margin bottom I am adding 5 pixel like this. You can see this post image. Now after this post, at the bottom there will be some icons for the activities like, comment, share. This type of activities icon will be there. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after this image we will add one div. Let's add some space, and here we will add one div with the class name row. Let me write the class name post row. In this post row we will add two columns, which will be left and right side, and in the left side we will add some icons, and in the right side there will be a user's profile image, which will be a small icon of the user's profile photo. So let's add one div with the class name activity icons. Like this, and let's add another div also after that, and here we will add post profile icon. In this one we will add the users icon, and here we will add the activities icons. So in the first one, let's add one div, and in this div let's add one img images, and it will be like then we will add text, which is a number 120 like this. Now duplicate this one, and let's add the another icon. It will be comment. Now the third one, it will be share, share.png, and write the different number here 20, and for this one let me write 25 45, and refresh the website. You can see these icons and number here. So let's come back and copy this class name post row, write it here. For this post row we will add display flex. Let's add display flex, then align items will be center, and we will add justify content space between like this. Now we will add the CSS for these images, which is in the activity icons. So just copy this one, activity icons, write it here, and after that we will add div, because we have a div in this one, and then write img. And for this image let's add width. So the width will be 18 pixel, and then we will add some margin from the right side. So let me add the right 10 pixel. Let's copy it and paste it here. For this div we will add display inline flex, and after that we will add align items center, and we will add margin from the right side 30 pixel. If I refresh the website, now you can see these icons are looking good. Next we will add the user's profile image in the right side. So let's come back. In this user profile icon we will add one image. So let me add the img here, then let's add the file images slash, it will be profile pic.png, and after that if I refresh the website, you can see a big image here. We have to set the size for this one. So let's come back and copy this class name post profile icon, write this class name here, and for this one let's add display flex, then write align items center, write this class name again, then write img, and for this image we will set the width. So the width will be 20 pixel, and after that there will be border radius will be 50%. Then let's add some margin from the right side. I'll write 5 pixel. If I refresh the website, you can see a small icon here, small user's profile picture. After that we will add one icon here. There will be a drop icon like this one. We will add the same icon. So let's come back and let me copy that icon code where it is. It is here. Just copy this one and we will add it here like this. Refresh the website and you can see this icon at this corner. Now we have to add one more icon over here in the top right corner of this single post. That will be a 3-dot icon. So let's come back and you can see in this post container we have added user's profile. So before that, let's add one div and let's add one class name. So I will use the same class name, post row. It is here. So add this class name, post row, and in this post row we will add this user profile. You can see user profile is starting here and ending here. So just copy this one, remove this one and paste it in this row like this. And in this row, let's add one icon also that we want to display on the right side. For that icon, we will add one a tag. In this anchor tag, we will add that icon. So for that, you have to go to the same website and search for an icon over there. So I already know the name. I'll write it here. Let me copy this one. And here I'll change the icon. So it will be this is the icon. You can search on Font Awesome website. If I refresh the website, you can see this icon over here. Now we have to change the color of this icon. So let's come back and you can see we have this post row. So just copy this one, paste it here. And for this one, let's add a for the anchor tag. And for this a tag, we have to change the color. So let's add the color, and this is the color code, which is this one. Now it looks good. So we have created this single post on this page. Similarly, we will add other posts also. So just come back and you can see where we have started the post container. Yes, here it is. From here we have started the post container and it is ending here. So select this post container and paste it again. Paste it again, and now we can change the text here and we can change the date and we can change the image. So let me change the image here. It is feed image 2, and I will also change the text. So I have updated the text here. Like and share this video with friends. Tag Easy Tutorials Facebook page on your post. Ask your doubts in the comments. And then we have the hashtag Easy Tutorials and YouTube channel. Then we have the different image. Let's refresh the website. And after that you can see the second post and the other text here and the other image. Like this, you can go and change the number also. You can change this icon also. Let me change this icon. It will be normal like icon, like.png. You can see the icon has been changed. And let's add some other post also. This is the post container. Just copy this post container again and paste it here. Let's change the image. It is 3. this is 4 and this one is 5. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see the first, second, third, fourth and fifth post. And you can see whenever I scroll the website, the left sidebar and the right sidebar is sticky, that is not a scrolling, and the top navigation bar is also sticky at top. So we have added all the contents, different posts in this main content, and after the fifth content we will add one button here at the bottom, and that button text will be load mode. So let's come back, and here you can see we have the post container ends here. So here let's add one button, and for this button let's add the type. So the type will be button. Next we will add the button text, load mode, like this button text, and we will also add one class name for this button. So let's add the class name. So the class name will be load mode button. Next we will add the CSS properties for this button. Come to the CSS file, add this class name. Here we will add display block, then margin, it will be auto. Let's add the cursor pointer, and after that some padding. I'll write the padding of 5 pixel from top bottom and 10 pixel from left and right side. Then we will add the border, 1 pixel, and solid, and this color. After that I will add the color. This will be the button text color, so this color code, and background will be transparent, like this. Let's add the border radius also. Radius will be 4 pixel. After adding this, again refresh the website. You can see one button at the bottom, load mode. So after adding this button, we will add one copyright message at the bottom. So let's come back and come to the HTML file. You can see we have the button here and this closing div. After that we have the right sidebar. Let's come to the bottom, and the right sidebar is closing here, and this is the closing tag for the container. So after that, it means at the bottom you have to create, just before this closing body tag, we have to create one div. And let's add the class name. So I'll add the class name footer, like this, and in this footer we'll add the text. So I will add the text, copyright 2021, copyright 2021 Easy Tutorials YouTube channel. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see this text at the bottom in the left side. Now we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So just come back and copy this class name footer, write it here, and for this footer let's add text align. So the text align will be center. Then we will set the color. So this is the color code, and after that we will add some padding. So let me add the padding, 10 pixel from the top and 0 from left and right, and 20 pixel padding from the bottom, like this. And I'll set the font size 13 pixel for this copyright message. Now you can see this copyright message at the bottom in the center. Easy Tutorials YouTube channel, like this. So we have added all the contents now. Next we will add a drop down menu here. Whenever we will click on this user profile icon, it will open a drop down menu. We will create the drop down menu in this navigation bar, and whenever we will click on this users icon, then it will open and close the drop down menu. So let's come back to the HTML file and come to the top where we have created the navigation bar. So let's come to the top here. You can see we have this nav tag where we have created the contents in the nav bar. So before this closing nav tag, let's add some space before this closing nav tag, and here let's add one div, and let's add the class name. I'll write the settings menu. Before that, let me add one comment so it will be clear. It is settings menu, and in this settings menu we have to add users profile. So let's come in the post. You can see somewhere we have added users profile right here. Just copy this one and come back to the settings, which is settings menu, and paste it here. User profile, then profile image, then div, and in this div we have the p tag where we have the name, and remove this small. Instead of that, I'll add one a tag, and in this anchor tag we will add one text. So let's add the text. See your profile, like this. If I refresh the website, you can see it is coming here. This is shifted here and this one is here, like this. So let's come back and copy this class name settings menu, write it here in the CSS file. For this settings menu, let's set position absolute. Then we will add width. So let me set the width 90%. It will be for the small device, and let's set max width. Alright, 350 pixels. So the maximum width will not increase 360 pixels for large devices. And for now, let me add height. I'll write the height of 500 pixel, like this. And after that, we will add the background. So let me add the background white color, like this. Then we will add box shadow. So this is the box shadow, and after that we will add border radius. So the border radius will be 4 pixel, like this, and overflow hidden. Here we will add top 100 pixel. After that, add right. Let me write 5%. Refresh the website, and you can see this settings menu here, and we have to move it up. We have to reduce the top position, and the right side it is perfect. So let's come back, and here you can see we have added top 100 pixel. So let me add 80 pixel. It is moving up. So let's come back. I will write it in percent. So let me write 100%. So it is coming just after this navigation bar. So we need even more space. So let me increase this one. I'll write 108%. Now it is good. So we have set the position for this drop down menu. Now we will add the other content in this one. So just come back, and here we have added user's profile. So let me duplicate this one, and in the second one we will add text which is give feedback, and here we will change the text. Help us to improve the new design. And here we will change the image. So let me remove this one, and here I will add the feedback image, feedback.png. Refresh the website. You can see another icon here and the text and the link. Next we will add the CSS properties for this one. So just come back and copy this class name user profile, write it here, and then write A. For the A tag, let's add font size. I'll write the font size of 12 pixel. After that we will add color. So let me add the color, this one, and text decoration, it will be none. It looks good. Next we will add some padding in the menu. So we will not add the padding in this settings, we will add another div. Let me add a div here with the class name. I'll write the settings menu inner, like this, and add this. Add this one in this settings menu inner. You can see we have the class name settings menu, and inside that we have the settings menu inner, then we have the user profile and user profile. Now just copy this class name settings menu inner, write it here in the CSS file, and here we will add padding 20 pixel, like this. Now we have some space, and after that we will add one line between these icons. So just come back, and you can see this user profile is ending here. So let's add a space, and here we will add HR, like this. We will add this HR tag, and we will add this HR after this one also. After this user profile, it is closing here, so here also we will add this HR, like this, and come here, copy this class name settings menu, write it here, then write HR. For this one, let's add the border 0, then height, it will be 1 pixel, then background, this is the color code, then margin, let's add the margin of 15 pixel from top and bottom, and 0 from left and right. Now you can see this line is there, it is not working. Remove this extra dot and see, it's fine. We have some space also, and this horizontal line, it looks good. Next we will add some other icons here. So just come back and come to the HTML file, this user profile and this HR. After this HR, let's add some space, and here let's add another div. I'll write the div with the class name. Let's add the class name setting links. Like this. And in this setting links, I'll write one image and image file path. So it will be a settings icon, settings.png. Then we will add one class name for this one. So let's add the class name. It will be settings icon, settings links, and settings icons. And after that there will be a link. So in this link we'll add one text. So the text is settings and privacy, like this. In this A tag we will add one icon also. So here let's add a space and add one img tag, and let's add the image file path, and here let's add the icon name. So it is arrow.png. For this arrow we will add width. So let me write the width. It will be 10 pixel. Refresh the website and you can see this setting icon, this link, and this arrow. Now just duplicate it. Let's copy this setting icons and paste it again. We will change the icon. So the second one will be help.png and the text help and support. Like this. And after that we'll add another icon which will be display.png, and here let's set the link text display and accessibility. And after that I'll add one more icon. It will be logout.png, and the text is logout. Refresh the website and you can see other icons also. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So just come back and copy this class name settings links. Come to the CSS file, write it here with a dot, and here let's add display. So the display will be flex and align items center. Then we will add margin. It will be 15 pixel and 0, like this. Then let's add the same class name again. Then just copy this class name settings icons, settings icon, write it here, and for this one let's set the width. So the width will be 38 pixel. Then we will add margin from the right side. So the margin right is 10 pixel. Then we will add border radius. Border radius, it will be 50%. After adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see these icons size is small. Next we will add the CSS properties for this A tag. So just come back and copy this class name again, settings links, then write A. For this A tag we will add display flex, and we will also add flex. It will be 1. like this. And after that I'll add align items. Align items will be center, and justify content space between. Let's add the text decoration. It will be none. And now we will add the color. So this is the color. Now you can see these icons looks good. Next we have to remove this height. You can see there is an extra height, so let me remove this one. Just come back and you can see we have added height 500 pixel. So just remove this one and you can see now the perfect height for this one. So next we have to add the click function so that it will hide and display this drop down menu. For that we will use a simple JavaScript. So just come back, and in this HTML file we can write this JavaScript in the same HTML file at the bottom over here before this closing body tag. But the same JavaScript we have to add in the other pages also. Suppose we will create other pages, then we have to add the same script in the all the HTML files. So it is better to create a separate file for the JavaScript. So let's come here and I'll create another file. I'll write the file name script.js. So the file name is script.js. Now we have to connect this script.js file. So before this closing body tag we will add script src and write the file name, which is script.js. Now the HTML file and this script file is connected. Next we have to add the click event in the icon, which is in the navigation bar. In this navigation bar you can see we have this nav user icon. So in this one we have to add on click. So let's add a space here. After this class name I'll write on click. Here we will add one function name. Actually we will call a function whenever we will click on this div. So let's add one function name. I'll write settings menu toggle, like this. So I have added on click equal to settings menu toggle. So it will call this function. So next we have to define this function. For that we will come back to the JavaScript file. Here we have created this one. So here we will add function and write the function name, like this. So whenever we will click on that div, it will call this function. Next we have to change the height of the setting menu. You can see we have this settings menu here. So we have to change the height of this one. So we will store this element in a variable. So just come back and here we will create one variable and write the variable name. I'll write settings menu, like this, and then write document dot query selector. Document dot query selector and write the class name. So just come back and copy this class name settings menu, write it here. Now in this setting menu we have to change the height whenever we will click on the icon. So come to the website again and you can see if I refresh the website, this setting menu is visible. So we have to hide this one first. So just come back and come to the CSS file. So in this setting menu we have to add the height. So we will not add the height, we will add max height. Max height, it will be 0. After adding this max height 0, you can see this drop down menu is hidden. Whenever we set the max height 0, the drop down menu is hidden. So just come back. With this one we will add transition also. So let me add the transition for the max height, and it will be 0.3 seconds. And after that, let's add one class name also. Simply we will create one class name. So let me add the class name, settings menu, height. This class name is not used in the HTML file, simply we have written this class name in the CSS file only. And here we will add this max height, and in this max height let's add the 450 pixel like this, settings menu height. Now what will happen, whenever we will click on this icon, we have to add that class name which is settings menu height. We will add that class name in this menu, so the height will be 450 pixel. That we will do using JavaScript. So come back to the JavaScript, and here let's add that variable with settings menu, then write dot class list dot toggle like this, and in this toggle we have to add the class name. Which class name? This one, settings menu height. Just add this class name here, and after adding this JavaScript, refresh the website and click on this user profile icon. Now you can see this menu is open. If I click again, it becomes hidden. So you can see this open and close menu is working fine. This drop down menu is working fine. So we have completed this drop down menu design also. After creating this drop down menu, here we will create one button that will be a toggle button. We will use this toggle button to switch between dark mode and light mode of the website. So to create a toggle button here, let's come back to the HTML file, and here in this HTML file you can see we have created this settings menu div. So within this div, let me add a space here, and here only we will add another div. For this one, let me add one ID. So I will add the ID dark BTN. Here I am using ID because it will be easy to access this for the JavaScript, because we have to add JavaScript on this button. Next, we will add one span like this. Now we will design this button. So let's copy this ID and we will add the CSS properties for this one. So come to the CSS file, write this ID with a hashtag, and here let's add the position. So the position will be absolute, and after that we will add top 20 pixel and right, let me add 20 pixel. So this button will be in the right top corner of the settings menu. Then we will add the background. It will be gray color, CCC. Then let me add width of this button. So I will set the width 45 pixel and border radius, it will be 15 pixel. Then I will add some padding. So let's add the padding 2 pixel from top and bottom and 3 pixel from left side and right side. After that we will add cursor pointer like this. And next we will add CSS properties for this span. So let's come back and copy this ID, then write span. For this span we will design it as a small circle, so let's add the width. It will be 18 pixel and height also same. Next we will add background, so I'll add the background of white color like this, and then we will add border radius. So the border radius will be 50%, so it will be a circle. And after that let's add display. Display will be inline block. So after adding this, let's refresh the website and come to this setting menu. You can see this button here. Now its alignment is not looking good, so let me come back, and here we will add display. Display will be flex. That's it. Refresh the website again. Now it is looking good. Next we have to move this small white circle to the right side whenever we will click on this button. So this circle will move from the left to right side, then again we will click and it will move back to the left side. So let's come back, and here we will add this ID again, and after that let me add one class name. I'll write the class name dark BTN on, like this. We have not used this class name anywhere on the HTML file, we have just written here, and then we will apply this class name whenever we will click on the button. So for now let me add padding from the left side. So the padding left is 23 pixel, and then we will add background. Background will be black, like this. And here in this one dark BTN we will add some transition. So let's add the transition. Transition we will add for padding left. For this padding left I'll add the transition 0.5 seconds, and after that we will add the background also. For this background same 0.5 seconds. After adding this, just copy this class name and come to the HTML file, and here if we will add this class name like this, here we have added this class name, and if I refresh the website you can see this button is on. This small white circle is in the right side, and if we come back and remove this class name from here, and you can see now this button is off. This white circle is in the left side. So now we have to apply this class name through the JavaScript whenever we will click on this toggle button. So let's come back to the HTML file and copy this ID. We have to store this element in a variable in JavaScript. So come to the JavaScript file, JS file, and here you can see we have added this code for the drop down menu. The same thing we will do for this toggle button. So let's add another variable here. I'll write the variable name dark BTN like this, and after that let's add document dot get element by ID, because we have added ID like this. Now just copy this one, and here let's add btn dot on click equal to function, and in this function we will add the class name on this btn. So let's add this variable again, then write class list dot toggle like this, and in this toggle we will add the class name that we have written here, dark mode on. Add it here like this. So now what will happen whenever we will click on this dark btn, it will add this class name, and if we will click again, it will remove this class name. So let's check this on the website. Refresh the website and I will click on this button. You can see it is moving right side and this button looks on. Let's click it again and it is off. So this toggle button is working fine. Next we have to add the dark mode on this website, and the dark mode and light mode switching option will work with this button. So let's come back and we will come to the CSS file. Here in this CSS file, just come to the top and let's add some space here. Here we will add colon root like this, and in this one we will define colors in a variable. So write like this. I'll write body color and write the color code. So this is the CSS variable called body color, and where we have stored the color code, this one. And now you can see in this body we have added the same color. So instead of this color we can write this variable. So just copy this one and here we will add like this, where, and this one. And let me add transition also. So I will add transition for the background and it will be 0.3 seconds. And similarly we will add another variable also. Let's add another one, nav color, and here I will add another color code, which is this one. So this is the color code for this variable. Next let's add one more variable. I'll write bg/color, which is for background color. And here let's add this one, white color, like this, and just copy this one, nav color, and we will add it here in this nav. You can see we have added this same color code. So instead of that we can add where, like this. Now where we have added the background white, that place we can add this one, bg color. So let's scroll down and check. In this right sidebar we have added white color. So let's replace this one. Let's scroll down and check where we have added that color again. So here in this right post container, here also we will add that variable, and next we will add it in the post container here. So everywhere we have added this background color. If I refresh the website, there will be no changes in the color code. You can see all the colors are same when we are using the CSS variables. Now we have to change that variables whenever we will click on any button or a toggle button. So just come back, and here let's create another class name. I'll write the class name dark theme, and here we will change its value. Copy this one, paste it here. So in this body let's add the other color code. It will be this one, and for this navigation bar we'll add complete 0 and for this background also complete 0. It is complete black. So now we have to apply this class name dark theme on the body tag whenever we will click on the toggle button. For that, just come back to the JavaScript file, and here in this function where we have written dark btn on click, so we have to apply that dark theme on click of this dark btn. Here we will add document.body, then the same thing class list.toggle. After that, add the class name which is dark theme, like this. Remove this dot, only the class name we will add, and now refresh the website, and you can see if I click on this button, the web page becomes dark. See, this drop down menu is not becoming dark, so let's come back and come to the CSS file, and we have to add this background which is bg color in the settings menu. Scroll down and see where we have written the settings menu here. For the settings menu also, let's add this variable bg color and refresh the website again. Let's click on this button. You can see the complete web page becomes dark. It looks good, and if we click again, it is visible. Right now this button background is not visible, so let's come back, and here we will change this color code. I'll write this one like this, and if I refresh the website again, you can see it is visible. So now this light and dark mode switching option is working fine. But now you can see one problem. If I refresh the website, it comes back to the light mode. Let's check this again. I will come to the dark mode and refresh the website. It is coming back to the light mode. So we have to fix this one. Whenever user switch to the dark mode, it should be dark mode only whenever people will refresh the website, or whenever people will close the website and visit again. It should be on the dark mode only. So let's come back to the JavaScript, and here we will use the concept of local storage in the JavaScript. So let me show you first how we will use the local storage. To use the local storage, we will write local storage dot set item, and in this set item we will add two values. If we are writing like this, it means we are creating a local storage with the name of theme, and the value is light. If we will write dark, then the local storage name is theme and the value is dark. So in this way we create a local storage for the web browser using the set item. And if you want to read the value of that local storage, then we will use this one, local storage dot get item, and in this get item we will only add one name of that local storage. So the name is theme. So if we will write like this, local storage dot get item, so it will give you the value which is stored in the local storage called theme. We will use this concept to store the dark mode or light mode on our browser. So let's add space here. So first we have to read whether the local storage is there or not. For that we will use this one, and I'll write if condition, and here let's add if local storage dot get item theme equal to light, I'll write double equal, it will be a comparison. So it will check whether the local storage called theme has value light. If the value is light, then what will happen? If the local storage value is light, then it should come back to the light mode and the button should be off. So let's add the JavaScript on this button. I'll write dark btn class list dot remove. In this remove, write the class name, this one, dark btn on. If we will remove this class name, then the button looks off. Next we will add this one over here in this if condition. Here just add remove. Now you can see here we are checking if the local storage value is light, then we will remove this class name from the button, so it will be off button, and we will remove this dark theme class name, so the website will look light mode. Now we will add another condition. So let's add else if, and in this else if we will just copy and paste it, and here we will check it is dark. So if it is dark, then what will happen? Just copy and paste it, and it will be add. So if the local storage is dark, then the button will be on. It will add this class name to turn on the button, and it will add this class name to make the web page in the dark mode. And now we will add the third condition. Suppose this storage is not there, this local storage is also not there, we don't have the light mode or dark mode save in the browser, then we will add else. And in this else we will add a default value. So here we will create. You can see here we are just checking. Here we will create. So let's add local storage dot set item, and we will add the name, which is theme, and value light. So this line will be executed whenever people will visit the website for the first time. This will create a local storage called theme, and it will store the value light. And this all codes will be executed without clicking on button. But we have to do some changes whenever people will click on this toggle button. So let's add a space here in this function, which is on this toggle button. Here we have to update the local storage. Whenever people will click here, we will update the local storage. So here let's add if condition and add this one. If this is light, so if this is light, then what will happen? It will change it to dark. So let's copy this one and write dark, and then write else condition, copy and paste. It will be light. That's it. So you can see whenever we will click on this button, first it will check the local storage value is light or dark. If it is light, then it will make it dark, and if it is dark, then it will make it light whenever we will click on the toggle button. So after adding these JavaScript, let's refresh the website, and you can see it is still in the dark mode. Let's click here and click on this one, refresh the website, and it is in the light mode. Let me switch this website to the dark mode, and I will close this browser, and let's open this website again. You can see whenever we close the website and open the website again, still it is in the dark mode, so it is working fine. So we have completed everything on this social media website homepage. In the last video, we have already created this homepage of this social media website design. Next, we will create the second page, which is profile page. You can see this is the user's profile page with this cover image, then user's profile image, name, and the icon for the mutual friends. Here we have the buttons for add friend and message. After that, you can see we have contents in two columns. In the left column, we have the user's intro and photos and friends. In the right column, we have this post option and the list of posts in the same design that we have created in the home page. So let's start creating this profile page of this social media website design. To create a new page, we will create a new HTML file. So let's create a new file and save this file as profile.html. Now in this file, we will add the same HTML codes that we have added in the home page, which is index.html file. So let's copy everything from this index.html file and copy in this file, which is profile.html. Now we have to remove something. Let's come to the top. And in this one, let's change this title. I will write it as profile page social book. And after that, in this body tag, you can see we have the nav tag. In this nav tag, we have created the top navigation bar. So we want that navigation bar in this page also. So we will not remove this one. So let's scroll down and you can see this nav is closing right here. That's it. So after this closing nav tag, let's remove other div. Select this one. And delete. So we have deleted this one. Now in this profile.html page, you can see in this body tag, we have this nav tag with all the content in the navigation bar. And after this nav, we have this footer. And after this footer, we have a script to connect the JavaScript file. So let's open this profile.html file with web browser. So you can see it is profile.html, and on this page you can see the same navigation bar and this footer message. Next we have to add content on this page. So let's come back to the HTML file. And after closing off this nav tag, let's create another div. Before that, I will add one comment here. So let's add comment profile page. Like this. Let's add some space, and here we will add a div. Let's add a div with the class name profile container. And in this container, first we will add a cover image. So let's add one image, images / and image file name, which is cover.png. I have added some other images also in this folder. Let's come to this folder, and you can see I have added more images. You can see photo 1, 2, 3, 4, these images, and this is the cover.png. This is the cover image. So I will give all these images link in the video description so that you can download. Now with this image, we will add one class name also. So let's add the class name. Cover img. After adding this, let's check our web page. Now you can see this cover image on complete web page from the left side to the right side. So let's come back and copy this class name profile container. Come to the CSS file. So these are the CSS that we have written in the last video. So we will write the CSS again in the same file. Let's come to the bottom, and here we will add one comment. Profile page. After that, add this class name, and for this class name let's add padding. I will add the padding of 20 pixel, which is from the top and bottom, and 15% from the left side and right side. And let's add the color, this one. Here you can see we have this class name cover img. So write this class name here. For this cover image we will add width. So the width will be 100%. And after that, let's add border radius. Six pixel, and we will add margin from the bottom. 14 pixel. Let's check the website again, and you can see this cover image size is perfect. We have 15% space from the left side and 15% space from the right side. After adding this cover image, we will add a div here, and in that div, in the left side we will add user's image, name, and number of friends, and in the right side we will add buttons, which is add friend button and message button. So let's come to the HTML file, and after this cover image let's add a space, and here we will add another div. So let's add a div with the class name profile details. And in this profile details, again we will add two columns, left and right column. So let's add a div, and we will add a class name. For this div, let's add the class name profile detail left. It is good. PD left means profile detail left. Let's duplicate it, and it is PD right, profile detail right. So we have two divs with different class name. Now let's add a space in the first one, which is PD left, and in this left one again we have to create two columns because we have to add image and text, and the image and text will be side by side. So let's add another div with the class name profile detail row, PD row, and in the left side we have to add one user's image, let me add an image here, profile.png, and after that we will add the user's information. So let's add a div, and in this one we will add the user's detail like name and number of friends and icons for the mutual friends. So first we will add the name in h3 tag. After that, let's add text in p tag. Here we will add 120 friends, mutual. Let's check the web page. You can see this image here and this text. So let's add the CSS for these things. Come back and copy this class name profile details. Copy this one, write it here. For this profile details we will add the background. and let's add the background white color, and we will add some padding. Let's add the padding of 20 pixel, and after that we will add border radius 4 pixel. Display, it will be flex, and align items will be flex start. Justify content will be space between. After adding this, you can see the background is white, but the problem is if I click here on this toggle button, you can see this background is still white, so we have to change this background as a black color whenever we go to the dark mode. For that, let's come back, and here we will add the variable color. Just come to the top, and you can see we have added BG color. So let's copy this one and we will add it here. Where BG color. Let's check. Now it becomes black. It is fine. Next, just come back and let's add this class name PD row, profile detail row. Write it here. And for this one, let's add display. It will be flex, and align items will be flex start. So you can see this profile image and this text side by side. Next, we have to set the size for this profile image. So let's come back and come to the HTML file, and for this image we will add one class name. So let's add the class name PD image. It means profile detail image. And let's add this class name in the CSS file and write the CSS for this image. So let's add the width. I will add the width of 100 pixel. After that, we will add margin from the right side. So there will be some space from the right side. It is 20 pixel. And let's add border radius. Now this image size is good. Next, we will add the CSS for this text and this text. So let's come back, and you can see it is in the PD row, and in this PD row we have this div, and after that we have h3. So we will write the same way, PD row, then div, then h3. And for this title, let's add the font size. I will add 25 pixel. Then we will add the font weight 600. Let's add the CSS for the p text, and for this one we will add the font size. So let's add the font size of 13 pixel. So this name and this text is good. Below this text we will add the images that will be for the mutual friends image. Let's come back and come to the HTML file. Here, after this p tag, we will add one image. Write the image file path. It is member1.png. Duplicate it and change the image file name. It is member 2, 3 and 4. Let's add 4 members only. And right now these images looks very big, so we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So you can see where it is. It is in the PD row, then div, then img. So write the same thing, PD row div img. So for this image we will add very small width. It is 25 pixel. Then we will add border radius 50% so that it will be circle. Then we will add margin from the top. Let's add margin top of 12 pixel. So there will be some space from the top. So you can see these images here below this text. So we have added everything in the left side. Next we will add the buttons in the right side. Let's come back and come to the HTML file, and you can see we have created this class name PD right. Let's add a space in this one, and in this right we will add buttons. So let's add a button tag, and let's add the type. It will be button. Then we will add the text. So let's add the text friends. Duplicate it, and here we will change the text. It is message. It will be friend only. After that we will refresh the web page, and you can see we have this two button here, friend and message. But in this button we will add one image also. So let's come back, and before this text let's add one image. Write the image file path, images slash, it is add friends.png. Now we will add one image in this one also, and here we will change the image. So it will be message.png. You can see the image and text in this button. This image is in the white color. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So let's come back. You can see we have the class name PD right, profile detail right. Just copy this class name, write it here, and in this one we have created button. So let's add the button tag, and for this button let's add the background. So I will add the one color code. This one. Then let's add the border of 0 and outline also 0. Padding, it will be 6 pixel and 10 pixel. Display, it will be inline flex, and align items, center. Then we will add the color. So let's add the color white, and border radius, it will be 3 pixel. Then we will add margin from the left side, so it will add a space between both buttons. So let's add 10 pixel. Then cursor will be pointer. Now these buttons looks like this one. Next we have to change the size for these images that we have added inside the button. So let's come back and copy this one, and in this one we have the image. So write img tag. For this image we will add height. Let's add height of 15 pixel, and we will add margin from the right side. So we will get a space between the image and text that is added in the button. It is good. Now for the first button we have to change the background color, and we will also change the text color. So let's come back and select this one, paste it here, then write colon first child. So it will select the first button. And now for the first button we will change the background, so it will be this color. And we will change the color, which is text color, black. Now this button looks good. Next we will add one link here. So let's come back and come to the HTML file. After this button, let's add one A tag, and in this A tag we will add one image, images slash, and let's add the file name. It is more.png, like this. You can see this is the icon in A tag. Now we have to move this icon in the next line. So let's come back, and here before this A tag we will add BR. After adding this, it is in the second line, but right now this link is in the left side, so we have to move it in the right side. So let's come back and copy this class name pdWrite, paste it here, then write text align. Text align will be right side. Now it is in the right side. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this A tag. Let's copy this, pdWrite, then write A, and for this anchor tag let's add background. So we will add this background color, then we will add border radius, then padding 12 pixel, and display inline flex, and margin from the top 30 pixel. Now we have to change the size for the image that we have added inside this A tag. So here we will add width 20 pixel. Now you can see this 3-dot image looks good with the A tag. Now we have added the contents in this row. Next we will add the another div, and in that one we will create two columns, and in the left column we will add the users information like users intro and image and friends, and in the right column we will add the post. So let's come back and come to the HTML file, and after closing of this div, which is profile details, it is closing here. So let's add a space, and here let's add a div. We will add the class name profile info, and in this one we have to create two columns. So let's add another div with the class name info col, which is info column, duplicate it, and we will write post col, which is post column. In this column we will add the information, and in this column we will add the post. So first let's add the post, which is in the second column. Let's add a space here in the second column, and we will add the same post that we have added in the HTML file to save our time. Let's come back. This is the index.html file, which is home page. Let's scroll and scroll this page. Yes, here you can see we have added write post container. This write post container is closing here. Just copy this one and paste it in this profile page within this div. So we have added this write post container here. Let's fold this one so it will be easy. We have just folded this one, it is still there. And come back to the HTML file again, which is the index.html file. And here we have the list of posts. See this post container. Again we have the post container. Again the third post container. So we will copy all these things. So let's copy all these post container from the index file and add it here in this post.html file. After adding this, let's refresh the web page and you can see here we have the same write post option where we can write something, and after that we have the list of post. But right now you can see this post option is using the entire space, so we have to make it in the right column and we will add other content in the left column. So let's come to the profile.html file that we are creating right now. See, here we have the post call and this info call. Let me fold this one, post call, because we have already added everything in this post column. And we have the parent class which is profile info, so we will copy this one, the parent class profile info, write it here. And for this one we will add display, it will be flex. Then align items will be flex start, and justify content will be space between. Then we will add margin from the top, it is 20 pixel. Now in this one we have two columns which is info call and post call. So let's copy the first one, info call, write it here. For this info column we will add flex basis. Let's add the flex basis of 33%. It means the width will be 33%. Next add the second class name which is post column, post call, and here we will add the flex basis. Let's add 65%. So now you can see in the left side we are using 33% and in the right column we are using 65%. So now we have the 2% space left. So that 2% space we will get between the left column and right column. Let's come back. You can see this post option is coming in the right side and the left column is blank because we have not added anything in the left column. So we will add the content in the left column now. Let's come back and come to the HTML file. This is the left column which is info call. Let's add a space here. Info call. Here we will add the div. So let's add a div with the class name profile intro. In this profile intro we will add a title. So let's add h3 and we will add the title intro. After that we have to add a text. So let's add a p tag, and in this p tag we will add a text. So after adding this, let's come to the web page and you can see this title and this text. Let's come back and copy this class name profile intro, write it here in this CSS file. And here first we will add the background. So let's add the background, and again we will add the variable color, which is bg color. Then we will add the padding of 20 pixel. After that we will add the margin from the bottom. So the margin I'm adding 20 pixel, and after that border radius will be 4 pixel. You can see the background color is white. Now we will add the CSS for this intro. Copy this one, then write h3. Here we will add font weight 600. Now it is good. Next we will add the CSS properties for this text. So let's come back and come to the HTML file. And for this p tag we will add a class name. Let's add the class name intro text. Copy this class name, write it here. And for this intro text we will add text align center. Then we will add the margin. Let's add a margin of 10 pixel and 0. Then we will add the font size. Let's add the font size of 15 pixel. Now at the end of this text we will add a smiley icon. So just come back, come to the HTML file, and you can see this p tag is closing here. So before closing of this p tag, let's add one image tag, images / filling.png. This is the emoji image file path. You can see this icon is very big, so we have to add the CSS for this one to make it small. Let's come back, copy this class name intro text. In this one we have added img, so let's add the img tag, and we will add width. So let's add the width of 15 pixel, and after that we will add margin from the bottom. Let's add -3 pixel. Now this emoji size and position is perfect. Next we will add a horizontal line after this text. So let's come back, and after this p tag let's add one HR. After adding this HR, let's come to the web page, and you can see one line here. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. Just come back and come to the CSS file, write this class name profile intro, then write HR. For this one let's add the border, it will be 0, and then we will add height. Height will be 1 pixel. After that we will add the background. Let's add the background of CCC. Then we will add margin. It is 24 pixels from top and bottom, and left right 0. Now it is good, we have some space also. Let's come back, and after this line we will add some list of text and icons. So just come back and come to the HTML file. After this HR we will add one UL, and in this UL we will add li for the list, and in this list we will add different text. So let's add the text director at 99 Media Limited. I'm randomly writing anything. Let's add the other text in li. So we have added list of text here. Let's come to the web page and you can see these text. Next we have to add one image in front of these text. So let's come back and here let's add a space, and here we will add one image. So let's add img tag, image file path, and write the file name, that is profile job.png. This is the first image. Let me copy this one and add it here. In the second one, let's add the other image. It will be profile study.png. We will add the image in the third one. It is profile study, and again add image in the next one. It is profile home. Next we will add the image in the last list, which is profile location. After adding images in all the list, you can see these images on the web page. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this image and this list of text. So let's come back and come to the CSS file, copy this class name profile intro, and in this profile intro we have added ul tag, then li tag. For this li, which is list tag, we will add the list style will be none. Then we will add the font size. So let's add the font size of 15 pixel. Then we will add margin 15 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Then we will add display. So the display will be flex. Then align items. Center. Now it is good. Next we have to decrease the size for these images. Just come back and copy this one, and in this one we have the image, write the img tag, and we will add the width. Let's add the width of 26 pixel and margin from the right side 10 pixel. Now the icon size is perfect. So we have added all the contents in this intro. Next we will add the another box here, and in that one we will add the photos of the particular user. So let's come back and we will add the same class name for the another div. See, here we have created a div with the class name profile intro. So let's create another div also, and we will use the same class name. This div is closing here, so after closing of this div, let's add a space, and here let's add this div with the class name profile intro, and in this one we will add the other text. So let's add the title text, it is photos, and we will add one a tag also, and in this a tag we will add all photos like this. And after that we will add another div, and for this one let's add photo box. In this photo box we will add number of photos, so let's add a div, and in this div we will add one image tag, image file path, next we will duplicate this line and change the image. After that, refresh the web page and you can see this photo text, this link, all photos, and after that we have the list of photos. So first we have to move this all photos link in the right side, and this photo and all photos will be in the same horizontal line, but the title will be in the left side and a tag will be in the right side. So just come back and we have to group this one, this S3 and this A. So let's add a space here, and here we will add a div. Let's add class name title box, and in this title box add this one, title and a tag. Now for these two elements we have the parent class name title box, so just copy this one, write it here, and for this title box let's add display. Display will be flex, then we will add align items center, and justify content will be space between. That's it. After adding this, you can see this photo in the left side and this all photos link in the right side. Next we have to add some CSS for this a tag. So let's come back, copy this one, then write a. For this a tag let's add text decoration. Text decoration will be none. Then we will add color, this color code, and font size. Font size will be 14 pixel. Now this size is perfect. Next we have to design these images. It is very small, so we have to make a small image, and we will add 3 images in one column. So let's come back, and here you can see we have added the class name photo box. Just copy this class name, write it here with a dot, and in this one we will add display, and we will use the display grid. Let's add grid. I already have a dedicated video for grid layout. You can go and watch that video. I will put the video link in the description. Here we will add the grid template column. It will be repeat 3 auto. Like this. Then we will add grid gap. Let's add grid gap of 10 pixel. Then we will add margin from the top, 15 pixel. After that copy this class name again, and in this one we have a div, and in this one we have the img. So let's add width 100% and cursor pointer. After adding this, you can see these images alignment is perfect. Next we will add another box here. In that one we will add the list of friends. So just come back, come to the HTML file. Here you can see we have created this div profile intro, and in this one we have the title and this photo box. Just copy everything, copy this and paste it here. See, we have the same thing 2 times, this one and this one. Now in this second one let's change the text. It will be friends, and here we will add all friends. Like this. Come to the web page and you can see this photo and this friends. Here we have to change the images, and here we will add one text also. So let's come back. After closing of this title box div, here we will add a text in p tag. Let's add this text in p tag and write the text 120 10 mutual. And here we will change the images. member1.png, Let's remove this one. I will duplicate this line and change the image. After adding this, you can see friends and this text. After that, we have the images, and next we have to add the CSS for this text. We have to make it small, so let's come back and come to the CSS file. Here we will copy this class name profile intro, paste it here, then write P. For this one, let's add the font size of 14 pixel. It is like this. Let's come back, and now we will change the class name here. Right now you can see the class name is photobox, so let's add the class name friendsbox. Copy this class name, write it here, and we will add the same CSS that we have added for photobox. This one, copy this, paste it here, and this one also copy and paste, and the class name will be friendsbox div img, like this. Now you can see there is no changes. It is fine. Next we have to add a text below these images. So let's come back, and here after this image, let's add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the user's name. So we have added the first name. Similarly, we will add the name in all the divs. So we have added different name for all the images, which is the friend's name. You can see these names below the image, but you can see the image size is different for the first one and second one, I think because of the size of the p tag. So let's come back and copy this class name friendsbox, write it here, and here we have the div. So let's add position relative, add this dot here. Let's copy this one, then write p, and for this p text let's add position. It will be absolute, then bottom will be 0, then left 0. After that, let's check the web page. You can see this text is overlapping on the image. So let's come back, and in this image friendsbox div image, we will add some space from the bottom. So let's add the padding bottom of 20 pixel. After adding this, you can see it looks perfect. Now we have created this profile page and it is also looking good. Let's check the dark mode. You can see dark mode is also looking good for this profile page. Now in this video we will connect these two pages. So if we will click on the logo, it will come to the home page, and if we click on this link, it will come to the profile page. And we will also make this both pages responsive for smaller screen devices. So let's start this video. Here is the HTML file, and in this HTML file, let's scroll down and you can see here I have created drop down settings menu, and in this one there is a link with the a tag, anchor tag. You can see your profile. In this one we will add the file name of the profile page, so it will open the profile page. So we have created the profile page with the name of profile.html. So we have just added this file name in this href for this anchor tag. Save these changes. Now we will do the same thing in the second page. Let's come to the profile page, and here also we have the same thing. See your profile. So let's add profile.html in this one also. So whenever we will click on this link called see your profile, it will open the profile page. Next we will add the link on the logo, so it will open the home page. Let's come to the top. Here we have this logo, but in this logo we have not added any anchor tag. So first let's add one anchor tag, which is a tag, and close this a tag after this image like this. So we have started this a tag before this image, which is logo, and closing this a tag after this logo. And in this href we will add the file name of the home page. So the file name is index.html. Now we will add the same thing in the home page. Let's come back, and here also we have the same thing, logo. So let's add the a tag and close this a tag after this logo like this. After adding this, again come to the website, and you can see right now we are on the profile page. Let's click on the logo. So it is opening the home page. Let's click on this icon and click on this link, see your profile, and it is opening the profile page. Let's click on the logo again, and it will come back to the home page. So this page interlinking is working fine. Next we have to make this website responsive for smaller screen devices. So let's open this web page in a smaller screen. For that, click here and select inspect. Then click on this mobile phone icon. When we open this web page in a smaller screen, it looks like this one, and it is actually not looking good for a smaller screen. So we have to fix this one. So we have created this 3 columns here, which is left column and the middle one and the right column. So we will hide the left and right column from the smaller screen. So let's come back to the CSS file, and here we will add a comment. Let's add the comment media query for home page. Here we will add media, max width 900 pixels. So whatever CSS properties we will write in this media query, that will be only applicable for the smaller screen whose width is less than or equal to 900 pixels. So here we will add that class name, right sidebar, and write display none. Now we know the class name for the left one also, which is left sidebar. So let's add display none. Now you can see the left sidebar and the right sidebar is not visible. You can see this navbar, this search box is very weak. That's why this image is coming very far from this layout. So let's come back, and here we will add that tag, which is nav. And in this nav, let's add flex wrap. Now you can see changes in the navbar. Next we have to hide this search box. Let's click here, and we will get the class name. So the class name is search box. You can see this search box. Let's copy this one, write it here, and here we will add display none. So this search box will be hidden for a smaller screen like this. After that, you can see these images are coming vertical, and this logo size is very big for small screen, and we have to reduce the size of this small icon also. So let's come back, and we will add the class name for this one. You can see the class name is logo. For this logo, the normal size is 160 pixels, so we will reduce this size for a smaller screen. Let's add this class name here, and here we will add width. So let's add width of 110 pixels. Then we will add margin right. It is 20 pixel. Now the logo size is good. Let's click on this icon, and you can see we have the icons in this nav left ul li. So let's copy this one, nav left ul li, write it here, and image. So for this image we will reduce the width. Let's add the width of 20 pixel. Then we will add margin 0 and 8 pixel. Now it is coming in the same horizontal line. Next we have to set the size for this user icon. Click here and we will get the class name here, nav user icon img. So just copy this, write it here in this media query. For this one, let's add the width 30 pixel, and here we will add margin left 0. So now this top navigation bar is good. After that, you can see this web page is still scrolling horizontally. So let me click here and let's check the class name for this. It is add post links. In this add post links, you can see we have display flex. So let's copy this, write it here, and here let's add flex wrap. Now this live post, photo, video and filling, it is coming vertically, and right now you can see some space in the right side. It is because of the flex basis. Let's click here on this main content. For this main content, you can see the flex basis is 47%, so we have to increase this one. Copy this main content class name, write it here, flex basis 100%. Now these posts are looking good and this navbar is also good. Next we have to fix this story section. Let's click here, click on this icon. You can see we have the class name story. Let's copy this one, .story img, write it here. For this one we will set the width. So let's add width of 30 pixel. Then we will add border width 3 pixel. After applying this, these images is small. Next we have to reduce the size of this p text for the users. Let's come back and write this story again, then write p, and for this paragraph we will add font size. So we will add the font size of 10 pixel. Now the font size has been reduced. Now in the first one you can see this plus icon is very big. So let me click on this one and you can see we have the two class names, story1, then img. So just copy this and add it here in this media query. And for this one we will add the width. Here we will add 30 pixel. So it will be good, and just copy this, add it here, and let's add bottom also. I will add the bottom 30 pixel. Let me reduce the size for this plus icon. I'll write 25. Now it is good. So this story section is also perfect. Next we have to align these links in the same horizontal line. We will align it side by side. So let's click on anyone and you can see the class name is add post links. Copy this one, add it here, and here we will add margin right 12 pixel and font size. Let's add 9 pixel. In this one we have the image also, img. For this image we will add width 16 pixel and margin from the right side 5 pixel. Now it is small, but we have some space in the left side over here. To remove this space, let's click here, and in the left side you can see the class name is post input container, and for this one we have the padding left 55. So we have to make this padding left 0. Copy this, write it here. Here we will add padding left 0. Now this section is also looking good. Let's scroll this web page and you can see it is working fine. If we come to the full screen, you can see there is no changes on the full screen website design. And let's come to the smaller screen. It looks like this one. Next we will come to the second page. So let's click on this icon, then click on this link, see your profile. So it will open the profile page. Now on this profile page, this top navigation bar is good, but here you can see some space in the left side which is very big. Let's click here and you can see the class name is profile container, and here we have the padding 15% from left and right side. So we will reduce this one. So first just copy this class name and write it here. Let's add another media query. I will add one comment, media query for profile page. We can write it in the same media query also, but to make it easy to read, I'm writing separately. Media max width 900 pixel, and here we will add that class name. So let's add padding of 20 pixel and 5%. Now this left side and right side space is good. Next you can see these buttons are in the right side, so we will move it below the profile, image and user's name. Let's click here and we can see the class name profile details, and in this profile details we have added the display flex, so we can add flex wrap. Copy this profile details, write it here, and here we will add flex wrap. Now this button is coming below this user's profile image. Now we will add some space from the top and we will align these buttons on the right side. Let's click and check the class name. So we have the class name PD right, and in this one we have the text align right. Write this class name here, and here we will add text align left. Then we will add margin top 15 pixel. Now it is good. Next you can see some space in the left side of this button. Let's click here and you can see This space is coming because of this margin left, which is 10 pixel. So let's copy this, write it here, and here we will add margin left 0, and we will add margin from the right side 10 pixel. Now this button alignment is good. After that, you can see this user's name is very big, so we have to reduce the size for this text. Click here. You can see the class name is PD row, then div, then S3. Copy this, write it here. Here we will add font size. Let's add 16 pixel. Now the user's name font size is good. Let's scroll this web page, and here you can see this is the left column and this is the right column, so it is not looking good. So first let's click here and check the parent class name, which is profile info. In this profile info we have the display flex, so we can add flex wrap also. Copy this, write it here. Let's add flex wrap. Now this left column is coming here, and after that we can see the right column, and we are getting some space on the right side because of flex spaces. So let's see the class name. For the left one we have the info call, the class name is info call, and for the right one we have the class name post call. For both this div we will add the flex basis 100%. Let's copy the first one, info call, then write post call. Here we will add flex basis 100%. Now it is good. So now we have completed this profile page also for this smaller screen, and let's come to the full screen, and you can see there is no changes on the full screen view of this profile page. In this video we have connected both pages, and we have made this pages responsive for a smaller screen. Today in this video we will learn to make a professional social network website like LinkedIn. Here we will make front-end design of social networking website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. In this tutorial we will create multiple pages like home page and profile page of the website. This website design will be completely responsive for smaller screen devices. After watching this complete tutorial, you will be able to make any kind of a static website or front-end website design, because in this video I have included all the important HTML tags and CSS properties. So I would suggest you to watch this video completely without skipping any part. Also, you can use this project in your own portfolio, whether you are a student or a working professional. So let's look at this complete responsive website design that we are going to create in this tutorial. In this website, we have the navigation bar with search box, menu links and drop-down profile menu. After that, we have 3 columns, which is left sidebar, right sidebar and the main content in the center. When we scroll the website, you can see the navigation bar and the sidebar are sticky at their position. In the left sidebar, we have a small profile info and some recent activity links. In the right sidebar, you can see trending news, advertisement widget, useful links and copyright text. And here in the center, we have create post section where you can write new post. After that, we have list of posts with users info, post content and post activity links, that is like, comment and share links. Now let's click on this user image that will open the profile drop down menu. In this menu we have a link called see your profile. When we click on this link, it will open the profile page. On this profile page we have the cover image, profile picture, users information with connect and message button. Below that you can see detailed information about the user, then job experience information and education information of the user. Then you can see some other information like skills and languages. At the bottom, we have useful links and copyright message. In the sidebar of this profile page, you can see advertisement widget and list of recommended people. Now, let's click on this logo so it will take us to the home page of this website. Now we will check this website in a smaller screen so you can see it looks perfect in a smaller screen device also. Here we have one link to display and hide the recent activity section on a smaller screen. Let's check out the profile page on a smaller screen so you can see this page is also perfect in a smaller screen as we made the website completely responsive. If you are absolute beginner and just starting with the HTML and CSS, I will recommend you to watch my beginners HTML and CSS tutorial where I have explained all the HTML tags and CSS properties in details. I have added that video link in the description. Now let's start to make this completely responsive website step by step. Here I have this folder, and in this folder you can see another folder called images, and in this folder I have some images. You can see some icons, logo and some users image. I will be using these images on the website. You can find all these images download link in the video description. You can go and download the image. Let me open this folder with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. So in this editor, here you can see this folder name images, and here we have the option to create a new file. So let's click here, and here we will create a new file, and let's add the file name index.html. Here we will add the basic HTML structures like this. And in this title, we will add the title for this web page. So here I am adding social media website design, easy tutorials. Let me zoom it so you can see it clearly. After that, we will create another file, create another new file and add the file name style.css. So you can see a new file style.css. Here we will add some CSS properties that will be applicable for all the HTML elements. So here we will add star. So it will select all the HTML elements. Here we will add margin 0, padding 0, and we will add the font family. Then we will add the box sizing, border box. Let's come back to the HTML file, and after this title we will add space, and here we will add link tag rel stylesheet href style.css. So it will link the HTML file with the CSS file because we have added the file name style.css. Now we can open our web page. So let me open this HTML file with any web browser. You can right click and select the browser name. So you will see the website with the white background. There is nothing on this website. Let me close this browser, and I will open the web browser with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server so that it will refresh the website automatically whenever we will add any changes in the code file. So you can see the same web page with the white background, but the URL has been changed. Now let's come back to the CSS file, and here we will add the CSS for the body tag. So for the complete website, we will add the background color. It will be one light color. It is approximately white. And here we will add the color. It will be the text color. Then we will add a tag for all the links of this website. We will add the text decoration none. So it will remove the underline from the link, and here we will add the color for all the links. So this is the color code for the link text. So you can see this light color in the background. It is similar to the white. Now we will add some HTML elements. So let's come back to the HTML file, and within this body tag, first we have to create the navigation bar. So here we will add one nav tag, and we will add one class name here. So we are adding the class name navbar. In this navbar, there will be 3 columns. In the left column, we will add the logo and search word. In the middle one, we will add the menu, and in the right side, we will add one user icon. So here we will add one div with the class name nav left. Let me change the class name navbar left. Duplicate it, and here we will change the class name. So it will be the navbar center, and the third one navbar right. So we have 3 div in the navbar. Now in the first one we will add one logo, and it will be a clickable image. So here we will add a tag and href. In the href we will add the file name, which is index.html, which is the home page. So whenever we will click the logo, it will open the home page. Here we will add the class name to select this logo. So the class name I am adding logo. Then we will add one image, and in this image we will add the file path of the logo. We have added this a tag and the image. After adding this, let's come back to the website again. You can see this logo on the top left corner. After that, we will add some menu links with the icons. So let's come back and we will add the menu link in the center. So here we will add ul and li in the second div. In this li we will add the a tag, because the menu will be clickable link. And in this a tag, first we will add the icon with the img tag. So write the file path of the image. So it is home.png. Here we are adding images / home.png because the image is placed inside the images folder. After that we will add a span, and in this span tag we will add the link text. So the link text is home. So this is the first link with the text and icon. Now duplicate this line, and we will change the link text, and we will also change the link icon. It will be the my network. Then the next link will be jobs. After that, messaging, and the last one is notifications. Now let's change the icon also. It is network.png, then jobs.png. After that, message.png, and the last one is notification.png. So we have added the links with the icon. You can see these links on the web page. After adding this, we will add one user image on the right div. So in this navbar right, we will add one image with the img tag. So I'm adding img, then file path images / user1.png, and for this image we will add one class name. So let's add the class name nav profile img. After adding this, you can see this user image on the web page, but right now it is vertically aligned, so we have to align all the contents side by side. So let's come back, and first we will add the class name navbar in this CSS file, and for this navbar we have to align the contents horizontally. So first we will add display flex align items center, so it will align the contents side by side. We will add justify content space between. Then we will add the background on the navigation bar. The background will be white, and here we are adding some space, so it is padding. Then we will add the position sticky and top 0, and then we will add z index. It will be 100. Then let's add the box shadow. So there will be small shadow just at the bottom of the navigation bar. It is very light shadow. So here you can see we have added display to align the contents side by side. And after that we have the background color to change the background color. Then we have the padding to add some space, and position sticky, so it will be sticky at the top. So you can see it is looking like this. We have the logo and menu and the user image in same horizontal line. So now we have to change the size of the logo. So let's come back. Here we have added the class name logo. So write this class name here in the CSS file. Inside this logo we have the image. So write the img tag, and here we have to set the width of the logo to change its size, and we will add some space on the right side, and display will be block. So you can see the perfect size for the logo. And after that we will add the CSS for the navbar center. In this navbar center we have the menu link. So write this navbar center here in the CSS file, and in this one we have the ul and li. For all the list, we will add display inline block. So all the list will be horizontally aligned. Then we will add the list style none. So it will remove the bullets. Then we will add the same thing again, navbar center ul li, and in this one we have the a tag for the link. So for the link we will add display flex align items center, so it will align the icons and the link text in same horizontal line. Then we will add the font size to change the font size of the link text, and after that we will add some space. So here we are adding margin 5 pixel, it is from the top and bottom, and 8 pixel from the left side and right side. Then we will add padding right, it will be 5 pixel, very small space on the right side. In this a tag we have the image and text, so this display flex align item center will arrange it horizontally. Then we have changed the font size, and after that we have added some space. That's it. After adding this, you can see all the menu links in same horizontal line, but right now the image size is big. For all the image or icon we will decrease the size. So let's come back and copy this one, navbar center ul li and a, and inside this a we have the image where we have added the icons. So for this image we will decrease the width 30 pixel. Now you can see perfect size for the menu icons. After adding this, we will add the CSS for the user image which is in the right side. So let's come back, and you can see we have added a class name in this user image. So write this class name here in this CSS file. So first we have to decrease the width of the image. Then we will add the border radius. So it will make the image circular. And after that, let's add the display block and cursor pointer. Then we will add position relative. After adding this, you can see this image is a small and it is a circular image. Now we have to add one green icon at the top right corner of this image. So let's come back, and here we will add one div, and one div with the class name online, and write a space here and place this image inside this div which is with the class name online. Now we will add the CSS for this class. So write this class here in the CSS file dot online, and here we have to add the position relative. That's it. And then write online double colon after. After is a pseudo element. In this one we will add the content, it will be empty, there will be nothing in this. Then we will add width and height 7 pixel and 7 pixel, so it will be a square. And after that we will add border of 2 pixel solid and white color. So there will be a white color of border. Here we will add border radius 50%, so it will make a circular icon. Then we will add position, so right will be 0 and top it will be 0 pixel and 0 pixel. And we will add the background. In this background we will add one color code for the green color, and we will add the position absolute also, so it will be at the top right side of the icon. So you can see we have added the pseudo element after, and in this one we have the content empty, width height equal to 7, and then border 2 pixels, so there will be 2 pixel of white color border, and it will be round because we have added border radius 50% and we have added position and background color. After that, let's refresh the website. You can see this green color of dot with the white circular border just at the top right corner of the user icon, so it looks like a online icon. Now we have to add the hover effect on this menu link or menu icon. For that, let's come back, and here you can see we have added the CSS for the menu link which is this one, navbar center ul li, and let's add a space here, and here only we will add this one li. Then we will add double colon after. In this pseudo element we will add content will be empty. Then we will add the width, it will be 100%, and height will be 2 pixel because we have to add a horizontal line, so 2 pixel is enough. Then we will add background. There will be one blue color. After that we need some position, so we will add position absolute. It will be at the bottom minus 15 pixel. After this you can see this horizontal line, it is very big because we have not added the position in the parent element. So in this one, which is the A tag, here we will add position relative. Now the width will be 100% according to this anchor tag. So you can see different line for each menu link. It is in the blue color. So right now all the bottom lines are visible, so we have to hide this one. It will be visible whenever we will take cursor. So first we have to hide it. So here we will make it 0. Width will be 0, so it will be hidden. You can see there is no line here. Now we have to display that line whenever we will take cursor on any menu link. For that we have to add this one, navbar center UL, LI and A. And for this A we will add colon hover. So it means whenever we will take cursor on the menu link. Then we have to change the width of after element. So here we will add after and width will become 100%. So we can see the underline for the menu link. And it will change instantly. So we need some smooth changes in the width. For that, in this after we will add the transition. So here we will add transition. Transition will be in the width. So we will add width. It will be 0.3 seconds. So it will take 0.3 seconds to change the width from 0 to 100%. After adding this, again come back to the website and you can see if I take cursor, the width of the border bottom line is increasing. So it looks very beautiful. Now we have to enable this bottom line by default on the first menu, which is home. This home will be active. So let's come back to the HTML file, and in this first link we will add one class name. So let me add the class name active link. Now for this active link we have to enable the bottom line by default without any hover. So copy this class name, come back to the CSS file, and here we will add one comma and a space. Again write that class name, which is navbar center UL, LI and A. And in this A we have the class name active link. So write dot active link, then it will change the color of after element. So write double colon after. That's it. After adding this, if we will come back to the website, you can see the border bottom line is by default active on the home link, which is the first link. And for the other link, we will see the bottom line whenever we will take cursor. After adding this, we have to add one search box just beside of the logo. For that, let's come back to the HTML file, and you can see we have added the logo here with the A tag, and after that we will add some space, and here we will create one div. So let's create one div with the class name search box. Now in this search box there will be one search icon, so we will add the image, write the file path, it is search.png icon. After that we will add one input field, that will be a search box input field. So here we will add input, type will be text, and we will add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we will add any text that will be displayed inside the search box. So the placeholder is search. After adding this, we will come back to the website, and you can see this search icon and this input field just below the logo. Now let's come back and we will make it capital S. Let's copy this class name search box, and we will add the CSS for this one. So come back to the CSS file, write this class name here search box, and here we will add background to change the background color of this search box. Then we have to set the width of this search box. It is 250 pixel and border radius will be 20 pixels, so that the corners will be round from the left side and right side. We will add display flex align items center, so the image and the input field will be aligned horizontally. Then we will add some padding, 0 pixel and 15 pixel, 0 from top and bottom and 15 from left and right side. After adding all these CSS, let's come back to the website again. You can see the light background color and this icon and search box is in same horizontal line. Now we have to align the logo also. So let's come back and you can see this logo and search box is inside this div called navbar left. So write this class name here, navbar left. In this one we will add display flex and align items center. Now we will see the logo and search box in same horizontal line. So it looks good. Next, we need to change the size of the icon and we will design the input box also. So let's come back and here we will add search box, then img for the icon. So for this icon, we will decrease the width. It will be 14 pixel. Again, write this class name and in this one we have the input field with the tag name input. And for this input field, we will add the width. It will be 100%. And after that we will add the background, so the background will be transparent. After that we will add the padding, so it will be space inside the input field, then outline none and border none. After adding this, we will come back to the website. You can see this complete search box is looking good. Now we have completed this navigation bar with the logo, search bar, menu link and user icon. Next we will add some other content on the website where we will create the content in 3 different columns. So let's come back to the CSS file. First we will add one comment here. Here we will add navbar end. So this is the close of the CSS code for the navigation bar. And after that, let's come back to the HTML file. Here we have the nav tag. So you can see the nav tag is closing here. So here we will add one comment, navbar close. So it will be easy to read this code later. So here we will add another div with the class name container. And in this container, we have to create 3 columns. That will be the left sidebar, right sidebar and the middle content. So first we will create one div with the class name left sidebar. Now duplicate this div and change the class name. So the second one will be main content, that will be in the center, and the third one is right sidebar. So we have 3 columns, left sidebar, main content and right sidebar. Let me add comment here. Let's add a space and add the comment left sidebar. Now we will add the comment here for the main content. It is not required, just we are adding it. So it will be easy to read this content later whenever required. So we have added 3 comments here, left sidebar, main content and right sidebar. Now we will add the CSS for this container. So write this class name here in this CSS file. And for the entire content, we need some space from the left side and right side. So here we will add padding. So in this padding, we will add 20 pixel. It is from the top and bottom and 6% it is from the left side and right side. Then we will add display flex. So all 3 divs will be in the columns. Then we will add flex wrap and justify content space between. Now we have the 3 columns. So write the comment here left sidebar, then we will add the class name left sidebar, and for this one we will add flex basis 25%. So for the left sidebar the width is 25%. Then we will add align self flex start. Now we will add the CSS for the another class name which is the right sidebar, that is the third div. So write the comment here right sidebar and let's copy this one. And here just change the class name right sidebar. And after that we will add the CSS for the main content. So for the left sidebar and right sidebar we have the width 25% and 25%. So for the main content we will get 50% space, but we will add less width here. Here we will add 47% only and remaining 3% will be a space between all the columns. So you can see there is no content here, it is same. So we have to add some elements in the HTML file. So we will come back to the HTML file and we will add the content in the left sidebar. So here we will add a space, and here let's add another div with the class name sidebar profile box. In this sidebar profile box, we will add one small cover image. So we will add the image tag, write the file path of the image, it is images / coverpic.png, and we will add the width 100%. Then we will add another div. So let's add the class name sidebar profile info. In this one we will add the profile image. So we will add the img tag and the file path of the image. Then we will add the user's name in h1 tag. So here we are adding the name of the user. Then we will add the designation in h3 tag. So this is the subtitle or the designation of the user. After that we will add some info in the list style. So here we will add ul and li. In this list we will add the text your profile views. Then we will add the number of views in a span. So here we will add 52. Let's duplicate this line and we will change the content. So it is your post views, and the third one is your connections. Now we will change these numbers. After adding this, we will come back to the website. So you can see there are two images and then user's name, designation, and some text in list style in the left sidebar. So now just come back to the HTML file and copy this class name sidebar profile box. Come to the CSS file and here just above this right sidebar comment, here we will add the class name which is sidebar profile box, and for this one we will add the background, it will be the white color. Then we will add the another class name which is sidebar profile info. So write this class name here sidebar profile info, and in this one we need a space. So first we will add padding 0 and 25 pixel. After that we will add the same class name then img. So it is for the profile image. So here we will add the width 90 pixel and we will add border radius 50%. So it will make the image circular. Then we will add background white and padding of 4 pixel. So there will be 4 pixel of circle around the image in the white color. Then we will add padding top minus 45 pixel. We have the width of 90 pixel and we have to move this image up by 50%. So we are adding the margin top minus 45 pixel. That is the half width of the image. And this background white and padding 4 will add white color of border around the image. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see this cover image and this profile image is overlapping the cover image by 50%. Then we have the username and designation that we will change. So now come back and copy this class name again, and in this one we have the user's name in h1 tag. So in this h1 we will change the font size. Then we will change the font weight also. And after that we will change the color. Now we will add the CSS for the designation text. It is in the h3 tag. So for this one also we will decrease the font size, it is 14 pixel. Then we will decrease the font weight, it is 500, which is the semi bold. And after that we will add the color, it is 777. After adding this, we will come back to the website. You can see this user's name and designation looks good. Next we will design these text which is in the list style, and we will remove these bullets and we will move these numbers in the right side. So let's come back, write this class name again, and here we have the UL. So for this UL we will add list style none, so it will remove the bullets, and after that we will add margin to add a space. It is 20 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Then we will add the same class name and UL li. For this list we will add the width 100%, then some margin is 5 pixel from top and bottom and left right 0. We will decrease the font size, it is 13 pixel, and again copy this one, and inside this list we have the numbers in a span tag. So for this span we will add float right, so that number will go on the right side, and we have to change the color of these numbers, so we will add color and this color code. After adding this, let's come back to the website again. You can see these list text looks good and these numbers are on the right side with different color. Now at the bottom we have to add two links with the icons. So let's come back, and you can see this sidebar profile info div is closing here. Sidebar profile info is closing here. So here we will add a space and we will create another div with the class name sidebar profile link. Inside this div we will add one a tag, href hashtag, then we will add the image. So write the img tag and the file path of the image, it is items.png. Let's duplicate it, and here we will change the image, it is premium.png. Now with these images we have to add one text also. So here we will add the link text, it is my items, and in the second one we will add the text try premium. So after adding this div and two links, we will come back to the website. You can see the icon and the link text. Next we have to design this one. So let's come back and copy this class name sidebar profile link. Write this class name here. We will add some space and paste this class name with the dot, and here we need display flex align items center. So both links will be side by side. Then we will add border top. So there will be one line at the top in the gray color. So we will add 1 pixel solid and this color code. After adding this, you can see there is one horizontal line at the top of these links. Now again come back, and here we have the two links with the a tag. So just copy this class name and then write the a tag for the links. Now for this a, we will define the flex basis 50%, so it will take equal space for both links, and in this link we have the image and text. To align those image and text in same horizontal line, we will add display flex align item center. Let's add justify content center, and after that we will add some space, so we will add the padding. Then we will decrease the font size, and here we will add the border from the left side. It is 1 pixel solid, and again that same code which is CCC. Now you can see the space is divided equally. Next we have to decrease the size of the image, and you can see we have the line at the left side, so we will remove that line. So let's come back and we will add this again, and here we will add first child. It will select only the first link, and in the first link we will remove this border left. So here we will add border left 0. So there will be no border line in the left side. Now we have the vertical line in the middle of the links. Now again come back and copy this class name, then write a and img. We will decrease the width of these icons. So we will add the width 20 pixel, and we will add a space in the right side. So there will be a space between the image and text. Now these links looks good. Now we will add other contents in the left column. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after closing of this, which is sidebar profile box. Sidebar profile box is closing here. So here we will add space and we will create the another div. So let's add the class name for this div, sidebar activity. In this div we will add the some activity links, the recent activities. So here we will add one title in h3. It is recent, and after that we will add the links. For that we will use the a tag, which is the anchor tag. In this one, first we will add one icon. So we will add the img tag and write the file path of the icon. It is images/recent.png. Then we will add the text. So it is web development. Now just duplicate these links and just change the link text. It is user interface. Then next one is online learning, and the next one is learn online. After that, code better. Then the last one is group learning. So we have the title and links. You can see these links here and the title recent in the left column. Next we will add the background color and we will add some space. So let's come back and copy this class name sidebar activity. So for this sidebar activity we will add the CSS. So here we will add a space and write this class name with the dot. So for this one we need the white background. Then we need the space outside of the box. So we are adding margin 12 pixel 0, 12 pixel from top and bottom. Then we will add the CSS for the title, which is in the h3. So for this h3 we will change the color and we will change the font size. Next we will add the font weight. It is 500, and now we will add the space for this text. So here we will add margin 20 pixel 0 and 10 pixel, 20 pixel from top and 10 pixel from bottom. So you can see this title here with the different font size and color. Next we will add the CSS for the links, and in this link we have the image and text. So let's copy this one, and here we will add the a tag. In this a we have the image and text. So we will add display flex that will align the image and text horizontally. Then we will add the align item center and font size 12 pixel, which is the small font size, and we will change the font weight also. Next we will add the color for these links, and after that we need some space. So we will add margin 3 pixel and 0. After adding this, you can see these links looks good. Next we have to decrease the size of the icon, that is in the blue color. So again copy this one, and inside this a tag we have the image with the img. So we will add the img here, and for this image we have to decrease the font size. So we will add the width, it is 20 pixel, and after that we will add space in the right side. That will be a space between the icon and the link text. After that, this looks good. So right now we have added one title and links. Now we will add another title and link in the same box. So let's come back, and after this link we will add another title in h3. So this is the title called groups, and in this one again we need some links. So just copy this one and paste it here and duplicate this one. Here we will change the icon, it is group.png, and we will change the text also. It is web design group, and let's duplicate this link. Then we will change the text. It is HTML and CSS learners. Then we will add the other link text, which is Python and JavaScript group. Then learn coding online. Again we will add another title in h3. So it is the hashtag, and again we will add links. So let's copy this one and paste it here. Let's duplicate this one and change the icon. It is hashtag.png for all three links, and we will change the link text also. Web development, user interface, and online learning. After that, you can see different icon and link text. So we have added these links here. At the bottom of this box, we will add another link called Discover More. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after this link, we will add one div with the class name Discover More link. In this one, we will add the link with the A tag, and here we will add the link text. It is Discover More. After adding this, let's come back to the website. You can see this link at the bottom. We need some space, and we will add one line at the top of this link. So let's come back to the HTML file and copy this class name Discover More link and write this class name here in the CSS file. And for this one, we need one line at the top. So we will add border top 1 pixel solid and color code. So there will be one horizontal line. Then we will add text align center and margin top 20 pixel, margin from the left side minus 25 pixel, and margin from the right side minus 25 pixel, because we have 25 pixel padding from the left and right side in the div. So after adding this minus 25 pixel and minus 25 pixel margin, the horizontal line will be in the full width. Now you can see this horizontal line above this link called Discover More. Let's come back to the CSS file again and again write this class name here. Then write A tag for the anchor tag, and in this one we will add the color. Then we will add display. It will be inline block, and we will add the margin 10 pixel and 0. So this link looks good. Now we have added all the contents in the left side. Next we will add the contents in the right sidebar. So just come back to the HTML file, and here we have the main content, and after that we have the right sidebar. So in this right sidebar we will add a space, and within this div we will add another div called sidebar news. So in this sidebar news, first we will add one icon. So we will add the image tag and write the file path of the image, and here we will add the class name. It is info icon. After that we will add one title in h1 tag. So this is the title, trending news. Next we will add one link. So here we will add a tag, then write the link text. So this is the text, and after that we will add some small text in a span tag. So here we will add the other text in a span tag. It is 1 day ago. Then we will add the middle dot, and after that the number of readers. Let's duplicate these two lines, which is the link and span text. Duplicate this one, then change the link text. This is the second, and this one is the third link. This is the fourth link text, and this one is the fifth link text. Now we will change these times and numbers. After updating this, we will come back to the website, and you can see these things at the bottom. Right now it is coming at the bottom. It should come in the right column. So I think there is some mistake. So let's come back, and here we have the class name right sidebar. It is correct. So let's go to the CSS file. Here we have added the CSS for right sidebar. Yes, here we should change it as right sidebar, because we have already written the CSS for the left sidebar. It is for the right sidebar. Flex basis 25%. Now it will be in the right sidebar. You can see it is at the perfect position. Now we will add the background color for this trending news. So you can see the class name is sidebar news. So just copy this class name, add it here. Let's add some space and remove a space from here. Here we will add that class name sidebar news, and in this one we need the white background. Then we need some space inside the box. So it is 10 pixel and 25 pixel, 10 pixel from top and bottom and 25 from left and right side. Next we will add the CSS for the icon. So here we have the icon with the class name info icon. So write this class name here, and for this info icon we need to reduce the width. It will be 15 pixel. Then we need to move it on the right side. So we will add float right, and let's move it little bit down. So we will add margin top 15 pixel. So you can see it is at the top right side of this box. Next we will add the CSS for the title, which is in H1. So let me decrease the font size. Here we will add H3 instead of H1. We will add H3. So the font size will be small. And let's come to the CSS file. Here we will add that class name sidebar news H3. And for this title, we will change the font size. It is 18 pixel. Then we will change the font weight, and we will also change the color. And let's add some space for this title. It is 10 pixel from top and 30 pixel from bottom. So this title is also looking good. Next we will add the CSS for the link that we have added using the A tag. So again write this class name sidebar news, and here we have the A tag. So for this link we will add display block. Then we will add the font size. It is small 12 pixel. Then we will add the font weight. It is 600, and margin from the top, it is 10 pixel. Then margin at the bottom, it is minus 5 pixel. After that you can see these links looks good. Next we have to decrease the font size for the text written in the span tag. So let's come back and again write this class name and then write span. In this span we have added the time and numbers. So here we will add font size 12 pixel. After adding this, you can see this news section is looking good. At the bottom of this news box we will add one link. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after this span we will add one space and then write A tag. And in this A we will add the class name read more link, and we will add the link text. So the link text is read more. After adding this, you can see this link here at the bottom of this news box. Now just come back and copy this class name, write it here in this CSS file with a dot. Here for this link, here we will add sidebar news dot read more link. Here we will change the color and we will change the font weight, and after that we will add margin 20 pixel from top and 10 pixel from bottom. After adding this, you can see the change color for this link, and we have the space around this link. So after adding these news, we will add another section where we will display the ad. So just come back and you can see this sidebar news is closing here. So here we will add a space and then write another div with the class name sidebar ad. In this sidebar ad, we will add one text in a small tag. So the text is ad. Then we will add another text in p tag, which is the paragraph text. Here we will add the text master the 5 principles of web design. Then we will add one div, and inside this div we will add 2 images. So write the img tag and the file path of the image, duplicate this image and change the file name. It is milogo.png. After adding this, we will add one b tag, bold. In this one we will add another text. After this text we will add one link with the a tag, and here we will add the link text which is learn more, and with this link we will add one class name also. So let's add the class name add link. After adding all these text, link and image, come to the website and you can see it is coming in the left side. That is because of the size of the image. When we will set the size, it will be on the right side. So let's come back and copy this class name sidebar add, write it here in this CSS file, and for this sidebar add also we will add the background. In this background we will add the white color, and we need a space inside the box. So again we will add the padding of 15 pixel and 25 pixel, and text align will be center, and we will add the margin 12 pixel and 0, that will be a space outside of the box. And after that we will add the font size, it is 12 pixel, and let's copy this class name again. In this one we have the images, so here we will add img tag. For this image we will set the width, then we will add the border radius to make it circular, and we need a space between the images, so we will add margin 4 pixel. After adding this, you can see these contents on the right sidebar. So image size is perfect. Next we will add some dots in the text called add. So here we will add middle dot. So we will add the 3 dots here. This is the first one, then second and third. Now you can see add and 3 dots. Now we will move it on the right side, so we will add the CSS. For this, a small tag. So come to the CSS file, write this class name sidebar add, then write a small, and for this a small we will add float right, so it will be on the right side, and we need font weight of 500, so it will be semi bold. Again write this class name, and here we have the text in p tag. So for this p we need a space from the top, it is 30 pixel. Then we need a space at the bottom, it is 10 pixel. So you can see this add in the right side, and we have a space around this p text. Next we will add the CSS for the text written in the b tag, which is bold. So here we will add the same class name, then b, and here let's add display block, and after that we will add font weight, it is 500. Then we will add the margin from the top. Now this text is also good. Next we will design this learn more link as a button. So just copy this class name add link. Here we will add the CSS for this button. We will add display inline block. Then we will add the border. It will be 1 pixel solid, and this color code, that will be a colored border around this link that will make it as a button. Then we will add the border radius 30 pixels, so that the button's side will be round. Then we will add the padding, it will be a space inside the button, and the color, it is this color code, this is the button text color. Then we will add the font weight. Font weight is 500, and we will add a space outside of the button, so we will add margin 20 pixel auto and 10 pixel. 20 pixel from top and 10 pixel from bottom. After adding this, you can see this learn more button looks good. After this sidebar add, we will add some useful links. So let's come back, and here we will add one div with the class name sidebar useful links. In this one we will add the links, so we will add the a tag, and in this a we will add the link text. So the link text is about. Let's duplicate it, and we will add the different link text. It will be accessibility, then the third one is help center, Next is privacy policy and advertising. Then get the app, and it is more. So we have these links. You can see these links on the web page in the right sidebar. Now we will add this CSS. So just copy this class name sidebar useful links, write it here in this CSS file. Here we will add some space. So we will add the padding 15 pixel from top and bottom, 25 pixel from left and right. Then we will add the text align center. Next we will design the links. So again write this class name, then write a tag. So for these links we will add display inline block, and we will change the font size. It is 14 pixel. Then we will add space between the links. So we will add the margin. Now these links looks good. And at the bottom of the right sidebar we will add the copyright text with one icon or logo. So here after this a tag we will add the div with the class name copyright message. In this one we will add one image. So in this image we will add the logo. So write the file path of the image. Then in the next line we will add the text in p tag. So here we will add the text, and let's add the copyright symbol. HTML code, you can search on Google the copyright symbol. Write this text. After adding this, you can see this logo image and this copyright text at the bottom of the right sidebar. So we have to align it horizontally, and we will change the size also. So let's come back and copy this class name copyright message. Write this class name here in the CSS file, and here we have to align the image and text horizontally. So we will add display flex align item center, and justify content will be center. Then we will decrease the font size. It is 12 pixel, and let's add margin from the top. It is 10 pixel, and font weight is 500. After that, the font size for this copyright text is good, but the image size is big. So we have to decrease the size of this image. So just copy this class name again, then write img for the image. And for this image, first we will decrease the width. It is 18 pixel, and then we will add the space from the right side. So there will be a space between the image and text. It is 4 pixel. After adding this, you can see this icon and this text for the copyright looks good in the right sidebar. So we have completed the navigation bar, left sidebar and right sidebar. Next we will add the content in the middle of this website. Next we will add the content in the middle column. So let's come back to the code file. In this HTML file, here we have added the div with the class name main content. So in this one, let's add some space, and here we will add the other contents. So in this main content, we will create another div. So let's add the div with the class name create post. In this one, we will create the another div with the class name create post input. In this one, we will add one image and one input box. So here we will add one img tag and the file path of the user image. Then there will be one text area. In this text area, we will add the row. In this row, we will add 2. Then we will add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we will add the text that will be displayed inside the text area. So after adding this image and text area, we will come back to the website again. You can see this image and we have the input box here. Write a post. We can change the size also. We will remove this resizable size. Let's come back and we will add the CSS for this class name, which is create post. Here we will add this class name in this CSS file. You can see we have space here. Let's remove this space, and here we have added the CSS for the main content. So here only we will add the another class name, and in this one we will add the background. It will be white. Then let's come back, and we have the another div called create post input. So in this one we have the image and the input box. So we will add some space inside this box, and after that we will add the display to align the image and the input box. It will be flex start. Again copy this one, and in this one we have the image. So we will change the image size. Then border radius, so it will make the image circular, and some space in the right side of the image. So we will get a space between the input box and image. After adding this, we have to add the CSS for the text area. So again write this class name. Here we will add the tag text area because we have added the input field, this text area. In this one we will add the width 100%. Then we will remove the border and remove the outline. Then resize none, and background will be transparent. We need some space from the top, so we will add margin top. So after changing the width, removing the border outline and adding background transparent, you can see this small user icon, and after that we have the input area with the transparent background. There is no border. Next we will change the font weight of this placeholder text, which is write a post. So let's come back, and here we will add double colon placeholder, and here we will add the font weight. After adding this, come back to the website. You can see the semi-bold font for this placeholder text, write a post, and here in this input box we can write any text. This is my first post, like this. Now let's come back to the HTML file, and here we have the div with the class name create post input. So after this input there will be some links. So here we will add create post links. In this one we will create list. So we will add li and add the img tag, and in this image we will add the file name photo.png, and then there will be one text with this image. So we will add the text called photo. Now duplicate this line, and here we will change the image. It will be for video, and this one for event. We will change the text also. It is video and event. There will be one more link without any image. So in the next line we will add li and only one text, which is post. After this for list, let's come back to the website. You can see the icon and text, photo, video, event, and post. Next we have to align it horizontally, and we will add some other CSS. So just come back and copy this class name create post links and write this class name here in this CSS file. Here we have to align it side by side. So we will add display flex align items flex start. After that we will add the same class name, then write li. For this list we will add list style none, so it will remove the bullets point. Then we will add the line from the top, so we will add border top, and we will add the line in the right side, so we will add border right. It will be for 1 pixel solid and this gray color. After that we will add the flex basis, so it will get the 25% space in the row because we have the 4 links. Then we will add the height of this link and font size, and here in this list we have the image and text. So to align those things in the center, we will add display flex align item center and justify content center, and in the next line we will add cursor pointer. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see these things in the same horizontal line. We have the line at the top, but we need one line in the right side also that is not visible. So let's come back, and here we have to correct this one. It will be border right 1 pixel solid and color. So after updating this, again come back to the website. You can see we have the line between the links. Next we have to decrease the width of the icon. So let's come back and again copy this one, and in this one we have the icon with the img tag. So for this one we will decrease the width and we will add the space in the right side, so there will be a space between the image and text. So this size is good for the icon. Next we will add the color in the last link, which is post. So just copy this one, and here we will add last child, so it will select only the last list. So for this one we will add the background. There will be one blue color in the background, and we will change the color so it will be the text color. We will remove the border from the top and right side, so we will add border top 0 and border right 0, because we have added the background color here, so there's no need of border. So this post button looks good. Next we have to add one horizontal line after this box, and with this line we will add some text and icon also. For that we will come back to the HTML file, and you can see this create post div is closing here. So after closing of this create post div, we will create another div. So let's add one class name, it is sort y. In this one we will add the line, so we will add the HR, and in this p we will add the text called sort y. Then in the span tag we will add top. Then we will add one icon. So for this icon we will add the img tag and the file path of one arrow icon. So it is down arrow.png. Just after adding this, let's come back to the website. You can see this text sort by top and this drop down icon, and there is one line at the top. So we have to add a space around the horizontal line. So let's copy this class name sort y and write it here. Here we have the line and other text, so we will add display, then align items and some space with the margin. In this one we have the line with the HR tag. So for this HR we will add flex 1, so it will use the entire available space in the row. Then we will add border 0 and height 1 pixel, and background there will be one color. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see some space around this line, and this line is going up to here, and at the end we can see the text. Next we have to add the CSS for these text, and we have to reduce the size of the icon. So again come back and write this class name sort y, then p, because we have added the text in p tag. Here we will decrease the font size for this text, and we will add the space in the left side, so there will be a space between the horizontal line and text. After that we have the span tag in this p. So again write this p tag, then span, and here we will increase the font weight. Then we will add the cursor pointer, and inside this span we have the img. You can see this sort by text and this top is looking good. So in this line we have the icon with the img tag, so we will add the CSS for this one. Just come back and copy this one, then write img, and here we will decrease the width of this icon, so the icon will be small. It is 12 pixel, and we will add margin from the left side. So this icon is also good. After that we will add some post on this web page. So let's come back, and after closing of this div we will add another div with the class name post. So in this post div there will be one users info, then text, then image, and some activity to perform on this post. So first we will add one div with the class name post author, where we will display the user's image and name. So we will add the img tag to display the image. Then we will add the username and designation. So we will group it in a div. And let's add the name in the h1 tag. And after this name, we will add the designation of the user. Now in the next line, we will add the small tag, and in this one we will add the post time. It is 2 hours ago. After that, come back to the website. You can see the user's image, name, designation, and time. So we have to design it. So just come back to the HTML file, and first we have added the class name called post. So for this post, we will add the CSS. So in this post box, we will add the background. So the background will be white color, and then we need some space inside this box. So we will add the padding, and we need a space outside of the box. So we will add the margin. After that, we have the div with the class name post author, and in this one we have the image and some other information that we have to align side by side. For that, we will use display flex. So in this post author, we have added display flex, align items, flex start, and we will add space at the bottom. It is margin bottom 20 pixel. Now it is side by side. Next, we will add the CSS for the image. We have to decrease the size of the image, and we will also make the image circular. So write this class name post author, and in this one we have the img tag for the image. So let's decrease the width. It is 35 pixel. Then we will make it circular with the border radius 50%. Then we need a space in the right side and some space from the top. So this size for the user icon is looking good. Next, we will add the CSS for the user's name, designation, and time. So write this class name again, and in this one we have added the name with the h1 tag. So we will decrease the font size for the name, and we will also change the font weight. Then we will change the color of the name text. In the next line, we will add the CSS for the designation text and time that is written in the small tag. So for this small tag, we will add display block and margin at the bottom. It is -2 pixel. So this user info looks good. Now let's come back, and after this post author, we have to add the post content, that is the text, and we will also add the image. So let's add the p tag, and here we will add this text, that is the post text, and in the next line we will add the image with the img tag. So let's add the file path of the post image. It is post image1.png, and we will add the width 100%. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see the post description and the image. We need a space below this text and above the image. So just come back and come to the CSS file. In this post, we will add the p tag, and here in this p tag we will add the font size. It is 14 pixel, and we need a space at the bottom. It is 15 pixel. So there will be a space between the text and image. So it is perfect. Now below the image, we will add some information about number of people who liked the post and number of people who commented on this post. So let's come back, and after this image, we will create one div. In this div, we will add the class name post stats. Here we will add the information in 2 columns. So in the first div, we will add the image, thumbs up.png, it is one icon. Let's duplicate it and we will add another icon. It is the heart icon, then it is clap icon. And with this image we will add the text also. So we will add the text in span tag. Here we will add any user's name and other number of people who have liked this post. Next we will add the class name in this span. So it is liked user. It means the user who has liked this post. Now you can see these icons and this text. Now in the right side also we will add some text. So just come back and after this div we will create another div. And in this div we will add a span tag, and here we will add the text that will be the information about the number of people who have commented on this post. So let's add 22 comments, then middle dot, then 40 shares. So this text is coming below the icons, so we have to align it horizontally. There will be a space between both text. So just come back and copy this class name post stats, write this class name here, and for this post stats we will add display flex, so it will be in the left side and right side. We will add the flex wrap, and we will add align items center and justify content space between. Then we will add the font size 12 pixel, it is a small, and we will add the border at the bottom. There will be one line at the bottom, border bottom 1 pixel, and this color code. Then we need some space at the bottom, so padding bottom 6 pixel. Now you can see this horizontal line at the bottom, and these contents are in the left side and right side. Next we have to decrease the size of these icons, and these icons will be overlap partially. So just come back, and here we will add this class name. Then we have the div. For this div we will add display flex and align items center. Again write this one, then write img. So for these images we will add width 15 pixel, and we will add margin right -5 pixel, so it will overlap the image by 5 pixel. Now we need a space between the icon and this text. For that we will come back to the HTML file, and here we have added one class name called liked users. So for this one we will add a space. So let's add this class name here, and here we will add a space from the left side. So we will add the margin left of 10 pixel. After that we have a space between the icons and text. Now below this horizontal line we will add some links that will be the like, comment, share. So just come back, and after closing of this, which is post stats, here we will add another div with the class name post activity. And in this post activity we will add the content in 4 columns. So first we will create one div, and in the first div we will add the user's image with the img tag, and we will add the class name post activity user icon. Let's duplicate this line, and we will add one more image. So in this one we will add one drop down icon, so it is drop arrow.png, and we will add the different class name here. So here we will add post activity arrow icon. Now again write the new div, and in this one we will add one icon and one text. So we will add the icon with the img tag, and this icon is like.png, which is the like button, and here we will add the text in a span tag, it is like. Now just duplicate this div, and we will change the icon and text. It is comment.png and the text is comment. The next one is share.png and the text is share. And let's create one more column, and in this one we will add send.png and the text is send. So total we have 5 columns. You can see this user icon, drop down icon. Then we have the activity icons and text that we have to align horizontally, and we have to change the size for the images. So just come back and copy this class name post activity. Now in this post activity we have to create different columns. So first we will add display flex, align items center, and justify content, space between. So we will get all the divs side by side like a columns. Then we will add some space. So we will add the padding and we will decrease the font size and change the font weight. Again add this class name, and in this one we have the div. So for this div we will add display flex, align item center, and come back and copy this class name post activity user icon. Write this class name here, and here we will decrease the width for the user's image. Then we will add the border radius to make it circular, and then we will copy the another image class name which is post activity arrow icon. Here also we will decrease the width. Then we will add the margin from the left side. So we will get the space between the user icon and drop down icon. So it looks like this. Next we will add the CSS for the other icons, which is like comment, share and send. So just come back. Here you can see we have the div. So in this div we will add the class name called post activity link. Now we will add the same class name in other 4 column. Write this class name here, here, and in the last one, post activity link. Then we will add the CSS for this post activity link class name. Write this class name here, and in this one we have the img. So for this image we will decrease the width. Then we will add a space on the right side. Now these activity icons looks good. Now we have completed this single post. Similarly, we will duplicate this post content in the HTML file to create the other post. So just come back to the HTML file, and here you can see we have started the post div here, div with the class name post. It is ending at this position. So let's select this one and copy this complete div. Copy and paste it here to create the second post. Let's change the user image. Then we will change the user's name. And here we have the post image. We will change the post image also. It is post image 2. After updating this, you can see the second post here with the new user and new image. Now again we will come back to the HTML file and we will duplicate this div to create the another post. We will paste it for 2 times, and now we will change the post image. So you can see the third post here, and this is the fourth post. You can go and change the other content also, like name and post description. Now we have added content in the all 3 columns, but you can see if I scroll the web page, the sidebar is also scrolling. So we have to fix the sidebar whenever we will scroll the web page. For that, let's come back, and here you can see we have added this CSS for the left sidebar. In this left sidebar we will add position sticky. And after that we will add top 73 pixel. Next we will add the same thing in the right column. So let's see, we have the CSS for right column here. So in this one we will add the same content, which is position sticky and top 73 pixel. After applying this, come back and you can see if I scroll the website, this sidebar is sticky. You can see the bottom of the sidebar whenever we will scroll the web page at the bottom. Next we have to add one user menu whenever we will click on this user icon, which is at the top right corner of the website. So let's come back to the HTML file and you can see where we have added the user icon in the navigation bar. So here it is, in this navigation bar we have added the user icon. So just above this closing of this navigation bar, which is the nav tag, here we will create one div. So first we will add one comment here. It is profile drop down menu. Then we will create one div with the class name profile menu wrap, and again create another div with the class name profile menu. And in this one we will create one div with the class name user info. In this user info there will be one user's image and name and one link. So let's add the image. Then we will add the user's name and link. So let's add one div, and inside this div we will add the name in h3 tag. Next we will add the link in a tag, and the link text is see your profile. After that, come back to the website. You can see this image in the navigation bar and these links and this username, and we have the large navigation bar. We have to fix this one. So just come back and first we will copy this class name, come back to the CSS file, and at the end here we will add one comment. It is profile drop down menu. Then we will add the class name profile menu wrap. And in this one we will add the position absolute. It will be at the top right side. So we will add the top 100% and right it will be 5% and width 320 pixel. Here we are adding top 100%, so it will be at the bottom of the navigation bar. You can see it is starting at the bottom of the navigation bar, and the navigation bar is good. So just come back, and here we have the another div with the class name profile menu. Let's add this class name here, and for this profile menu we will add the background. So the background will be white. Then we will add the color. It will be the text color, and we need some space inside this box and margin of 10 pixel. In this one we have the div with the class name user info, and in this user info we have the text that we have to align side by side. So here for this user info we will add display flex align item center. Just copy this class name again, and in this one we have the user's image with the img tag. So here we will add the img. So for this image we will add the width 50 pixel, and we will add the border radius 50% and some space on the right side. Now you can see a small box here, and in this one we have the icon and the user's name and link. We have to change the size for the user's name text and the link also. So let's come back, and here we have the text in h3 and we have the link with the a tag. So let's come back, and we will add this class name user info, and in this user info we will add h3 for the name text. In this one we will change the font weight, and we will add the margin at the bottom -7 pixel. Then we will add user info a tag. So for this link we will change the color. Then we will change the font size. So this user's name and link is looking good. Next we will add some menu, so just come back, and after closing of this user info div we will add a space, and here we will create one HR to add one horizontal line, and after that we will add links with the a tag. For this a we will add one class name profile menu link, and in this one there will be one image, one text, and then one arrow icon. So here we will add the image with the img tag, then we will add the text in p tag, then we will add one right arrow icon. So for that we will add the span tag, and in this span we will add greater than symbol. After updating this, you can see this image, this text, and this icons. Next we have to add the CSS for the HR, so just come back, and here we will add the class name profile menu, then HR, that is for the horizontal line, and here we will add the border, it will be 0, then we will add the height 1 pixel, width will be 100%, then we will add the background, it will be white color. Then we will add some space, so it is margin 15 pixel 0 and 10 pixel. So you can see this horizontal line in white color. Next we will design the link, so let's come back, and here we have the class name profile menu link. Write this class name here. Here we will add display flex, align items center, and then we will add the color. We will add margin 12 pixel 0, and let's change the font size 14 pixel. So you can see the image and text in same horizontal line. Next we have to move the right arrow in the right side, so let's copy it again. Here we will add p, and for this p we will add width 100%. After adding this, you can see this right arrow symbol is in the right side. Next we have to decrease the size of this image, so just come back, and here we will add the img tag. So for this image we will add the width 35 pixel, then we will add the border radius 50%, and after that margin from the right side. So this link looks good with the image, text, and right arrow. Next we will duplicate this link. Let's come back to the HTML file and duplicate this link, and here we will change the image and we will change the text also. So the second one is setting.png, and the link text is settings and privacy. Now the next icon is help.png, and the text is help and support. Now the next icon is display.png, and the text is display and accessibility. Let's duplicate this link again, and we will add one more link. So we will add the icon here, it is logout.png, and we will add the text logout. After updating this, you can see this complete menu looks good, but right now this menu is open by default, so we have to hide this menu, and it will be displayed whenever we will click on the user icon, which is there on the top right side. To hide this profile menu, just come back to the CSS file, and here we have the CSS for the profile menu wrap. In this one we will add the max height 0 and overflow hidden. So height will be 0 and overflow is hidden, so it will be hidden. Then let's add the transition max height 0.5 seconds. So whenever we will change the height, it will change smoothly. After that, we will add the same class name. Then write dot open menu. We have added a new class name here, open menu. And in this one, we will add the max height 400 pixel. So the height will change from 0 to 400. And we have not added this class name in the HTML file. So you can see this menu is hidden because we have not added this open menu class name in the HTML file. So we will add that class name using JavaScript. This class name open menu. For that, we will come back to the HTML file. And here we have the div with the class name profile menu wrap. In this one, we will add one ID. So let's add the ID profile menu. Now we will add the variable for this one in the JavaScript. So just come at the bottom of this HTML code, just above this closing body tag, we will add the script tag. And here we will add let profile menu equal to document.getElement by ID and write the same ID that we have just created, which is profile menu. Next, we will create one function. Write the function name toggle menu. And in this function, we will add some code that will be executed whenever we will call this function. So here we will add profile menu.classlist.toggle. And in this toggle, we will add that class name that we have written here, which is open menu. So whenever we will call this function, it will add and remove this class name. If this class name is already there, it will remove that. And if this class name is not there, it will add that class name. So when this function will be executed, it will be executed whenever we will click on the user icon given in the top right corner in the navigation bar. So let's come in the HTML file at the top where we have added the user image. So here it is. In this image, we have the class name nav profile image. So here we will call that function. So just add onClick equal to and that function. So whenever we will click on this user profile image, it will execute that function, and whenever that function will be executed, it will add that class name, which is open menu. So you can see it is adding that class name and removing that class name. So this is how this profile drop-down menu is working fine. So now we have completed the home page of our website. Next, we will create the other page, which is the profile page. To create a new file, let's come back to the folder, and here we have the index.html file. So let's copy and paste it again to create a new file. We have just duplicated this index.html file and changed the name as profile.html. After changing the name, let's come back to the code editor, and here you can see one more file, which is profile.html. So we have new file here, profile.html, for the new page. Here we have the same content that we have added in the home page, that is the index.html file. Let me scroll this web page so you can see we have the navigation bar. It is closing here. Then we have this container. So let's remove this container and everything inside this container we have removed. Then at the end we have this script for the toggle profile menu. So right now on this page we have the script for the toggle menu, and we have the navbar where we have added the navigation menu and the drop down menu. So save this HTML file. Let's open this profile.html file with web browser. Now you can see a new page here with the navigation bar. You can see the URL, it is profile.html, our new page. And we have the navigation bar with logo and this menu link and this user icon. And if we click on user icon, it is opening the drop down menu. So we have to add the contents on the profile page. So let's come back, and in this HTML file, which is the profile page, this nav tag is closing here. So after this comment, here we will create another div. So let's add the same class name container that we have already used. In this container, now we need only two columns. So for the first column, we will create one div with the class name profile main. Let's duplicate this one, and here we will change the class name profile sidebar. So in this container, we have two columns, profile main and profile sidebar. Next, we will add the CSS for this profile main. So come back to the CSS file, scroll at the bottom, and here let's create one comment. So we will add the comment profile page. Then we will add that class name profile main. So for this profile main, we need the width. So here we will add the flex spaces 73%, and we have the other div with the class name profile sidebar that will be in the right side. So for this profile sidebar, we will add flex spaces 25%. So remaining 2% we will get the space between these columns. In this one, we will add align self, flex start, position sticky, and top 73 pixel. After adding this, just come back to the HTML file. In this profile main, we will add some content. So after this profile main, let's add one comment. It is profile sidebar. So the profile sidebar will start from here, and now we will add the content in the profile main. So in this div, we will add another div with the class name profile container. Here we will add one cover image. So we will add the image src and the file path, it is coverpic.png, and after that we will add the width, it is 100%. Below this image there will be some other content about the user that we will add inside a div. So here we will add one div with the class name profile container inner. In this inner div, we will add the user's image. Write the file path of the user profile image. We will add the class name profile pic. Next, we will add the name of the user in h1 tag. After that, we will add designation in b tag, that is bold. And next we will add some other text in p tag. So here we will add the location. Then we will add one middle dot, and then we will add one link. So in this link we will add the text contact info. So the link text is contact info. After adding these things, let's open our web page. So you can see this cover image, then profile image, then we have the name, designation, and the location, and this contact info link. Now just come back and we will add the CSS for this profile container. Write it here in the CSS file. So for this profile container, we will add the background. It will be white. Then we have the class name called profile container inner. So in this profile container inner, we will add some space. It is padding 0 and 4% and 10 pixel. Next, we have the user profile image with the class name profile pic. So write this class name here, and for this profile pic, we will set the width. Then we will add the border radius to make it circular, and we have to move it towards up. So here we will add margin top minus 75 pixels. So it will move up by 75 pixel. Then we will add the padding 5 pixel and background white. So we will get 5 pixel of border in white color. So you can see the position for the profile image and the white color of border around this profile image. Next we have to add the CSS for the user's name and designation and some other text. So just come back. Again we will add this class name profile container, and in this one we have added the name with the h1 tag. So for this text we will change the font size, then we will change the font weight, and let's add the color also. After that we have content in b tag. Here we will add font weight 500, which is semi bold. Then we have the content in p tag. So for this p we will add the space from the top. It is 5 pixel. So these text looks good. Next we will add the CSS for this link. So come back and copy this one, and in this p we have the a tag. So for this anchor text we will add color, and we will change the font weight. So this link is also looking good. After that we will add some user's image and text that will be for the mutual connection. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after this p we will add one div with the class name mutual connection. In this one we will add one user image. So let's add one img tag. Write the file path of the image. Then we will add the text in a span tag. One mutual connection and one name. You can see the user image and text. So we have to align it in same horizontal line, and we have to decrease the size of the user icon. So just come back and we will add the class name here in this CSS file mutual connection. So in this one we will add display flex and align items center. Then we will add margin. So there will be 20 pixel space from top and bottom and left right 0. Then we will add the same class name and img for the user image. Here we will add the width 30 pixel and border radius 50%. Then margin from the right side. You can see the user icon is good. Next we will add some buttons. So just come back, and after this div we will create another div with the class name profile btn. So in this profile btn we will add the link with the a tag, and here we will add one image with the img tag. It is connect.png, and with this image there will be one text also inside the button. So we will add one text connect. Now duplicate this line, and here we will change the image. It will be chat.png, and the link text is message. After that you can see the connect and message here. This icon is white, that's why it is not visible. Let's come back and copy this class name profile btn. We will add this class name here. So for this profile button we will add a space. So margin 20 pixel and 0. Again write this class name, then write a tag, and for this anchor text we will add display inline flex, align items center. Then background, it will be this color code. Some padding inside the button. It is 6 pixels from top and bottom and 15 pixels from left side and right side, and border radius to make the corners round by 4 pixel. And after that we need a space between the buttons, so we are adding margin right. It is not working. Let's come back. Here we have to add the dot that we missed. Dot profile btn and a. After updating this, again come back to the website. You can see the changes in this button. Next we have to change the size of the icon inside the button. So just come back and copy this one, write it here. Here we will add img for the icon, and for this image we will add the width 18 pixel and margin in the right side. Now these buttons looks good. Next we have to change the background color on the first button. So just come back, and in this first link we will add one class name called primary btn. Just copy this class name and come back to the CSS file. Here we will add profile btn dot primary btn. So for this primary button we will add different background. Then we will add the color, that will be the text color. So it will be white. After updating this, again come back to the website, you can see different color for the first button. Now we have added everything in this container. Next we will add another box where we will display the about text. So just come back, and you can see the profile container is closing here. Here we will add another div with the class name profile description. In this profile description there will be one small title in H2, so the title is about. Then there will be one description in p tag, so this is the description text. And after this description there will be one button also, that will be a link. So here we will add a tag, and the link text is see more. And with this link we will add one class name also, see more link. After updating this HTML file, you can see this small title, description and the see more link. Now let's come back and copy this class name profile description. For this profile description box we will add the background. This background will be white, and then we need some space inside this box, so we will add the padding, and after that we will add margin, that will be space outside of this box. Again write this class name, and in this one we have the title in H2, so for this title we will change the color. Then we will add the margin for this title. After that we will change the font weight. So this title looks good. Next we will add the CSS for the link. Just come back, and here we have the class name see more link. So write this class name here, see more link, and in this one we will add display block and text align. It will be right. Then we will add font size, it will be 15 pixel. Now you can see this link in the right side. After that we will create another box where we will display the experience. So just come back, and we will add another div with the same class name, which is profile description. So after closing of this div, here we will add a new div with the same class name profile description. Inside this again we will add one title in H2, so the title is experience. In this one we will display some list of experiences, so we will create one div with the class name profile description row or profile disc row. Here we will add one image with the img tag, and then we have to add some description about the first image. So here we will add one div, and inside this div we will add the text in H3, that is the job role. Then we will add text in b tag, that will be the information about the company. Here we will add middle dot. You can see this title experience, then image, and this text, job title and company. And after that we will add one more b tag, and in this one we will add the time. Then we will add some description in p tag. After this p there will be one horizontal line, so we will add hr. So after updating this, again come back to the website. You can see the job title, company name, time and description, and one horizontal line. Next we will design this one, so just come back and here we have the class name profile disk row, that is profile description row. In this one just add display flex and align items flex start. Then we will add the margin 20 pixel and 0. Again write this class name, and inside this class name we have the image. So for this image we will set the width, it is 50 pixel, and margin from the right side to add a space 25 pixel. Then margin from the top, it is 5 pixel. So you can see image in the left side and other content in the right side. Next we will add the CSS for these text, which is in the title and b tag. So here we will add the same class name, then we will add div, and for this div we will add width 100%. Let's add this class name again, and here we have the text in h3 tag. So for this title let's set the font size 18 pixel and we will add the font weight 600. Then we will add the color. So this text is looking good. Next we will add the CSS for this text and this one. Just come back and here we will add the same class name, then write b. For this b tag we will add display block and font weight, it will be 500. Then font size. So this looks good. Now we will add the CSS for this text, which is in the p tag or paragraph tag. So write this class name, then write p, and here we will add margin, that will be a space from the top, margin top 15 pixel. And after that we have the horizontal line, which hr. So for this hr we will add border 0 and border bottom 1 pixel solid and this color code. Then margin from the top 10 pixel. So this horizontal line also looks good. Similarly we will duplicate this row and create other experiences. Just come back to the HTML file and here we have this profile disk row. Just copy and paste it again, and let's change the image, then change the text, we will add this again for the third experience. Here also we will change the image, it is google.png. Then we will change the text in job title. Then we will change the text in company name and update this time duration. After updating this HTML, you can see 3 experience here. Now at the end we have to add one more horizontal line, and below that there will be one link. So after closing of this profile disk row, here we will add space, and let's add one hr for the horizontal line, and here we will add one link in the a tag. So the link text is show all 7 experiences. And here we will add one icon also. So we will add the img tag, and the icon is right arrow.png. You can see this horizontal line, this link and this arrow. Now let's come back and here we will add the class name experience link. Now just come back to the CSS file and here we will add that class name experience link. In this one we will add display flex and align items center. Then we will add justify content center. we will add some space from the top. So padding top 20 pixel and font weight, it will be 500. So this text looks good. We have one extra line here, so that we have to remove. So just come back, and in this HTML file, in the last experience, we have one HR. So just remove this HR from here. That's it. So now it is good. Next, we will decrease the size for this icon, which is the right arrow icon. So again, write this class name experience link, and in this one we will add the img tag for the icon, and we will decrease the width 20 pixel, and we will add margin in the left side. So this link looks good, and we have the beautiful experience section here. Similarly, we will create another section where we will display the education list. So just come back, and here we have the div with the class name profile description. So add another div with the same class name profile description. Now we will add one title in H2. So the title is education. Then we will add the same class name, which is profile disk row. In this one, first we will add one image. That will be the image for the institute. Then again we will add one div, and inside this div we will add the name of the institute. Next we will add v tag, and in this v tag we will add the name of the course. And again we will add v tag, and in this one we will add the time duration. Then we will add HR to add the horizontal line. After updating this in the HTML file, just come back to the website. You can see another box with the title education, and we have the first institute, image, name, and time duration. Similarly, we will add other institute information. So just duplicate this profile disk row, change the image, change the institute name, then we will change the course name and time duration. Let's add it one more time. And here also we will change the institute image, then we will change the institute name, and we will change the course. Then change the time duration for this course. So you can see 3 education detail here. Again we will remove the horizontal line from the last one. So just come back, and here we will remove this HR from the last one. That's it. Now it looks good. Next we will create another box where we will display the skills. So just come back, and you can see this profile description div is closing here. So here we will create another div with the same class name, which is profile description. And in this one we will add one title in H2. So the title is skills. Next we will add some skills button. So we will add the A tag, and in this A tag we will add the text. So the text is leadership. And we will add one class name also. So the class name is skills btn. Now just duplicate it. Then we will update the link text. After updating the text in all the links, you can see these links here just below this title skills. So we have to add a space and design it as a button. So just come back, and we will add the CSS for this class name, which is skills btn. So write this class name here in this CSS file. In this one we will add display. It will be inline block. Then we will add the margin to add a space between the buttons. Then we will add the padding, that will be space inside the button. Then we will add the border. It will be 1 pixel solid and 1 color code. After that we will add the border radius of 30 pixels so that the corners will be round, and font size will be 12 pixel, and font weight, it will be 500. Now you can see the changes in the button, but the border line is not visible. So let me come back, and here we have to correct this one. It will be border 1 pixel solid and this color code. Remove this radius. After updating this, again come back to the website. You can see these skills button looks good. Again we will add one more section like this where we will display the languages. So just come back and just duplicate this div. And here we will remove these links and change the title. So the title is languages. After updating the title, we will add one link. So let me just copy this one link, paste it here, and here we will change the link text. It is English. And we will change the class name also. So the class name is language BTN. Just duplicate this link, and here we will change the link text German. So we have 2 languages in the link tag. It is here at the bottom. So again we will design these buttons. So just come back and copy this class name language BTN, write it here in the CSS file, and here we will add the display. Display will be inline block. Then we will add the margin to add space between the button, then padding to add space inside the button. Then we will add the background. This is the color code. Here we will add the font size and font weight. And after that, come back to the website. You can see the languages button looks good. Now we have added everything in the left column of this profile page. Next we will add the right sidebar of this profile page. Now we will add some content in the sidebar of this web page. So just come back to the HTML file, and here you can see we have added this div with the class name profile sidebar, and in this sidebar we will add one ad that we have already created in the home page. So we will just copy it from the home page. So just come back to the home page, which is index.html file, and in this one we have added the ad in the right sidebar. So let's scroll this page and find where we have written the code for the right sidebar. So in this right sidebar we have added this div with the class name sidebar ad. Now just copy this one and come back to our profile.html page. This is the profile page, and paste it here in this profile sidebar. After adding this, we will come back to the website. You can see this ad at the bottom. It should come at the top. There is some issue. Let's come back and come to the CSS file. Let's see where we have written the CSS for the profile sidebar. So here it is. In this profile sidebar I have added top 73%. It should be 73 pixel. That's it. After updating this, you can see it is at the top. Now we have little bit of space from the top, so that we have to remove using the CSS. So let's come back and scroll down on this CSS file, and here we will add one comment. Here we will add the comment profile right sidebar. Then we will add this class name profile sidebar. And in this div, we have the div called sidebar add. Just copy this one and add it here with a dot. So for this sidebar add, we will remove the space that we have added. So we will add margin 0. Now it is coming at the perfect position. After adding this add in the sidebar, we will display some list of person in the sidebar. So just come back to the HTML file, and here we will create one div with the class name sidebar people. In this one, we will add one small title in h3. So it is the people you may know. After that, we will add one div with the class name sidebar people row. For this div, we will add the image of the user. So we will add the img tag and the file path of the image. Then we will display the user's name. Let's add one div, and inside this div we will add the user's name in h2. In the next line, we will add the job title of the person in p tag. Then we will add one button. So we will add the a tag, and in this a we will add the link text connect. After that, you can see this text people you may know, then image, name and job title and connect link. Now we will design the sidebar. So just come back, and for this sidebar people, write this class name here, and in this one we will add the background. So the background will be white color, and we need space inside this box, and there will be some space outside of this box, that is 12 pixels from top and bottom. Then we will set the font size, and you can see this white color of box. Next we will set the size for the title we have added here, which is people you may know. So we have added this title in h3 tag. So write this class name again and write h3. So for this h3 we will add the font size 16 pixel and font weight 600. Then margin 10 pixel 0 and 20 pixel. So this title looks good. Next we will add the CSS for the user's icon and name and job title. So let's come back, and here we have the class name sidebar people row. Add this class name here in the CSS file. So for this class we will add display flex align item center, so that the user image will come in the left side and text will come in the right side. Then we will add the margin. Again write this class name. Then write img. Let me correct this spelling. And for this image, we will set the width. Then we will make the image circular. Using border radius, and we will add space in the right side with the margin right. And we will add margin from the top 5 pixel. Now come back to the website. You can see the perfect size for the user's image. Next we will add the CSS for this title and text and this link, which is connect. Now just come back and again write this class name, and in this one we have added the user's name in h2 tag. So for this h2 we will add the font weight. Then we will change the font size. Again write this class name. Then write a tag, and in this a tag we have added the connect link. So here we will add display inline block, and then we will add some margin to add some space and padding to add space inside the button. And after that we will add the border. It will be 1 pixel solid and this color code. So we will get a border for this link, so it will look like a button. Then we will add the border radius, so the sides will be round. Then font weight will be 500. After updating this, you can see this connect button looks good. So we have added this one user in this list. Let's duplicate this, and we will add other users also. So just come back to the HTML file, and here we have the div with the class name sidebar people row. Just duplicate this div. Then change the user's image and user's name. This is the second user. Let's copy it again. This is the third user with different image and different name. This is the fourth one. And I will change the name also. Then let's add it one more time. We will change the user's picture and we will change the user's name. After updating this, you can see list of users in the right sidebar. Now at the bottom we will add the copyright text and we will add some useful links also. So that thing we have already added in the home page in the index.html file. So let's come back and here in this HTML file, this div is closing here, which is the right sidebar, and this one is for the container. So after this container or above this a script, here we will add one div with the class name profile footer, and in this profile footer we will add the copyright text and links. So just come back to the index.html file that we have already created, and in this one, after this add, you can see we have added one div with the class name sidebar useful links. Just copy this one and come back to the profile page, which is profile.html, and place it here inside this profile footer. After that, come back to the website. You can see these useful links at the bottom and this copyright message also. But right now it is in the center. We have to align it in the left side. For that, just come back and copy this class name profile footer, write it here in this CSS file. And in this profile footer, first we will add some space. So it is padding 0.6% and 30 pixel. Then we will add profile footer dot the class name, which is sidebar useful links. Now for the sidebar useful links, we will add the text align left and we will add the padding 0. So it will be displayed in the left side. So you can see these links in the left side. Next we have to move the copyright message also in the left side. So now just come back to the HTML file. Here we have the copyright MSG class name. So come back to the CSS file. Here we will add this class name profile footer. Then we will add the class name dot copyright MSG. In this one, remove this and we will add justify content flex start. After updating this CSS, let's come back to the website again. You can see these links and copyright text in the left side. Now we have added all the contents in this profile page. Let's scroll this website to the top and you can see it looks good. You can see this profile menu is also working fine. If we click on the logo, it should come to the home page, and if we will click on this see more profile, it should open the profile page. So we have to link those pages here. So just come back and come to the top where we have added the drop down menu. So here it is. We have added see your profile link. So in this href we will add the file name, that is profile.html, like this, and come back to the home page also. And in this home page, here also we have the same thing, which is see your profile in a tag. So in this href again we will add profile.html. So after connecting this file, let's come back to the web page and you can see If we will click on this see your profile, it will open the profile page, and if we will click on the logo, it will open the home page. You can see it is the home page, and let's come back to the drop down menu, click on see your profile, and it will open the profile page. And if we'll click on the logo, it is opening the home page. Let me open this web page in a smaller screen so that you can see right now it is not responsive for smaller screen devices. This navigation bar is not looking good. So first we will fix this navigation bar. So in this navigation bar we have the search box, which is very large. So we will decrease the size of this search box. There will be only one search icon. So just come back to the HTML file, and here in this nav bar you can see we have a div with the class name search box. So we will add the CSS for this search box for a smaller screen only. So come back to the CSS file, and at the bottom here first let's add one comment. Here we will add the comment media query for small screen. Then we will add media only screen, and here we will add max width 600 pixel. So whatever CSS we will write inside this media query, that will be applicable for the smaller screen whose maximum width is 600. So in this one we will add that class name search box, and for this search box we will add the background transparent and width it will be auto. Then we will add the padding 0. And in this search box we have one input box. So here we will add search box input. Now we have to hide this input box for a small screen. We will add width 0 and padding 0. So it will be hidden. You can see only search icon. Now we have to fix these links, which is home, my network. So let's come back to the top. In this menu you can see we have the icon and text also. So we have the text in a span tag. So we will hide these text. There will be only icons in the navigation bar. So we will hide this span. So just come back to the CSS file in this media query. Here we will add that class name navbar center, and in this one we have the UL and LI and A. Inside this A we have the span tag where we have added the link text. So we will add display none, so it will be hidden. Now again copy this one, and in this A we have some space in the right side. So we will add padding right 0, so it will remove that space for a small screen. And we will add margin 5 pixels, so there will be a small margin. Now again come back to the website, and you can see this navigation bar with only icons. There is no text, but the user icon is big right now, so we have to decrease the size for this user icon also. Here you can see we have added the class name nav profile img. So write this class name here in this media query, and in this one we will add the width 30 pixels, so the size will be small. So now this navigation bar is looking good. Next you can see the other content here, which is not in the full width. So in this one you can see we have the container, and in this container we have the left sidebar, right sidebar, like that. So just copy this class name container, and for this container we will reduce the spaces. Here we will add padding 15 pixel and 6 pixel, so there will be less space from left and right side. After that we have the class name left sidebar. So just copy this class name, write it here in this media query, and with this one we will add the another class name also, which is right sidebar. So for this left sidebar and right sidebar we will add flex basis 100%, so it will be displayed in full width. And after that we will add the position relative, because earlier we have added position sticky for full screen. Here we will add position relative and top unset, so it will not fixed at any position, it will also scroll. Here you can see it is coming in full width, and if we scroll the web page it is also scrolling. Next we have added some content in the middle column also, which is the main content. So let's come back to the HTML file. Here you can see we have added a class name main content. So for this one also we will add the flex basis, so it will also come in the full width. Flex basis 100%. That's it. Right now you can see these texts are very close to each other, so we will add some space. So just come back, and here we have the class name called post stats, and in this one we have the div. So for this div we have to add a space, so just copy this class name post stats, write it here in this media query, then write div, and in this div we will add margin, it is 2 pixel and 0, 2 pixel from top and bottom. So we have some space here. After that we have to remove these text from here. Here we will get only icons. So just come back, and in this post activity you can see we have the text in a span tag, and we have the icon also. So there will be only icon. We will remove these span, so we will make it display none. So just copy this class name post activity link, write this class name here, and in this one we will add span tag. So for this span let's add display none, and again write this class name, and here we have the img also. So for this image we have added some space in the right side that we will remove using margin right 0. After that you can see it looks good. We have only icons in the activity. Let me click on this menu icon. You can see this drop down menu is working fine, and let's go to the profile page. So on this profile page also we have to set the content width full width. For that let's come back to the HTML file of our profile page. So here on this profile page you can see we have added the class name profile main, and there is another class name profile sidebar. So write this class name here profile main, then comma another class name that is profile sidebar. We have 2 columns here. So for these 2 columns we will make flex basis 100%, so it will also come full width in a small screen. Like this it is coming in full width. Next you can see this font size is very large, so we will decrease the font size from here. So let's come back, and it is written in the profile container. So write this class name here profile container, and for this profile container we will add the font size 14 pixel. Now it is looking good. Right now this profile image is very big for a small screen, so we will decrease the size of this profile picture. So just come back, and here you can see we have the class name profile pic. So write this class name here in this media query, and here we will decrease the width. It will be 100 pixel. Then we will add margin top minus 50 pixel, half of the width. Now this profile picture size is good. Let me scroll this web page. We have to decrease the size of this about text also. So just come back, and here we have the class name profile description. So write this class name here profile description, and in this one we will add the font size 14 pixel. So this text is also looking good. Let's scroll down, and you can see the other contents are looking good for a small screen. And we will come to the home page. It is also good, but right now you can see we have the recent activity here that we have to hide on a small screen. There will be one toggle button to open and hide this one. So just come back, and in this HTML file of home page you can see we have the sidebar activity in the left sidebar. Just after this sidebar activity we will add a space, and here we will add one p tag, and in this p we will add so more. Then in b tag we will add plus icon, so more plus. In this P, we will add one ID also. Let's add the ID. So more link. After that, you can see this text here, so more link. So we have to make it in the center, and we will add some space around this text. For that, we will add the CSS. So just come back and copy this ID that we have written here and add this ID here in this media query with the hashtag because it's an ID. And here we will add display. Display will be block. Then we will add the width. It will be fit content. And margin, it will be 10 pixel and auto. Then we will change the font size and cursor will be pointer. Now it is in the center and we have some space around this text. So this activity link is visible right now, so we will hide these activities. Recent, groups and hashtag. So just come back and in this sidebar activity, we will copy this class name and come to the CSS file. Here we will add this sidebar activity in media query. So in this one, we will add display none. So it will be hidden. You can see this activity is hidden from this page and we have the link show more plus. Now if we will click on this link, it should display that activity. For that, let's add this sidebar activity again, then write dot open activity. We are adding a new class name here, open activity, and in this one we will add display block. So it will be visible again when we will add this class name open activity in HTML. So we will add this open activity class name using JavaScript. So right now it is hidden. So we will apply this open activity class name whenever we will click on that link which is show more plus. So in this HTML file, here in this sidebar activity, let's add one ID. So we will add the ID, sidebar activity, and here we have the another ID, show more link. So just come at the bottom and here we will create another script tag, or you can also add in the same script tag also. So there is no issue. So I'm writing it separately so it will be easy to understand. So here we will add let sidebar activity equal to document.getElementById, and in this ID we will add the ID name which is sidebar activity. So here we are creating one variable. Now duplicate this line and here we will add the another variable that is for more link, and here we will add the ID name, it is show more link. Next we will create one function with the name toggle activity, and here we will add sidebar activity dot class list dot toggle, and here we will add this open activity. It will add this open activity class name if it is not there, and if it is there it will remove this class name. And now we will call this function whenever we will click on this link which is show more plus. So in this one we will add on click equal to toggle activity. So after adding this, let's come back to the web page again. You can see if we will click on this show more plus, it will display the activity, recent, group and hashtag, and if we will click again it will hide it. You can see if we click here it will display the activity, and if we will click again it will remove the activity. But right now the text is not changing, it is show more only. So here we will replace the text also, it will show more and show less. Now let's open this web page in full screen so you can see this text is displaying here, so more. So it should not be there on the full screen. So we have to hide it from the full screen web page on larger screen. For that, let's come back to the CSS file and just copy this ID, show more link, and we will add this ID somewhere outside of this media query. So you can see the media query is starting here. So before this media query, we will add this ID, and here we will add display none. So it will be hidden on full screen. Let's come back. You can see that link is hidden from larger screen, and if we will open this web page in a smaller screen, again this link is visible with the name show more. Next, we have to replace this text using JavaScript. Whenever we will click here, it will become show more, or if we will click again, it will become show less. For that, let's come back to the HTML file where we have written the JavaScript at the bottom, and here we will add one if condition. If we will add sidebar activity dot class list contains open activity. It means the activity box is open. Then we will add more link inner HTML equal to show less. Then b tag and minus. Show less minus. So whenever the activity box will be open, it will display the text show less, and here we will add else condition. Else, and paste the same line and replace the text. It will be show more plus. So whenever the sidebar activity box will be closed, it will display show more plus. After updating this, let's come back to the website again, and if we will click on this link, you can see it will display the activity, and at the bottom you can see show less, and if we will click on the show less, it will hide the activity, and this is working fine. Now let's scroll this web page. You can see all the contents on this screen is looking good. Let's click on this user icon also. This drop down menu is also working fine. If we will click on this link, it will take you to the about page, and if we will click on the logo, it will take us to home page. Let's open this website in larger screen. Here also it is looking very nice, and this drop down is also working. So finally we have completed this web design using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Today in this video we will learn how to make a video sharing website using HTML, CSS and very simple JavaScript, and this website design is completely inspired by YouTube. As you can see on my computer screen, this is the website design that we are going to create in this video. First we have the top navigation bar with logo, one search box and some icons. Then we have the left sidebar with some useful links and list of subscribed channels. Just below this navigation bar, there is one large banner, and after this banner you can see the list of videos with their thumbnail image, video title, channel image and name, and number of views and upload time. When we scroll this website, you can see the top navigation bar and the left sidebar is sticky. They are not scrolling. That looks beautiful. Let me click on this menu icon so that you can see the left sidebar will collapse and it will hide the link text, and it will only display the image and icons. When we click again on this menu icon, it will expand the sidebar. Let me change the screen size so that you can see this website design is completely responsive for smaller screen devices also. Let's click on this first video's thumbnail and it will open a new page. This is the video watch page where you can see the video that started playing automatically. We have these control options to play or pause the video, we can change the volume, and we can also make it full screen by clicking on this icon. And again we can come back to the normal video size. Just below this video there are some tags, video title and some other video information. Here we have the like, dislike and share icons. After that you can see the channel information, subscribe button and video description. After this video description you can see one comment box and some list of comments. On this video watch page, we have added the sidebar in the right side where you can see the list of suggested videos with their thumbnail image and other video information. This page is also responsive for small screen devices. We will learn to make this complete website design using HTML, CSS and very simple JavaScript. Let me tell you, we are not building the functionality, we are going to create the front-end website design. So let's start making this website design like YouTube. Here I have this folder, and in this folder you can see I have another folder with the name images, and in this one you can see I have the images and icons that I will be using on the website. I will give the images download link in the video description so that you can download the image and start making this website. Now I will open this folder with my code editor. Here I am using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. Now we have to create a new file here and save this file as index.html, and here we will add some basic HTML structures. Next we will create one more file and save this file as style.css. And here we will add star, margin 0 and padding 0. We will also add font family. And let's add box sizing. These things will be applicable for all the HTML elements. Next we have to connect this CSS file and this HTML file. For that, in this HTML file we will add link rel stylesheet href and the file name, which is style.css. Now our HTML and CSS file is connected. Here we will change this title, so let me add another title here. I'll write video sharing website easy tutorials YouTube channel. Next we have to open this website with our web browser. For that, just come back to the folder again, and here you can see this index.html file. Just you have to open this file with any web browser. Right click and select open with. I will select Google Chrome, and you can see this web page is blank right now. Here you can see the title on the top, which is video sharing website YouTube channel. And there is another option to open this web page. Let's minimize this and come back to the VS Code again. Here click on this extension and here just search for live server. So this is the extension that you have to install, and after installing this extension, right click on the web page and you will find the option open with live server. Click here and it will open your website with the web browser, and in this way you don't have to refresh the website. Whenever you will edit the code and click on this save, it will automatically refresh your website. Let's come back and let's come to the CSS file. Here we will add some other code also which will be applicable for complete web page. So here we will add a tag, which is anchor tag, and for this a tag we will add text decoration none, and we will add color. Next we will add img so that it will be applicable for all the images that we will add on this website. For this image we will add cursor pointer. So these were basic things. Let's come back to the HTML file, and here we will add code that will be displayed on our website. So first we have to create one navigation bar. For that we will use the nav tag, and in this nav tag we will add one menu icon, then we will add logo, then search box and some other icons. So we will divide this nav bar in 3 different div. So let's create one div here, and for this div we will add the class name nav left, like this, and let me duplicate it, and this will be nav middle, and the last one nav right. So in this nav we have created 3 div. Now in the first one we will add 2 images, that is one menu icon and another one for the logo. So let's add the img tag, write the image file path. So image is available in the images folder, so write the folder name images, write slash and the file name. So the file name is menu.png. Let's duplicate this line, and here we will change the file name. It will be logo.png to add the logo on this web page. After this, let's come back to the website again, and you can see this menu icon and this logo, right? And let's come back. Next we will come to the last div, which is nav right, and in the right side we will add one image. So let me just copy this one, and here we will change the image file path. So we will add the another image name. It is upload.png, which is one upload icon. Let's duplicate it, and the next one will be more.png. This is the another icon, and after that we will add another icon, notification.png, and then we will add one users icon, which is jack.png. After adding this, let's check the website, and you can see we have other icons also just below this logo. Next we will add some CSS properties to align all these things side by side. So just come back, and we have to add the display flex for this nav. We will be using flexbox on many places, on many layout on this website. So let me create one class name here, and I will add the class name flexdiv. Copy this one and write it here in this CSS file. So in this flex div we will add display flex and align items center. After adding this, you can see these icons side by side. If you don't know about the HTML elements and CSS properties, I have a beginner video where I have explained all the HTML elements and most useful CSS properties. So just go and watch that video. I will give the video link in the description. So just go and watch that video, and after that you can continue this one. Next, just copy this tag nav and write it here. For this one we will add some padding. So let me add the padding of 10 pixel from top and bottom, and we will add 2% from the left side and right side. Then let's add justify content space between like this, and after that we will add box shadow. In this box shadow I will add 0, 0 and 10 pixel. Then we will add color in RGBA format. So this is the black color with 0.2 opacity. Then we will add the background. So the background will be white color, and we will add the position sticky, so it will not move. Whenever we will add position, we have to give the top. We can write 0, so it will be at the top only, and let's add z index 10. After applying this, let's come to the website again, and you can see there is one shadow at the bottom, and these elements are aligned left and right side, and we have some space from the left side and right side, which is 2% space. So let's come back, and here we will add this class name navWrite. Just copy this one, write it here. In this navWrite we will add img, and for these images we will add width. We have to decrease the size, so let me add the width of 25 pixel, and we will add margin from the right side, so there will be some space between the images, so it is also 25 pixel. You can see now these images size is good, but the last image size is very small, so we have to increase this one, and we will add some radius so that it will look circular. So just come back, come to the HTML file, and here we have the last image. So in this one, let me add one class name. I will add the class name user icon like this, and now we will add the CSS properties for this class name, which is user icon. So copy this one, write it here. Before this one, I will add this class also, which is the parent class for this one, navWrite, then user icon. So in this one, we will add width. We have to increase the width, so I will add 35 pixel, and border radius. Border radius will be 50%, so it will be circular. And after that, we will add margin right. So the margin right will be 0. There will be no space in the right side. Now you can see the last image in the circular style, and it looks good. Next, you can see the vertical alignment is not good for these elements, these images, this upload icon and bell icon and this user icon. So just come back, and we have to add the same flex class name, which is flex div. Copy this one and add it in the last div, which is navWrite. So after that, add some space and add the another class name like this. Now you can see this alignment is perfect. Next, we will add the CSS properties for the left column. So let's come back. And here you can see we have two images. So in the first one we will add the class name menu icon, and in the second one let's add the class name logo, which is logo for this website. Next we have to add the CSS for this one. So let's copy this class name nav left, write it here, and in this one we have the class name menu icon. Copy this one, write it here, and for this menu icon we will add width. So let's add the width of 22 pixel. Then we will add some space from the right side, so I'm adding margin right, so it is 25 pixel. Now this icon size is good. Next we have to reduce the size of this logo. Let's come back and copy this nav left, then write the class name logo. For this logo let's add the width. I will add the width of 130 pixel. It is good, but again you can see the alignment for this menu icon and this logo is not good. This logo is little bit upward and it is a little bit down. So just come back and copy this class name flex div, add it here. After this nav left, we have added this class name flex div. After that let's refresh the web page and you can see this top navigation bar looks good. Next we have to add the content in the middle of this nav bar, where we will add the search box and we will also add one mic icon. For that let's come back, let's add a space in this middle div. Here we will add some contents. So in this one also we will add the same class name, which is flex div, write it here. So we have two class name in this middle one. And now let's add another div with the class name search box. And with this search box again we will add this class name flex div. Now within this search box we will add one input field and we will add one search icon. So let's add one input. Input type will be text and we will add placeholder. So in this placeholder we will add text search, and after that we will add one search icon. For that we will add the image tag, then image file path, images slash search.png. Now after closing of this search box div, you can see this search box div is closing here. So let's add a space, and here we will add another icon, which is voice search icon, which is mic icon. So add the image tag, image file path, it is voice search.png, and we will add one class name for this one. So let me add the class name mic icon. After adding this, let's check the website again, and you can see one search box, one search icon, and one voice search icon. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So let's come back and copy this class name nav middle, write it here in this CSS file, and in this nav middle we have the class name called mic icon. So just copy this, write it here. For this mic icon we will set the width. So let me add the width of 16 pixel so that it will be small. Now you can see the small search icon, I mean voice search icon. Let's come back. And here we will add this class name again. And after that, just copy this class name, which is search box. Copy this, paste it here. For this search box, we will add border. So I am adding border of 1 pixel, solid, and this color code CCC. Then we will add some margin from the right side so that there will be some space between the search box and mic icon. So let's add the margin of 15 pixel from the right side. Then we will add some padding, so there will be some space inside the search box. 8 pixel from top and bottom and 12 pixel from left and right side. Then we will add border radius 25 pixel. Let's check the website. It looks like this one. Next we will add the CSS for this input box. Let's come back, copy this one, and in this one we have the input tag, so add the input. For this input we will set the width, so let me add width of 400 pixel and border will be 0 and outline also 0. Then let's add the background. It is transparent. After that, you can see this search box looks good. Next we have to add CSS for this search icon. Let's come back, copy this one, then write img, and here we will add width of 15 pixel. Now the search icon is small and this complete top navigation bar is looking beautiful. So we have added all the content in this top navigation bar and we have properly designed it using CSS. After completing this top navigation bar, we will add this sidebar in the left side. So let's come back and come to the HTML file. And you can see this nav tag is closing here. So after closing of this nav tag, let's add one comment. I will add the comment sidebar. And here we will create another div. Let's create the div with the class name sidebar. And in this sidebar, there will be some shortcut links and there will be some subscribed channel list. So first we will add one div with the shortcut links. And in this one, let's add one A tag. Let's add one image tag here and write the image file path, images / home.png, and we will also add one title. So we will add this title in p tag. It is home, like this. Let's refresh the website and you can see this home icon and this text. Similarly, we will add other icon and text also. So just come back and duplicate this line and change the image and change the text. It is explore. Then the next one is subscription. Then the next one is library. The next icon is history. Next icon is playlist. Next one is message.png. And the text is messages. Let me add one more. After adding all the icons and text, let's refresh the website again, and you can see more icons and text in the left side. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So let's come back and copy this class name sidebar. Come to the CSS file. Here also we will add one comment. After that, add this class name sidebar, and for this one we will add the background. It is white. Then let's add the width for this sidebar. So I will add the width of 15%. Then height. So the height will be 100 VH. Then position. So the position will be fixed. Top, it will be 0, and let's add some padding from the left side. It is 2%, and padding from the top. (80 pixel) like this. This logo and menu icon is hidden, so let's come back and we will check the nav. Here we have added static, it will be sticky. Just correct this one. Now you can see this logo and menu icon is visible. Let's come back, and here we will add this class name shortcut links. Write it here. And in this one we have the anchor tag, which is a tag, then img for the images. So for this image, let's add width. I will add the width of 20 pixel and some space from the right side. So let's add the margin of 20 pixel from the right side. Then let's copy this one, write it again. For this a tag, let's add display. It will be flex, and align items will be center. Margin from the bottom 20 pixel, and width it will be fit content. Flex wrap will be wrap. Now it is looking good. Next, for the first one, we have to change the color in the home text. So let's come back, copy this one. Here we will add first child, so it will select the first anchor tag. For this one we will add the color code. Now you can see the first text is red. After that we will add one horizontal line below this text. So just come back and come to the HTML file and add a space here, just add HR. You can see one line here. Next we have to design this line, so just come back, copy this sidebar, then write HR. Border will be 0, then height it will be 1 pixel, background CCC, and width, let's add the width of 85%. So this line looks good. Next we will add one title here, and after that we will add list of subscribed channels. So just come back, come to the HTML file, and you can see this div is closing here, shortcut links. So after that we will create another div, and let's add the class names. Subscribed list. In this one we will add one title in h3 tag. So the title is subscribed. After that just copy this one line, paste it here, and here we will change the image like this, and we will change the text. Now you can see this title, this image, and this text. Similarly we will add other image and text also. So just come back, duplicate this line, change the image, Now you can see other images also. Let's come back and copy this class name subscribed list, come to the CSS file, write this class name here, and here let's add h3 for the title. For this title we will add the font size of 13 pixel, then we will add margin. Let's add the margin of 20 pixel from top and bottom, and left right 0. Then we will add the color. Write this class name again, then write a tag. For this a we will add display flex, align items center, margin from the bottom it will be 20 pixel, width it will be fit content and flex wrap. Let's copy it again, and in this a tag we have the image also, so write img, and for this one we will add width. It will be 25 pixel and border radius, so the border radius will be 50%, so it will be circle, and we will add margin from the right side, 20 pixel. Now it is looking good. After adding all the contents in this sidebar, next we have to add the click event on this menu icon, so that whenever we will click on this icon, it will collapse the sidebar, and whenever we will click again, it will again expand the sidebar. For that we will use the small JavaScript, so just come back, come to the HTML file, and we can write the JavaScript code just before this closing body tag. We can add a script tag and we can add JavaScript code in this one, or we can also create a new page for the JavaScript. So let me create a new page. I will save this page as a script.js like this, and here we will create one variable and add the variable name menu icon equal to document.query selector, and in this one we have to add the class name of the menu icon. Let's come back, and you can see where we have the menu. Here it is. Copy this class name, write it here with a dot. So we have stored this one in a variable. Let's duplicate it, and here we will add sidebar. And let's add the class name sidebar. Let's remove this one. Here we will add menu icon dot on click equal to function, and in this function we will add some code that will be executed whenever we will click on the menu icon. So what will happen when we will click on this icon? We have to change the width of the sidebar. For that we will use one extra class name. So let's add this sidebar dot class list dot toggle, and in this toggle we will add another class name. So here we can create any class name. So let me add the class name small sidebar like this. So whenever we will click on the small icon, it will add the small sidebar class, and if it is already there, it will remove that. That is how this toggle works. But right now this JavaScript will not work because we have not connected this JavaScript file with the HTML file. So just come back to the HTML file, come to the bottom. Before this closing body tag, we will add script, and in this script let's add src and add the file name, which is script.js. Now the HTML file and the script.js file is connected. Now let's come to the JS file again, and you can see we have added this class name here, but for this class name we have not added any CSS property. So just copy this one, come to the CSS file, and in this CSS file add this class name. Now here you can see for this sidebar we have added width of 15%. So what will happen whenever we will click on the menu icon, the width should be decreased. So in this a small sidebar we will add width of 5% like this, and let's come back. You can see if I click here, the width is changing. Let's come back and copy this class name again, and here we will add a tag, and in this a tag we have the p, where we have added the title for all the links. So in this p we will add display none. So whenever the sidebar will be small, the p tag will be hidden, and we will also hide the title which is in the h3. Copy this one and write h3 display none, and we have to decrease the size of the horizontal line. You can see this horizontal line size is big, so we have to decrease the size, and we will also add some space from the bottom. So let's come back, copy this one, then write HR. For this horizontal line we will add width of 50%, and we will add margin from the bottom 25 pixel. Just we have added this one, and after that you can see this sidebar works fine when we click on this menu icon. After creating this sidebar, we will add content in the complete web page, where we will display the banner and we will display the list of videos with their thumbnail image and title and other information about the video. So let's come back, come to the HTML file, and you can see this sidebar is closing here. So let's add a space here, and here we will add one comment. Let's add the comment main, and here let's create one div. So let me add the div with the class name container. In this one we have to add one banner, so let's add another div with the class name banner, and in this one we will add one image. So let's add img tag image file path, which is images/banner.png. After adding this, let's refresh the website. You can see this image looks very big, so let's come back and copy this class name container. Come to the CSS file. Here also we will add one comment. Let me add main, and after that add this class name container. For this container we will add background. Let's add the background of this color. Then we will add some padding from the left side. So in the left side we have added the sidebar of width 15%. So here we will increase the padding from the left side. We will add padding 17%, because the 15% space will be used by left sidebar. Then we will add some padding from the right side. So let's add the padding right 2%, and after that we will add padding from top. It will be very small, 20 pixel, and we will add the same padding from the bottom, 20 pixel. After that we have this class name banner, so just copy this one, paste it here. For this banner let's add the width of 100%, and in this one we have the image. So Just write this class name again, then write img. For this one, let's add width of 100%. Then we will add border radius. Eight pixel. After that, let's refresh the website and you can see this banner size is perfect. Next, we will add list of videos below this banner. So let's come to the HTML file and you can see this banner is closing here. So let's add a space and here we will create another div. So let me add the div with the class name list container. In this one, we will add multiple videos. So let's add another div and here we will add the class name with list, which is video list. So it will be the first video. In this div, we will add everything or the single video. So first we will add one image, which will be the thumbnail image. So I am adding img tag images / thumbnail1.png, and we will also add one class name. So the class name I am adding thumbnail. Like this, and after that we will add another div. So let's add a div here, and for this one we will add one class name. So we will use the same class name which is here, flex div. Copy this one, write it here. In this div we will add one user's image or channel image, and we will add information about that video. So first we have to add one image. So I'm adding the image tag, then image file path / this one, and after that let's add another div and I will add the class name with info, where we will add all information about the single video. So in this with info we will add the video title. So we will add one a tag, because the title will be clickable, we can click on that title. So let's add the title. After that we will add the channel name in p tag. I will add my channel name easy tutorials, and let's add one more p tag, and in this one we will add number of views. Let's add 15k and views. Let's add 2 days. After adding all these things, refresh the website and you can see it looks like this one. We have to add the a tag for this thumbnail image also, so that we can click on the image. So just come back and you can see we have added this thumbnail image. So here let's add one a tag and we will add this image in this a tag like this. After that, let's copy this one list container, paste it here. Here we will use display grid so that it will be a responsive layout, display will be grid, and grid template column, repeat, it will be auto fit. Min max 250 pixel, comma 1 fr, which is 1 fraction. If you have difficulties with this grid layout, I have a dedicated video for this one. You can go and watch that video, so it will be clear. Then let's add grid column gap. It will be 16 pixel, and let's add grid row gap. (30 pixel). Then we will add some margin from the top. It will be 15 pixel. After that, just come back and you can see we have the class name widlist. Just copy this one, write it here. In this one, we have added image with the class name thumbnail. So let's copy this, write it here. And for this thumbnail, we will add width. It will be 100%. And we will add border radius of 5%. Let's come back and you can see here we have the class name flexdiv. So come to the CSS file again, write this widlist, then write flexdiv. For this one, we will add align items. It will be flex start, and we will add margin from the top, 7 pixel. Let's refresh the website and you can see it looks so big because we have only one video list in this grid. We will add at least 4 video lists. Then you will see it will look perfect. Let's come back. Here we have added this vid list, which is the single video. So just duplicate this to add multiple videos. Copy and paste. And we will add different images. It is thumbnail1.png, it is thumbnail2.png, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you can see the thumbnail size is good. Next we have to add the CSS for this user's image, which is a channel profile image. So let's come back and come to the CSS file. Here we have added border radius 5%. So let me change it to 5 pixel. Now it is good. Let's come back and here we will add this class name, and in this one we have the image. So I am adding img tag. Let's add the width. It will be 35 pixel. Then we will add margin from the right side, 10 pixel, and border radius 50%. Now it is looking good. Next we will add CSS for these channel name, this a small text, and this a tag also. So let's come back and copy this class name vid info, copy this one, paste it here. For this vid info, let's add the color. We will add the color, this one. Then we will add font size. Font size will be 13 pixel. Let's copy this class name again, then write A, because we have one title in A tag. And here we will add color. So the color will be black, 000, and font weight, it will be 600. Display, it will be block, and margin from the bottom, it is 5 pixel. Now it is looking good. Next we have to add one dot between this views and time. So just come back to the HTML file, and where it is, here we will add one dot. To add that, let's add here we will add an bullet point. Now you can see one dot here in the first one. Similarly, we will add the same thing in other one. Let me copy this line only, paste it here. Now it is fine. Next you can see, if I click on this icon, we have the blank space over here. So we have to increase the width of this container whenever we will click on this icon and the sidebar is small. Means whenever the sidebar will be small, this container should be large. So let's come back, and in this CSS file you can see we have added container here. So let's add one more class name. I will add a space here, and here we will add the class name large container, like this. And in this one we have to add the different padding. So you can see we have added padding of 17%. So in this large container we will reduce the padding. It will be only 7%, like this. Next we have to apply this class name through the JavaScript. So let's come back in this JavaScript file. Here you can see we have created some variables. So let me duplicate this line, and here we will add container. And the class name container. So next we have to add the CSS. In this one we have to add another class name. So write this container here, then write dot class list dot toggle, and here we will add the same class name that we have just written here, large container. There will be no dot here, remove this dot, simply add the class name. So we have added just 2 lines in this JavaScript. After that, refresh the website, and you can see if I click on this menu icon, this sidebar becomes a small and this main container becomes large. And right now you can see total 5 videos in one row. So it is responsive also. So up to this it is working fine. Next we have to check this website on a smaller screen. So let me change the screen size. And you can see it looks like this one. So it is not looking good. We have to fix this one, and for this one we will use the media query. So let's come to the CSS file, and here let's add media, then write max width, let me add the max width of 900 pixel. Now we will add the CSS properties in this media query, and that will be applicable only for the device having width less than 900 pixel. So in this one you can see we have the menu icon. So we have to hide this sidebar menu and this menu icon for a smaller screen. So just come back and let's add that class name menu icon, and we will add display none like this. After that we have to hide the sidebar also. So write sidebar, and it is also display none. Let's check the web page. Now you can see there is no sidebar, but still we have some space from the left side. So we have to remove this space. So just come back, and here we will add the class name dot container, and we will also add the class name dot large container. For these two div we have added the padding from the left side and right side, so we will change that one. We will add padding left, it will be 5%, and padding right also 5%. Now we have the proper required space from the left side. Now you can see these icons on the right side of the top navigation bar that we have to hide. So just come back, and here we will add the class name dot nav right and write img, and let's add display none. So it will hide all the images in the right side of the top navigation bar. You can see images are hidden, so we have to display the user's image. So just come back, and here we will add the same class name, and in this one we have added one class name for the user's icon, which is user icon. So let's add display, it will be block, and we will change the size. So we will add the width 30 pixel. Now you can see this user's icon is visible. Next we have to fix the width of this search box. So let's come back, and here we will add the class name nav middle, because we have added the search box in this one. Then we have the class name search box, and write input. So for this input box we will decrease the width. So let's add the width of 100 pixel. Now you can see this search box width is small. Next we have to hide the mic icon from here. So let's come back, and here let's add dot nav middle, then write dot mic icon. Let's add display none, so it will be hidden. And right now this logo is big for a smaller screen, so we will decrease the size of this logo. So let's come back, and here let's add the class name logo. For this logo we will add width. So the width will be 90 pixel. Now it is good. Let me scroll this web page and you can see all the alignments are perfect. We can change the screen size like this also. So we have completed the front page of this website design. Next we will create the other page where we will display the video and we will add the video information, comments and suggested videos. To create a new page, we will create a new file. So let's create a new file and save this file as playvideo.html. You can write any name, but the file name extension should be .html. We are creating one HTML file. Here also we will add the basic HTML codes. And let's add a title here. Play video. Easy Tutorials YouTube channel. Write any title, and next we have to connect the CSS file with this HTML file. So again we will add the link tag and the file name, which is style.css. After that we will come to the body tag and here we will add the navigation bar. So in the index.html file we have already created the navigation part. So just copy and paste in new page. You can see it is the nav bar. Let's copy this one and paste it here in this new HTML file. Like this. Next we will open this page. To open this one, let's come to the HTML file and here we have added the video list. So this is the first video with list, and here we have added the A tag. In this anchor tag we will add the file name of the new HTML page. So let's add the file name playvideo.html like this, ahref playvideo.html. So whenever we will click on this thumbnail, it will open a new page. Let's copy this one and we will add the same file name in this title also, ahref, and write the file name playvideo.html. So it will connect the next page with this link. Let's come to the web page and you can see here we have the first video where we have added the new page link. Let me click on this thumbnail. Now we can see the new page. It is playvideo.html and here we have the navigation bar that we have just copied. After adding this navigation bar, we will add other contents on this new page. So let's come back. Come to the playvideo.html. After closing of this nav, let's add some space. And here we will create another div, and with this div we will add a class name that we have already used, which is container. And in this one we will add one row, and in that row there will be two columns. In the left column we will add a video, then channel information and comments, and in the right column we will add list of videos, which is suggested videos. For that, first we will create one div with the class name row like this, and in this row I told you we will add two columns. So let's add the first div and write the class name play video. So this is the first column. Let's duplicate it and change the class name. It will be right sidebar. So in this row we have added two columns, and In the first one, which is the left side, play video, in this one we will add some contents. So first we have to add one video. So let's add a video tag like this, and with this video tag we will add some controls. So just add controls, and we will also add autoplay like this. After that, here we will add the source file of the video. So write source src and write the file path. So let's come back to the folder. Here you can see we have the file name images, and in this one we have the video file called video.mp4. So we will add the same thing, folder name images / video.mp4. After that we have to add the type. So the type is video / mp4. After adding this, if I come to the website again, you can see this video. But right now you can see there is so much a space from the left side because we have added padding left 17% for the container. So we have to reduce this one for this page. So let's come back, and with this container we will add one more class name. So let's add the class name play container like this. And now we will come to the same CSS file, and let's add a space. First we will add one comment. So the comment I'll add play video page, because we are writing CSS for the new page. Now just add that class name, and for this one we have to reduce the padding from the left side. So we will add the padding left of 2%. Now it is good. On this video you can see we have the control options to play and pause this video, and we have this volume control option. We can mute this video and we can unmute, and we can also increase and decrease the volume, and we can click on this icon to make it full screen, and let's click here to come back to the normal size. Now this video width is very large, so we have to fix the width for the left column and right column, and we will also add the CSS for the row. So let's come back, and first we will add the class name row in this CSS file. For this one, let's add display flex. Then we will add justify content. So it will be a space between, and flex wrap, it will be wrap. After that, let's come back to the HTML file again and copy this class name play video, which is the left side column. Write it here, and for this one we have to add the width. So here we will add the flex basis. Flex basis, I will add the 69%, and now we will add the second one, which is this class name right sidebar. So for the right sidebar we will add again flex basis, 30%. So you can see in the left side we have added 69%, and in the right side we have added 30%. So we have 1% space left. So we will get the space between the left and right side with 1%. And let's copy this class name again And in this one we have added one video tag. So write the video, and for this video we will add width 100%. That's it. And now let's refresh the website. You can see the size of this video is perfect. Now we will add some list of videos in the right side. So let's come back to the HTML file, and in this div right sidebar let's add a space, and here we will add one div with the class name side video list. And in this one we will add one thumbnail image and video information. So first let's add one image file path, and next we will add some information about this video. So let's add one class name for this one, div with the class name vid info. Now in this vid info we will add the title of the video, then we will add the channel name, and we will add the views. So we will add the title in a tag, and in this title let's add the text. After this we will add channel name in p tag, and let's add views, it is in the p tag. And we will also add one anchor tag for this image so that we can click on this image. So let's add a tag and add this image within this a tag. Now just come back and you can see the other image and video information just below the main image. So just come back and we will add one class name here. For this a tag we will add the class name small thumbnail. So that we can add CSS properties for this image. And right now let's copy this class name side video list. Write it here in this CSS file. Here let's add display flex. Justify content will be a space between, and we will add margin from the bottom 8 pixel, and just copy this class name again, then write img. For this image let's set width, it will be 100%. Now you can see this image in the right side and these other information. Now we have to design the left column and right column for this video information and thumbnail image. Let's come back and here we will add this class name side video list, then write the other class name which is small thumbnail. For this image we will add the class name, and here we will add flex basis. Let's add the flex basis of 49%, and let's add this class name again. Now let's add the class name for the second column which is vid info, And here also we will add the flex basis of 49%. So we will get 2% space between the left and right column of this small thumbnail and video info. You can see we have some space between this thumbnail image and this video title. Next we will duplicate this div to add multiple images in the right side. So just come back, come to the HTML file, and here we have the side video list. So just we have to duplicate this one. Now we will add the other images. It is thumbnail 2, 3, 4, this is 5, this one is 6.png, 7.png and 8. This is, let's say, 1.png because we have only 8 image. Now you can see multiple thumbnail images on the right column, and you can go and change each title and views one by one. So next we will add the other information in the left column just below this video, where we will add the tags and we will add video title. So let's come back, come to this HTML file, and this is the right sidebar. So let me just collapse this one so it will be hidden. We don't have to do any changes in this one, so it will look clear. And let's come to this div, which is play video. In this one we have added video. So after this closing video tag, let's add a space, and here we will add another div. So we will add a div with the class name tags, and in this one we have to add tag. So let's add a tag, and in this a we will add hashtag coding, copy this one, then write other text here. It will be HTML. Next tag is CSS. The next one is JavaScript. You can see these tags below the video, and you saw the video was automatically playing when we refresh the web page. Next we have to design these tags. So let's come back and we will copy this class name play video, and in this one we have the tags. Come to the CSS file, write this class name, then we will add tags and a tag. Here we will add color, then let's add font size. It will be small, 13 pixel. Now you can see the color for this tag. After this tag we will add title of the video. So let's come back, and here after this tag we will add title in H3. Write any title, and you can see this title just below this tag. Let's come back, and we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So come to the CSS file, write it here, then write H3. For this one we will add font weight 600, Then we will add font size. It will be 22 pixel. Now the font size is good. After that we will add views on this video, and we will add time, and we will add some icons to like, dislike and share this video. So let's come back and we will add all these things in a div. So let's create a div with the class name, let's say play video info. Like this. And in this one, let's add a p tag, and in this paragraph tag we will add the number of views. Like this. And again we will add a bullet point. So let's add and this one, and write the time 2 days ago. You can see this text here. Let's come back, and here we will add a div. We will not add any class name for this div, and let's add one a tag, and in this a tag we will add one image. In this src, let's add the file path images slash and write the icon file name. Let's see what is the icon file name. It is dislike.png, like.png, and we have share.png and this one save.png. So we will add all these icons. It is like.png, and we will also add a text. So let's add the text of 125. Just duplicate it, and it is dislike. Then we will add another icon which is share, and let's add the text share. The next one is save.png, and the text is save. After adding this, you can see these icons here. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So let's come back and copy the class name play video info. Copy this one, come to the CSS file, and before that we will add the class name play video and write this one play video info. Here we will add display flex and align items. It will be center. Then we will add justify content space between. After that we will add flex wrap. It will be trap. Then we will add margin from the top, margin top of 10 pixels, so we will get some space from the top. And after that font size, let's say 14 pixel, and here we will add the color. So this is the color. After that you can see here is the text and here is the icons. It is in the right side. Now we have to change the size of these icons. So let's come back again and copy this one. In this one we have added a tag, and in this a tag we have added images with the img tag. So for this image we will add width 20 pixels, so the images will be small, and we will add some space between the image and text. So let's add the margin right, so we will get a space from the right side which is 8 pixel. You can see these icons are small. Now the alignment is not good. You can see it is little bit up and this text is down, so we have to align everything in the same horizontal line. So let's come back, copy this one, and for this one we will add display inline flex. Align items center, and we will add margin from the left side. It will be 15 pixel. Now it is looking good. Next we have to add one horizontal line over here. So let's come back, come to the HTML file, and after this div, you can see this div is closing here, play video info. So here we will add HR. Now you can see one line over here. Next we have to add the CSS for this line. So just come back to the CSS file. Here we will add the parent class name, which is play video, then write HR, and let's add border 0. Then we will add height of 1 pixel. Then background, this color code, which is CCC, and we will add margin. So let's add the margin of 10 pixel from top and bottom and 0 pixel from the left and right side. So this horizontal line is also looking good. After this line we will add the publisher information, like we will add channel image, then channel name, subscriber, and one subscribe button. So first we will create one div. Let's come to the HTML file. After this HR we will add another div with the class name publisher. And in this one, first we will add one image, which is the channel's image. Write the image file path. And after that we will add channel name and subscribers together. So we will add a div, and in this div we will add P. In this P, let's add the channel name, and let's add the subscriber. And after this div we will add a button, which is subscribe button, and in this button let's add type. Type will be button and button text will be subscribe. After adding this, let's come to the web page. You can see the image, channel name and subscriber, and one button. So now we have to design this one. So let's come back and copy this class name publisher, write it here in this CSS file. For this publisher we will add display flex, then we will add align items center, and we will add margin from the top. So we will get some space from the top. Let's add 20 pixel. Next, add this publisher again and then write div. For this div we will add flex 1. After adding this, you can see we have the image here. After that we have this text and this button in the right side, because this div having the channel name and subscriber is using the entire available space. That's why this button is in the right side, because of the flex 1. And now let's copy this publisher again. Then write img, and for this image we will set width, let's say 40 pixel, then border radius 50%, and margin from the right side, it is 15 pixel. border radius. Here it is border radius. Now it is round. Margin left, no, we will add margin right. It is good. Next we have to add the CSS for these text. So let's come back, and here we will add line height of 18 pixel. Let's copy it again. Here we will add P. In this P we will add color. It will be black color, which is 000, and font weight. Then we will add font size. (18 pixel). This channel name is looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for this text, which is number of subscribers, and it is in the span. So let's come back, copy this one, and then write span. Here we will add small font size. So let's add the font size of 13 pixel, and we will add different color. So it is good. Next we have to design this subscribe button. So let's come back, copy this class name publisher, then write button. And for this button we have to add background. So the background will be red color. Then we will add color, which is the button color, button text color, which is white, and let's add some padding. And the padding is 8 pixel from the top and bottom, and 30 pixel from left side and right side. It is looking like this. So let's come back again, and here we will add border 0. And we will add outline 0. Then border radius, it will be 4 pixel, and cursor pointer. Now this subscribe button is looking good. After adding this channel information, we will add the video description. So let's come back, come to the HTML file, and here you can see this publisher div is closing here. So after that, let's create another div. Let's add the class name with description. In this with description, we will add text in p tag. So this is the text. After adding this 2 line, you can see it is coming here. Next we have to design this one. So let's come back and copy this class name with description, write it here in this CSS file. For this with description, we will add some padding from the left side. So this description will start from here just below this channel name. So let's add padding from the left side. It is 55 pixel, and we will add margin. So let's add the margin of 15 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. So it is here. Now we will change the color of this text, and we will change the font size also, and we will add some space. So just come back, copy this one, then write P. For this one, let's add the font size of 14 pixel. Then we will add margin from the bottom. Let's add 5 pixel, and we will add color. Now it is good. After this text, we will add one horizontal line. So let's come back, and in this one, just after this P, we will add HR. After adding this, you can see there is one horizontal line here. It is looking good. And after this one, we will add one title in H4. So let's come back, and here we will add H4, and the title is comment. Let's say the number of comment 134 comments. It is coming here. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. Come to the CSS file, write this class name with description, then write H4. For this one, we will add font size. So the font size is 14 pixel. Then we will add the same color, and again we will add margin from the top. Let's say 15 pixel. So it is looking like this. After this title, we will add one comment box, and with that comment box, we will add one image and one input box. So just come back, come to the HTML file, and after this title, let's add space, and here we will add one div with the class name add comment. And in this one, first we will add one image file path, and after that let's add one input box. Type it will be text, and let's add the placeholder. In this placeholder, we will add one message, write comments. You can see this image and this input box. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this one. Let's copy this one, add comment. Here we will add the CSS properties for this one. So let's add display flex, so that image and input box will be in the same horizontal line. Align items will be center, and we will add margin 30 pixel and 0. Copy this class name again, and in this one we have added one image. So we will add the CSS properties for that image. For this image, we will add width, let's say 35 pixel, and border radius 50%, and margin from the right side. Now it is looking good. Next we have to add the CSS for this input box. Copy this class name, then write input. For this input box, we will add border 0, then we will add outline 0, and border from the bottom. So there will be a line at the bottom, 1 pixel, solid, and this color code. Width, it will be 100%. Then we will add padding from the top, 10 pixel. Now you can see it is looking good. We have the white color over here for this input box. So we will add the background, let's say background transparent. Now it is fine. So we have added one input box with the image. Next we will add the list of comments, which is the old comment that is already there on this video. So let's come back, and after closing of this div, add comment, it is closing here. So here we will create another div. So let's add a div with the class name old comment, and in this one again we will add one image. Let's copy and paste it here, and after this image we will add the comment. So let's add a div, and in this div first we will add the name of the user who has commented on this video. So let's add a name in h3 tag. And with this name we will add the time also. So let's add a span, and in this span we will add time, 2 days ago. And after that we will add the comment in p tag. So here I have added this text in the p tag. You can see the image, name, time and text. Next we will add the CSS properties for this one. So just come back and copy this class name old comment. Write it here in this CSS file. Here we will add display flex and align items center. Then we will add margin 20 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. In this one also we have a image. So let's add img tag, and for this image we will add width 35 pixel. After this width we will add border radius 50% so that it will be a circle, and margin from the right side 15 pixel. Now you can see this image in the circular style. Next we will add the CSS properties for this name and this time. This time will be in small font size. So let's come back and write this class name. Then we will write the tag. So let's see, we have added the name in h3, so write it here. And in this one we will add font size 14 pixel, and then we will add margin from the bottom, let's say 2 pixel. Let's come back and copy this one, then write h3, and in this h3 we have a span. So for this span we will add font size, it will be 12 pixel. Then we will change the color, this one, and font weight and margin from the left side. Now this time 2 days ago, it is also looking good. Now on this comment also we will add some icons to like this comment, and we will display the list of replies on this comment. So let's come back and come to the HTML file, and after this p tag, you can see we have added the comment text in p tag. So after this one, let's add another div and we will add a class name. Let's add the class name comment action. And in this comment action, we will add image file path. It is like.png. So there will be a like icon to like this comment, and after that we will add text in a span. Again we will add another icon which is image. It is dislike, and here also we will add a text in a span. Then we will add a text to add reply on this comment. So here we will add a span reply. Then we will add one a tag, and in this a tag we will add the text which is all replies to display all the replies on this comment. After adding these content in the comment action, let's refresh the website, and you can see one like image and dislike image, this text, this reply text, and this all replies link. Next we have to design it using CSS. So let's come back and copy this class name comment action. Come to the CSS file. Here let's add the parent class name which is old comment, then write the class name comment action. Here we will add display, flex, and align items will be center. Then we will add margin. Let's write 8 pixel and 0, and we will add font size 14 pixel. After that, copy this one, then write img. For this image we will add border radius 0, and let's say width 20 pixel, and margin from the right side 5 pixel. Now you can see the size for these small icon like and dislike icon is good. Now let's come back and copy this one again, and in this one we have added a span. So let's add a span, and here we will add margin from the right side, margin right 20 pixel, and we will add the color. Now it is looking good. Next we have to add the color in this a tag which is all replies. So just come back and let's copy this one, then write a tag. For this a we will add color. Now you can see color in this link which is all replies. Like this we have added one comment and these action button on this comment. Next we will add other comment also. So simply come back to the HTML file and duplicate this one which is old comment. Select this old comment, copy and paste it again. Now you can see one more comment here. You can go and change the image, text, and name. After adding all these things, let me open this web page in a smaller screen. Now in this small screen you can see we have good space from the left side, but in the right side you can see we have some extra space. So let's come back and come to the CSS file. So come back to the CSS file. Here we will add media. Then let's add max width. (900 pixel), and in this one we will add the CSS properties for small screen. So let's add the class name play video, and for this play video, earlier we have added the flex basis 69%. We will add flex basis 100%. Now for the right sidebar also, here we will add flex basis 100. Now we will change the padding. So let's add this class name. Let's see what we have added. Here we have added the class name play container, and here we have the padding left 2%. So just come to the media query, add this class name play container, and for this one simply add padding left 5%. Now you can see this width description is having more space from the left side, so we have to reduce this space. So just come back and copy this class name width description. Here we have added padding from the left side, which is 55 pixels, so we will make it 0. Write this class name in this media query, and let's add padding left 0. Next you can see this text, which is views and 2 days ago, and this icon like, dislike, share icon, save icon, these are touching each other. So we will add the CSS properties for this one. So just come back and let's add the class name. Let's see what we have written. Play video and play video info A. Here it is. So just copy this one. Write it here. And for this one we will add margin. Let's say margin left, it will be 0. Then we will add margin from the right side, it will be 15 pixel. Then we will add margin from the top 15 pixel. After adding this section is also looking good. So now this web page is completely responsive for a small screen. Let's change the screen size like this, and you can see it is responsive. So now we have created the second page also, which is the video play page. Let's come back to the home page, and this is the home page, and let's click on this title of the first video and it will open the second page, and you can see the video is automatically playing. So we have completed this responsive web design for the website just like YouTube. Today in this video we are going to create the Netflix website clone using HTML and CSS. So this is the official website of Netflix India. This is the header section where you can see the logo, some welcome text and one email subscription form. After that you can see some features with text and images. And after that we have the FAQs. If we click on any one, it will display the details, and if we click again it will hide this detail. Again, we have the email subscription form, and at the bottom you can see some useful information in the footer, and here we have the copyright message Netflix India. We are going to create this website clone using HTML and CSS, and it will be completely responsive. Here we have the folder, and in this folder I have one HTML file, one CSS file, and another folder called images, and in this folder you can see I have some images that I will be using on the website. You can find all these images download link in the video description, or you can also download it from the official website of Netflix. After that, we will open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. So this is the HTML file where I have added the basic HTML structure, and this one is the CSS file. In this HTML file, I have added this link tag that will connect the HTML and CSS file. And here is the website title, Netflix website clone, easy tutorials. Now we will open this web page with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server, so that it will refresh the website automatically. So right now you can see this web page is blank, and here we have the title, Netflix website clone, easy tutorials. Let's come back and come to the CSS file. Here we will add the body tag, and in this body we will add the background. So the background will be black, and then we will add the color FFF, which is white. So the background will be black and the font color will be white. You can see the background is completely black on this website. Now let's come back to the official website. Here in this header we have the logo and two buttons in the right side. Then we have the welcome text, which is in the large font, and after that we have some other text and one email subscription form. So we will create this header. So just come back and come to the HTML file. Here we will add one div with the class name header. Write this class name here in the CSS file, and in this header we have to add the width. Width will be 100% and height will be 100 VH. After that we have to add the background image. So let's add the background image, and on this background image there will be dark layer. So here we will add the linear gradient, then write the first color code RGBA 0.7. This is the 0.7 opacity. Again we will add the same color code, and after this linear gradient we will add the image. So write URL, and in this URL we will add the file path of the image. So write the folder name images slash the file name. So let's come back to the folder, and you can see the file name is header image.png. So we will add this file name here in this CSS file like this. After that we have to add the background size. Background size will be cover, and background position, it will be center. Next we will add some space, so we will add the padding. It will be 10 pixel from top and bottom and 8% from the left and right side. Position will be relative. After adding this, again come back to the website. Here you can see this image on the complete web page, and on this image there is a dark layer. Next we have to create the navigation bar. In this navigation bar we will add the logo and two buttons. So let's come back to the HTML file, and within this div that is for the header, here we will add the nav tag, nav for the navigation bar. In this one we will add the img tag and write the file path of the logo. Let's add a class name logo, and after that we will add one div, and in this div we will add two buttons. So write button tag button, and in this first button we will add the text English. Let's duplicate it, and in this second button the button text will be sign in. After that, let's come back to the website. You can see this logo and two buttons here. So we have to align these things. So just come back and let's copy this nav, write it here in this CSS file. In this nav we will add display, flex, align items center, and justify content space between, so that the logo will be in the left side and the buttons will be in the right side. Here we will add the padding 10 pixel from top and bottom and left right 0. So you can see logo in the left side and two buttons in the right side. Let's come back, and here we have the class name logo. So use this class name here in the CSS file. For this logo we will add the width. It will be 150 pixel and cursor will be pointer. So you can see the perfect size for this logo. After that we have to design the button. So here we will add nav, and in this nav we have added the button tag. For these buttons we will add border 0, outline 0, and background. Then color, that will be the text color, and some padding. Font size will be 12 pixel. Border radius will be 4 pixel. Then we will add margin from the left side. It is 10 pixel, so we will get a space between both button and cursor pointer. After adding this, you can see these buttons in the red color and we have the button text in white color. Now in the first button we have to change the background, and we will also add one icon. So just come back, and in this first button here, after this text we will add the img tag, that is for the image. Here we will add the file path images / down icon.png, like this. And let's add a class name for the first button. Here we will add class language btn, like this. After adding this, you can see one icon here. So just come back. Here we will add this class name language btn. Let's add display. Display will be inline flex, then align items center, and background will be transparent. Then border will be 1 pixel solid and white color, and padding of 7 pixel and 10 pixel. Now you can see the transparent background, and there is one white color of border. We have to fix the size of the down arrow icon. So let's come back. Here we will add this class name, then write img. For this image we have to decrease the width, then we will add the space between the text and image, so margin left 10 pixel. Now the language button looks perfect. After creating the navigation bar with logo and button, we have to add some content in the center. Let me come to the official website of Netflix. Here you can see in the center we have the main text, then we have the text in a small font and one email subscription form. So we have to add these things. So just come back to the HTML file. After this nav, here we will add one div with the class name header content. In this header content, first we will add one title in h1. So let's copy the title from here. So this is the title. Then we will add another text in h3. Then we will add the text in p tag. So we have added text in h1, h3 and p. After that we have to add one email sign up form. So here we will add one form tag and we will add the class name email sign up. In this form there will be one input field. Input type will be email and placeholder. Placeholder will be email address. It is required. Then we will add the button. Button type will be submit and button text will be get started. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see the text and input field and button called get started. So we have to move all these things in the center of the web page. So just come back and copy this class name header content. Write this class name here. For this one we will add position absolute, then top it will be 50%, left 50% and transform translate minus 50% and minus 50%. Text align will be center and margin from the top 100 pixel. Now it is here. After that we have to add the CSS for the title. So let's come back and again add this class name. Then write h1 for the main text. We will increase the font size. Then we will add the line height and font weight. It will be 600 and maximum width will be 650 pixel. Now you can see the increased size for this welcome text. Next we will add the CSS for the text written in the h3. So just come back, copy this one. Here we will add h3. So for this one we will add the font weight. It will be 400. Then margin at the bottom. So this text is also looking good. Next we will add the CSS for the email sign up form. Here we have the class name email sign up. So let's copy this one, write it here. And here we will add the background. Background will be white. Then we will add the border radius. It will be 4 pixel and display will be flex. Align item center and margin from the top to add some space at the top and overflow will be hidden. Next we have to increase the size of this input field. So just come back. Here we will add that class name email sign up, then write input. So for this input field we have to add the flex. It will be 1. Then border will be 0 and outline 0 and margin from the left side. After that we have to design the button. So here we will add the class name and button tag. So for this button we will add the background, then border 0, outline 0, and color will be white. Font size will be 16 pixel and cursor pointer. Right now you can see the height of this email sign up form and button is very small. So let's come back, and in this button we will add padding. Let's add the padding of 15 pixel and 30 pixel. Now it looks good. So we have created the header of this website. Now let's come back to the official website, and here we will scroll this web page. Here you can see some features with text and image. In the first one you can see the text in the left side. In the next one, text in the right side. Again we have the text in left side, and in the fourth one, text in the right side. So it is in the alternate position, text and image. So we will create this one. So just come back to the HTML file. After closing off this div that is for the header, here we will create another div with the class name features. In this features we will add another div with the class name row, and within this row let's add a class name text call, that is column for text. In this one we will add the text in H2. Let me copy the text from here. Then we will add some text in p tag. So this is the left column where we have added the text. Now we will add another div with the class name img column, img call, and in this one we will add the feature image. So write the file path, images / feature1.png. After adding this, come back to the website. You can see here we have the text and this image. So we have to align it horizontally, and we will add some space. So let's come back, and here we have the class name features. Just copy this one, write it here in this CSS file. For this features we will add padding. It will be 50 pixels from top and bottom and 12% from left and right side. Then we will add the font size. It will be 22 pixel. Let me add a comment here. Features. So here we are starting the CSS for the features section. After that we will add the CSS for the row that we have added in the HTML file. Here we will add display. Display will be flex, width will be 100%, and align items center. Flex wrap will be wrap. Then padding of 50 pixel and 0. Now you can see some space around the text. Let's come back, and here we have the class name text call. Copy this one, write it here. For this text call we will add the flex basis. It will be 50% and margin at the bottom 20 pixel. After that we have another class name img call. Let's add this here, and here we will add the same thing, flex basis 50% and margin bottom 20 pixel. After that again write this class name and then write img. For this image let's add display block, and width will be 90% and margin auto. After adding this, you can see the perfect alignment for the text and the image. Text is aligned in the left side and image in the right side. Now we have to add the CSS for this text, which is written in the h2 tag. So here in this CSS file we will add class name features and h2. Here we will increase the font size, it will be 50 pixel. Then we will change the font weight and space at the bottom. Now this text looks good. Right now we have added one feature. Similarly we will add another feature. So let's come back and here we will duplicate this row. Copy and paste it here. This is the second row, then third and fourth row. Now in the second row we will change the position. Remove it from here and add it here. First we are adding image, then text. The same thing in the last one. First we will add the image column, after that text column. After adding this, again come back. Here you can see the first feature, then second feature, which is the alternate position of the text and image, then third feature and fourth feature. Now we have to update the text and image that we can copy from the official website. Here we have the second image and text. Let me copy and paste it in our HTML file. After updating all the images and text in the features, let's come back to the website. And here you can see the updated text and images. Now we have created the features section. Next we will create the FAQ section, where we will create accordions. When we will click on anyone, it will display the detail of that question. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after closing off this div, which is for features, here we will add a new div with the class name FAQ. In this one, let's add one text in h2. Frequently asked questions. After that, come back to the CSS file. Here we will add one comment, FAQ. Then we will add the class name FAQ, and here let's add padding of 10 pixel and 12%. Text align will be center and font size will be 18 pixel. You can see this text frequently asked questions at the bottom. Now we have to increase the size of this text and font weight. So let's come back, and here we will add FAQ h2. Font weight will be 500 and font size 40 pixel. So you can see the increased font size. After that, we will create accordions where we will display the list of questions and answer. So let's come back and come to the HTML file. Here we will create one ul unordered list, and let's add a class name accordion. In this one we will add li, that is for the list, and in this list let's add the input. Input will be radio, input type radio, and name will be accordion. And write the ID first. Here we will add label. In this label we will add for, and it will be same as this ID for first. And in this label we will add the question. So here we will add the first question. What is Netflix? And after this label we will add one div with the class name content. In this content we will add the detail of this question. Here we will add one p tag and write the text. Here I am adding some sample text, and this is the first list. Now we will duplicate this one. Here we will add the ID second, for second, and change the question. You can update the answer also. Now duplicate this list and change the ID third, for third, change the question, After updating all the list with the ID and text, let's come back to the website. Here you can see these question and their answer. Now we have to design it as an accordion. So let's come back and copy this class name accordion, write it here in this CSS file. Here we will add the margin 60 pixels from top and bottom, and left right auto. Width it will be 100%, and maximum width will be 750 pixel. Next we will add the class name accordion and li. For these list we will add list style none, and width will be 100%, and padding will be 5 pixel. Inside this list we have the label where we have added the questions. So here let's add this one, then write label. In this label we will add display. Display will be flex, align items center, and padding will be 20 pixel. Then font size will be 18 pixel, and font weight 500. Then we will change the background. Margin at the bottom, it will be 2 pixels, and cursor, pointer and position will be relative. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see these questions in a box. After that, we will add the plus icon at the end of this box. So let's come back, and here we will add this label, and after this label we will add pseudo element after. Here we will add the content, it will be plus icon, and let's increase the font size 34 pixel. Position will be absolute and right will be 20 pixel. So now you can see this plus in the right side of this title box or question box. After that, we have to hide this checkbox which is here. If we click on any one, you can see it will become blue and other will become white. So we have to hide these things. So let's come back. Here we will add input, then write the type, input type equal to radio, and it will be hidden, so write display none. Now you can see these radio icons are hidden. Next we have to add the CSS for these content. So let's come back, and here we will add dot accordion and dot content. You can see in the HTML file here we have added the class name content. So for these content we will add background, then we will add the text align, it will be left, then some padding, let's add the maximum height, it will be 0 so that it will be hidden, and overflow hidden. So you can see all the details are hidden. Next we have to display these details when we will click on anyone. So just come back. Here we will add dot accordion input, and input type will be radio like this, and checked. Suppose these input is checked, then we will add label plus dot content. In this content we will add the max height. Max height will be 600 pixel so that it will be visible. Then we will add the padding 30 pixel and 20 pixel. After adding this, come back, and if I click on any one, you can see it will become visible. Let's click on the second one. The second description is visible. If I click on the last one, the last description is visible. Right now the description is displaying immediately, so we have to add some transition. So just come back. Here in this content we will add transition max height 0.5 seconds, then padding 0.5 seconds. After adding this, come back. If I click on the second one, you can see the height is increasing smoothly and it is displaying the description of the particular question. Right now you can see the plus icon at the end of each question, so we have to change the icon whenever we will click on any question. It should rotate and turn into a close icon. So let's come back. Here we will copy this one, then write after. In this after we will add transform rotate by 135 degree, and let's come here. In this label after we will add transition transform 0.5 seconds. After adding this, come back, and if I click on this one, you can see this plus is rotating and turn into a cross icon. Let's click here. You can see it is working fine. Now we have completed this accordion section. Next we have to add some text, and again we will add the same email subscription form. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after closing of this UL tag, here we will add text in a small tag. In this small tag we will add the same text which is here in this header. Add it here in this small tag, and after this text again we need the same sign up form. So let's come back to the header again and copy this complete form, paste it here. After this FAQ, here we will add this form and come back to the website. You can see this text and this sign up form with the input box and get started button. Now we have to design it, so let's come back, come to the CSS file. Here we will add .faq, and in this FAQ we have the class name email sign up. For the sign up form, here we will change the maximum width. It will be 600 pixel, and we will change the margin 20 pixel, auto, and 60 pixel. After that we will add the same class name FAQ, and in this FAQ we have added the text in a small tag. So write a small and write the font size. So the font size is 13 pixel. Now the font size is perfect, and this email sign up form is also looking good. After creating this, let's come back to the official website of Netflix, and here you can see after this FAQ and the sign up form, here we have one horizontal line and one contact number and some useful links and button and one copyright message that we will create in the footer. So let's come back to the HTML file, and after closing of this div, here we will add a new div with the class name footer. In this div we will add the text in H2. Here we will add any number. Let me add 0. After that we will add one div with the class name row that we have already used, and in this row let's add one div with the class name call, and in this first call we will add the link in a tag. Link text will be FAQ. Let's duplicate it, and here we will change the link text. It is investor relations. Then we will add the privacy. Then we will add speed test. So this is the first column. Let's duplicate this column. and here we will update the link text. Again, duplicate this column. This is for the third column. Again, duplicate this one for the fourth column. After adding this, again come back to the website. You can see this number and other links at the bottom. So let's come back and we will add the CSS for this footer. Just copy this one, come to the CSS file. Here we will add one comment. Footer. Write this class name. And here we will add padding. It will be 50 pixel. Then 15% and 10 pixel. Then we will add border top. It will be 6 pixel, solid, and this color. So we will get one line at the top of the footer. Let's add color 777. This is the text color. Let's come back and here you can see this horizontal line and changed font color for this one. Let's come back and here we will add the class name footer, then h2. So for this title we will add the font size, font weight, and margin at the bottom. Now for each column we will add the CSS. So let's come back and here you can see we have the class name call. So let's come back. Here we will add dot footer and dot call. So for the column we will add flex basis. It will be 25%, flex grow it will be 1, and margin at the bottom 20 pixel. Now you can see these links in 4 columns. Let's come back and again write this one, then write A for the link. So for these links we will add display. Display will be block, then text decoration will be none, then we will change the color and font size and margin at the bottom. Now in the fourth column you can see some space at the top because here we have the 3 links. So let's come back and here we will add dot footer dot row. So for these row we will add align items, flex start, and we will add padding. It will be 10 pixel and 0. Now all the links are starting at same position from the top. After adding these links we will add one language button. So let's come back and here we have this closing div. So before this closing div we will add button. Let me come back to the header. From here we can copy this button. Let's copy this one and paste it here. like this. After adding this, come back to the website. You can see this button here, but the text is not visible because it is in the black color. So let's come back. Here in this CSS file, here we will add dot footer and language btn. Let's add the color. Color will be white. Change the padding and border radius. Now this button looks good. Now at the bottom we will add one copyright text. So let's come back, and here after this button we will add one text in p tag, and the text is Netflix India. With this p we will add a class name, copyright text. Write this class name here, copyright text. Font size is 14 pixel and margin from the top 20 pixel and margin at the bottom 10 pixel. So this text is also looking good. Right now we have created all the contents on this website. Next we have to check this website on a smaller screen. So let me open this website in a smaller screen. Here you can see this navigation bar is not looking good and this text is too big. So we have to fix these things on a smaller screen so it will look good. So for that we will add the CSS media queries. So let's come back, and here in this CSS file let's add a comment. Let's add media. Only screen and max width 600 pixel. Now we will add some CSS properties within this media query, and whatever CSS properties we will write in this media query, that will be applicable for small screen, maximum width up to 600 pixel. So here you can see the logo size is too big for this small screen. So here let's add dot logo and width. Width will be 100 pixel. Now this size is perfect. Next we have to add the CSS for these buttons. So let's come back. Here we will add nav, then button tag. For this button we will add the padding 5 pixel and 10 pixel. In this nav you can see we have another button with the class name language btn. So let's come back to the CSS file. Here we will add nav dot language btn. In this one we will add the padding 4 pixel and 8 pixel. Now the logo size and the button size is perfect. Next we have to add the CSS for these text. So let's come back, and here you can see we have added the content in this div with the class name header content. So in this one we will add position will be unset. Then we will add the transform none, then padding top, it will be 150 pixel, again write this one, and in this one we have the text in H1. So for this H1 we will add the font size. Font size will be 30 pixel. So this text is looking good. Next we have to add the CSS for the sign up form. Now let's come back, and in this media query we will add dot email sign up button, and in this button we will add the font size. It will be small, 12 pixel, and we will decrease the padding. It will be 10 pixel and 15 pixel. Now this sign up form is also looking good. Next we have to add the CSS for these columns, which is the text column and image column. So let's come back. Here you can see we have the text call and img call. So we will add the CSS for these things in the media query. Here we will add dot text call comma dot img call. For these columns we will add the flex basis 100%, so it will use the full width. You can see the full width for these text and image. Next we have to decrease the size of these text. So let's come back. Here we will add the class name features, and in this features we have h2. So let's decrease the font size. Font size will be 30 pixel for small screen, and duplicate this one. Here we will add the P for the small text. Here also we will decrease the font size. It will be 15 pixel. So these font size is perfect. But right now you can see this text is there. After that we have the image, and again we have the image. So we have to add the image and text at alternate position. For that let's come back, and here we will add dot row colon nth child 2 and comma dot row nth child 4. For the second and fourth row we will add flex direction column reverse, like this. After adding this, come back. You can see first we have the text, then image, again text and image, again text and image. So it is in the alternate order. Now we will add some space for the row. So let's come back, and here we will add dot features and dot row. So in this one let's add the padding. Padding will be 10 pixel and 0. So we have the perfect space between each row. After that let's check the FAQ section. In this FAQ you can see the text size is very big, so we have to fix this one. So let's come back, and here we will add dot FAQ and h2. Font size 20 pixel. It will be perfect. And here we have the accordions. So in this accordion we have the content. For this content we will add the font size 14 pixel. In this accordion we have the questions in the label. So write accordion and li and label. Here we will add padding. Padding will be 10 pixel and font size 14 pixel. So you can see perfect size for this frequently asked questions and these text. Next, we have to decrease the size of these icons, which is the plus icon or cross icon. So let's come back. Here we will add label colon after. Write the font size 22 pixel. After that, you can see small size for these icon. Let's scroll this. Other content are perfect for a small screen. Let's open this web page in full screen again, and you can see it looks perfect and exactly same as the official website of Netflix. So finally, we have created this Netflix clone website using HTML and CSS. Hi guys, this is Avinash and you are welcome to another video of Easy Tutorials. Today in this video, you will learn to create a house rental website like Airbnb. We will create this website front-end design using HTML and CSS. This website design will be completely responsive. It means it will look perfect in your laptop and your mobile phone screen also. We are going to create multiple pages on this website. So this is the home page. Here in this header section, you can see a search box in the center that looks very beautiful. If I scroll this website, you can see the exclusive places just below the header section. After that, some trending places with their images and names. After this trending places, you can see a offer message section. After this offer area, there are some travel stories. At the bottom, you can see some text, some social media icons and one copyright text. Now, let's go to the another page. This is the second page of this website where you can see a list of houses added on this website. This listing has image, title, star rating and price. In the right side, you can see a sidebar that is a filter option for this list. Now let's go to the next page. This is the third page of this website where you can see detailed information about the single house listed on this website. Here you can see all images of the house, some description, location map and information about the user who has posted this house on this website. This web page is also looking very beautiful. Let me open this website in a smaller screen so that you can see this website design looks perfect in mobile phone screen also. When I scroll this website on a smaller screen, the navigation bar is fixed at the top. It is not moving. In the navigation bar, you can see a logo and one menu icon. If I click on this menu icon, you can see a drop-down menu that contains some links and a button. When I click on this menu icon again, it will close this drop-down menu. We will learn to create this complete multiple pages website design step by step using HTML and CSS. Here I have this folder, and in this folder I have created one index.html file and one style.css file. Then I have another folder called images, and in this one I have some images, one logo and one icon. You can find all these images download link in the video description. Now I will open these files with my code editor, which is VS Code, which is Visual Studio Code. If you don't know how to create the HTML and CSS file, I have a beginner tutorial. I will put that video link in the description. So this is the HTML file where I have added the basic HTML structures, and this one is the CSS file where I have added margin, padding, box sizing and font family, which is applicable for all the HTML elements. In this HTML file, I have added this title, Stay BNB Easy Tutorials, and this is the link tag to connect HTML and CSS file. Next, we will add a div in the body tag with the class name header, and now we have to add the CSS properties for this header. So just copy this class name, write it here in this CSS file. Here we will add CSS like minimum height, it will be 100 VH. After that we have to add width. So let's add width of 100%. Next we have to add the background image, and on this image we will add a dark layer, so we will add the linear gradient, then two color codes. So this is the first color code, RGBA 0000.3. Let me duplicate this one, so this will be the second color, and after that add a comma, then write URL. In this URL we have to add the file path of the image. So let's come back to the folder. You can see the folder name is images, and the file name is banner.png. So let's come back to the CSS file. Here we will add images slash banner.png. So this is the file path of the image. After adding this, we have to add background position and background size. So background size will be cover and background position will be center. After applying this, let's come back to the folder and open this HTML file with any web browser. So you can see a image on complete web page. So let me close this browser. I will open this web page with the VS Code extension called live server. I have added one extension in VS Code, so it will again open the same web page. Let me select open with live server. Now you can see the same web page, but this web page will be refreshed automatically whenever I will add any changes and save the web page. Now just come back, and here in this div we have to add the navigation bar. So let's add one tag, which is nav tag, and in this one first we have to add one logo. So I am adding one img tag and the file path of the logo, and we will add one class name. So the class name will be logo. After that we have to add list. So write ul, and let me add one class name also. So I am adding the class name navlinks. Then we will add the li and a tag. So it will be a clickable link, and the link text will be popular places. Let me duplicate this line so that we can create 3 links. Just we have to change the text. This is travel outside. Then the next one is online packages. After this ul, we have to add one button. So we will add one a tag, and here we will add the button text. So let me write the text, register now. So for this a tag, let me add a class name also. So the class name will be register btn. It means register button. After adding this, let's open the web page again. And now you can see this logo and some links just below this logo. So we have to align it. So just come back, and we have to add CSS for this nav. Just copy this one, write it here in this CSS file. For this nav, let's add the display flex. So we will see all the contents side by side. Then align items center, and justify content will be space between. After that we will add some padding. So let's add 20 pixel. It is from top and bottom, and 7% from left and right side. After that, if I open the web page, you can see we have some space in the left and right side, and all contents are coming side by side. Now just come back, and here you can see I have added a class name logo. So just copy this class name, write it here in the CSS file. For this logo we have to change the width. So let me add the width of 140 pixel, and let's add the cursor pointer. Now if I refresh the website, you can see the perfect size for this logo. Now just come back, and you can see I have the class name navlinks here. So come back to the CSS file, write this class name navlinks, then write li. For this list we will add the list style. So list style will be none. Then we will add display. It will be inline block, and after that we have to add some space. So for that we are adding margin 10 pixel and 30 pixel. Let me write this class name again, then li and a tag. For this a tag we have to add the text decoration none, and we have to change the color also. So let me add the color FFF, which is white color. After adding this, if I refresh the web page again, you can see this navigation link looks beautiful. Now we have to design this button. Just come back and copy this class name register btn, write it here in the CSS file, and here we have to add the CSS for this button. So first we have to change the background of this button. So we will add the background and one color code. It is white. Then write color. It is 000, which is black color. It is the text color of the button. Then we will add some padding. Let's add 8 pixel and 20 pixel. Then we will add border radius. It will be 20 pixels, so you will see the corners round. Then text decoration will be none. And after that we have to change the font size. It will be 14 pixel. After applying these CSS, you can see this button looks good. We have added all the contents in the navigation bar. Next we have to add one title in the center. So just come back to the HTML file, and after closing of this nav tag, let's add a div with the class name container, and within this container we will add a title in h1. So this is the title. Find your next stay. After that, if I refresh the website, you can see this title in the left side. So we have to add some space. So just come back, and here we will add that class name that we have just written, which is container. Here in this container we will add the padding 0 and 7%. After that, let's add this class name header and h1. So for this h1 we have to change the font size. So let me add the font size of 4 VW, which is viewport width. Then font weight will be 500. After that we will add color, white color. Then text align center, and let's add some padding from the top. It is 22%. Now you can see this text here on this web page. So after this text we have to add one search box that will contain some input field and one search button. So just come back to the HTML file. After this h1, let's add a div with the class name search box. Within this search box we have to create a form. So write the form tag. Now in this form tag, let's add a div, and in this div we will add one text in label. So write the label tag, and in this one we will add the text location, because we will add the location input field. So after this we will add one input field, and the input type will be text, so people can write any text in this input field. So let's add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we will add a text called where are you going. After that, just duplicate this div. Change the text, it is check-in, and here change the placeholder. So in this placeholder we will add date. Now again duplicate this div, and this will be checkout. Copy this div again, and here we will change the text guest, and here replace the text add guest. After adding this, you can see this text here and this input field. After this we will add one submit button for this form. So let's come back to the HTML file, and here we will add one button. Then button type will be submit, and here we will add the image. So write img tag and file path of the image. So it is the search icon. Write the file path search.png, and now you can see this button here. In this button we have the search icon. So just come back and copy this class name search bar, write it here in the CSS file, For this search bar, we will add background. So the background will be white color, which is triple F. Then we will add width. So the width will be 70%. And after that, we will add some margin. So let's add margin of 30 pixel and auto. Then we have to add some padding. So let me add the padding of 6 pixel and 10 pixel, then 6 pixel and 30 pixel. After that, we will add border radius of 50 pixel. Now you can see it looks like this one. Next, we have to add the CSS for the form tag that we have added in the HTML file. So just copy this class name again, then write form. Now for this form, let's add the display. So the display will be flex. Then we will add align items center and flex wrap. It will be wrap. So you can see the changes in this layout. Again, come back and copy this one. And in this form, we have added one input field. So let's add the input tag. And in this one, we will add the display. It will be block. Then we have to add the border. It will be 0 and outline none. After this, we will add the background. So the background will be transparent. So again, you can see the changes. Now just come back. Copy this again. And here we will add this button. Now for this button, we have to add the background. So let's add this color code. Then we will add the width. So it will be 55 pixel and height also same. Then border radius will be 50%. So it will be a circle and border will be 0 and outline none. Cursor will be pointer. Next, we have to add the CSS for the small icon within this circle. So let's come back and copy this one, then write img. So for this image, we will set the width. It will be very small, like 15 pixel and some space from the top. So margin top 7 pixel. So this icon size is perfect. So right now you can see some space on the right side. So let's come back, and in this location, we have to add one class name. So let's add the class name location input. Just copy this class name, write it here in this CSS file. For this one, let's add the flex 1. So it will use all the space in the row. So this location input field will be large, and you can see the search button at the end of this search bar. So this search bar is looking perfect. Now we have to make this label bold. So just copy this one, write it here, and in this HTML you can see we have the label tag. Just copy this one, write it here. For this one, we have to add the font weight. So let me add the font weight of 600. So now it is looking perfect. We can write anything in this search box. Let me write Bangalore. So this design is looking good. Next we have to create the another section after this header. So just come back and let's scroll this HTML file. Here we will create another div with the class name container. In this container we have to add one title. So let's add the title in h2 tag. So the title is exclusives. Then we will add one div with the class name exclusives. Now in this div, let's add the another div. In this one, we will add one image, write the file path of the image. Now just duplicate this div. So we have added 5 images. Let's scroll down and you can see these 5 images on this web page. Let me come back to the HTML file and change the file name of the image. It is image 2, 3, 4 and 5. So now we will see the 5 different images. Next, just come back and copy this class name exclusives. Come back to the CSS file. First we will add one comment exclusives. And first we have to add the CSS for the h2. So let me come back to the HTML file and in this h2 let's add a class name called subtitle. Write this class name in this CSS file. For this subtitle we have to add some space, so we will add the margin 50 pixel, 0 and 20 pixel. Then we will change the font size. It will be 2.2 VW, which is viewport width. Then font weight will be 500 and color, which is 333. So you can see this title is looking good. Next we have to align the images, so just copy this class name exclusives, write it here in this CSS file. For this one we will add display grid, then grid template columns. It will be repeat, autofit, comma, min max. And in this min max we will add the minimum width for the image, so let's add the 200 pixel, comma, maximum it will be 1 fraction fr. And after that we will add grid gap 30 pixel. I have a dedicated video for grid layout. You can find that video link in the description. Let me come back to the web page and you can see all images are coming side by side, but there is no space between the image. So it is because the width of the image. So just come back and copy this class name again, and here we will add div and img. For this image, let's set the width 100% and border radius will be 10 pixel. Now you can see these images are aligned very good and we have some space also. So let me come back and in this HTML file, just after this image we will add one span, and in this span we will add one text in h3. So this is the name of the location, London, and let's add another small text in p tag. Starts at $250. So let me copy this span and add it in the other div also, just after the image. So right now we have added the 5 images. Let me duplicate these divs and create 10 images. So you can see we have the 10 images here. Still we have to change the image and text. So let me change all the images and name of the places. So after changing it, you can see it is looking like this. I have changed all the name and image. Now we have to change the position of this text. So just come back and copy this class name, write it here. Here we will add div and position relative. Again copy this one and write a span. For this one we will add position absolute. Top 50%, left it will be 50%, transform, translate, minus 50% and minus 50%. This will be 50%, not 10%. And after applying this, you can see this text in the image. Just we have to change the color and position. So let's add the text align center, so it will be center, and after that color it will be white. Now you can see these images with text looking very good. So we have completed this exclusive section of this website. Now just come back to the HTML file and let's see where this div is closing. This exclusive div is closing here. After this we have to add another subtitle. So let me copy this subtitle from the previous section and paste it here. Here we will change the text, so it will be trending places. After that, let's add another div with the class name trending. In this one, again create a div. And in this div, we will add one image. Write the file path of the image. So it is images/dubai.png. And after that, we will add the text in H3. It is Dubai. Now just duplicate this div and change the image and name. So let me add the another image. It is New York, and text also. Then let me add the third image here. In the third div it is Paris and the text in H3. And let's add the fourth image. It is New Delhi and text. After updating this, let's open the website again. You can see these text here and the image, it is coming vertically. So we have to add the CSS. So just copy this text and come back to the CSS file, so that here we will add a comment called trending places, where we will add the CSS. So let's come back and copy this class name trending, write it here in this CSS file. For this one, again we have to add the grid layout. So just copy this one and paste it here like this. And again you can see it is side by side, but we don't have some space. So just come back and here we will add margin bottom. So we will get some space in the bottom also. And copy this class name trending again, paste it here. Here we will add div and img. So for these images we will add width 100% and border radius, so the corner will be round. Now you can see these images looks good. Next we have to change the font weight of this text, which is at the bottom of this image. So let's come back and just copy this one, then write the tag which is h3, write it here, and here we will add font weight, so it will be 600, and let's add some space from the top. So margin top 10 pixel. After that you can see this trending places section is looking good. Next we will create one offer section where we will add the background image and some text on that image. So you can see this div is closing here. So here we will add another div with the class name CTA. It means call to action. Here we will add a text in h3 tag. So this is the text. Shading is earning now. After that we will add some text in p tag. So this is the small text in p tag. And after that we will create one button. So let's add one a tag, and here we will add the button text. So it is no more. Then we will add one class name for this one. So let me add the class name CTA which is call to action button. So after adding this, you can see these text and link on the web page at the bottom. Now just come back and come to this CSS file. Here let's add a comment. So this is call to action. After that, we will add that class name, which is CTA. For this one, we have to add a space. So we will add margin 80 pixel and 0, 80 from top and bottom, 0 from left and right. Then we will add the background image, and on this image there will be a dark layer. So we are adding linear gradient to right, and on this one we will add the first color code, then comma, second one. So for the second one we will add transparent, and after this let's add a comma and write URL. In this URL we will add the file path of the image. So the file name is banner2.png. Now for this background we will add the background size. So the background size will be cover and background position will be center. After that we will add some border radius. It will be 10 pixel and some padding. So let's add the padding of 5%. Then we will add the color. So the color will be F, which is white color. After adding this, you can see it is looking like this. We have to increase the font size and we will design the button. So just come back and you can see in this CTA we have H3, P and A. So with the class name this one, just come back and here we will add the class name CTA, then H3. For this H3, let's increase the font size, and after that we will add the line height, then font weight. Let me write this class name again, then write P for the small paragraph text. Here also we will change the font size and we will add some space. So we are adding margin. So this text is looking good. We will make this text in 2 lines. So we will add the line break. So just come back to the HTML file and here we will add BR to add line break here. And in this P tag also we will add that BR. So let me add it here. Now you can see this title and a small text is coming in 2 lines. Next we have to design the button. So let's copy this class name CTA and write it here in this CSS file. For this button we have to add the background. So let's add the background and one color code. Then we will add the color. So it will be the button text color, which is white. After that we will add text decoration will be none. Let's add some padding. So it is 12 pixel from top and bottom and 30 pixel from left and right side. Then border radius will be 8 pixel and margin from the top it will be 20 pixels. So we will get some space from the top and display will be inline block. Now you can see this button looks good. Till now we have created all these sections. Next we will create another section where we will add some travelers stories. So just come back to the HTML file and after closing of this CTA div, let's add some space and here again we will add one subtitle. So just copy the subtitle from the previous section. Here it is, just copy this one and paste it here. And in this one we will change the text. So it is travelers stories. Then we will add a div with the class name stories. Again add another div and here we will add one image. Write the img tag and add the file path. And after this image we will add a small text in p tag. So this is the text. Now just duplicate this complete div and change the image and text. It is story2.png and a story3.png and different text. After that you can see these images and text which is coming vertically. Let's copy this text and come to the CSS file, and here we will add one comment. Travelers stories. And now you can see we have added the class name called stories. So just copy this one and write it here in the CSS file. For this stories we will add the same grid layout. So just copy everything from here, paste it here. After that write this class name again, which is a stories, then write div and img. So for this image again we have to add the width. It will be 100% and border radius. So the border radius will be 10 pixel. Now this image is good. We have to change the position of these text which is at the bottom. So we have to move this text on the image. So just come back, copy this one, then write position relative and text align. It will be center. Again write this class name, then write p. For this p we will add the width. It will be 80% and after that position will be absolute. Let's add top. Top will be 50% and left 50%. Then transform, translate, minus 50% and minus 50%. Then we will change the color. It is white. Then font size will be 26 pixel. After that you can see this text is looking good and this text is on the image in the center. So we have completed this travelers stories also. So just come back to the HTML file and after closing of this div we will create one button. So again let's add one a tag and here we will add the button text. Start making money, and we will add a class name start btn. Just copy this class name and let's come back to the web page, and you can see this link at the bottom. So just come back to the CSS file, write this class name here, and for this button class name we have to add the text decoration. It will be none. And after that we will add the background, this color code. Then color will be white, which is the text color of the button. Then we will add the width. Let's add the width of 80% and max width. So the max width will be 350 pixel. And after that we will add the display block and text align center. Let's add some space. So we will add margin 60 pixel and auto and some padding. So we will add the padding 15 pixel. Border radius will be 30 pixel and font size. So let's add the font size of 20 pixel. After that you can see this button looks good. After adding this button we will add one small text and some paragraph. So just come back and here let's add a div with the class name about MSG. It means about message, and in this one we will add one title in h2. So this is the title about Stay BNB, which is the name of this website, Stay BNB. Then P, and this is the text. You can see it is in the bottom. There's a small title and text. Just come back and copy this class name about MSG, write it here in this CSS file. Let's add one comment here, and after that we will add this class name, and here we will add text alignment center, and after that margin. So let's add the margin of 80 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Then color will be 333, and font size, it will be 17 pixel. So this paragraph text is looking good. Next we will add CSS for this small title. So just copy this, and here we will add H2. For this H2 we will increase the font size, so it is 28 pixel, and after that we will add margin from the bottom, and we will add the font weight. So now this text is looking good. After that we will create the footer area where we will add the social media icons and one copyright text. So just come back to the HTML file. Here we will create another div with the class name footer. Now in this footer we will add one a tag, and in this href we will add the link of the social media profile. So let me write the link for the Facebook, https facebook.com. You can write your complete profile URL, and here we have to add the icon. So to get the icon, first we will come to the website called fontawesome.com. So this is the fontawesome.com website. Here you have to create an account, and after that come here, click on Kits. Let's click here, and after that you will get a script link. Just copy this and come back to your HTML file. Just come to the top, and within this head tag you have to add this script like this. Just before this closing head tag, add this script, and after that we can add the icon anywhere on the HTML page. So just click here on the icons, and here you can search for any icon that you want to use on your website. So let me search for Facebook, and here we have different icons. So let me click on this one, and here you can see one line of code. Just copy this one and paste it on your HTML file. So I have added it here. Let me duplicate this line and change the URL. So let me write the URL of another social media profile, which is youtube.com. Then the next one, it is Twitter, and after that LinkedIn and Instagram. And here you have to add the icon. So if you don't know the exact name, you can go and search on the same website, which is fontawesome.com. I already know, so here I'm adding YouTube, Twitter and LinkedIn-in, and after that Instagram. So after adding this, if I refresh the website, you can see these icons at the bottom in the left side. So we have to change its position and color and font. So let's come back, and here we will add HR, and after this HR we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add this text copyright easy tutorials, and you can see this horizontal line and one copyright message at the bottom. So next we will add the CSS. So just copy this class name footer, write it here in the CSS file. Write one comment, and now for this footer we have to add margin, so we will add margin of 80 pixel, 0 and 10 pixel. Next we will add text align center. You can see the social media icon in the center. Now just come back and here we will add dot footer a, because we have added one a tag, and in this one let's add text decoration none, and let's change the color, and we will change the font size. It will be 22 pixel, and after that we will add some space, so we are adding margin 0 and 10 pixel. So these social media icons are looking good. Now just come back and here let's add footer and HR, because we have added one HR tag to add horizontal line. So for this HR we will add the background, write the color code, this is 999, and after that we will add height, so the height will be 1 pixel and width will be 100%. Then we will add border of 0 and some margin, so let's add the margin of 20 pixel and 0. So this horizontal line is looking good. Now just come back and copy this footer again, then write P where we have added the copyright message. For this P we will add some space at the bottom, so padding bottom will be 15 pixel. So now this footer is looking good. Let me scroll this web page to the top so that you can see all these layouts are looking beautiful. Next we will add one line at the top menu link. So let's come back, and in this HTML file here we have added the menu link. So in this one we will add one class name active in the first one only. After adding this class name, just copy this class name active and come to the CSS file. Here we will add active, and let's add the position. It will be relative, and again write active colon after, and here we have to add the content. It will be empty. Then we will add the background, so the background will be FFF, which is white. Then we will add width, so the width will be 25 pixel and height will be 2 pixel. Here we have to add the position also, so the position will be absolute, and left will be 50%. Then transform translate x minus 50%. Now we will add the bottom, so the bottom will be minus 12 pixel. Border radius will be 2 pixel. After adding this, if I refresh the website again, you can see one small line just below the menu link, which is popular places. Now if I scroll this website, you can see all the layouts are looking good. Let me open this website in a smaller screen so you can see some contents are perfect, but some contents are broken for a smaller screen, so that we have to fix using media queries. So now let's come back to the CSS file. Here let's add a comment. It is for small screen devices. Here we will add media query, so let's add media only screen and in this bracket we will add max width. So let me add the max width of 700 pixel. So whatever CSS properties we will add within this media query, that will be applicable for a small screen whose maximum width is 700 pixel. Now for this small screen we have to set the position for the logo, so let's copy this logo from the top and write it here within this media query. For this logo let's add the position fixed, so it will not move. and top will be 4% and left 7%. Let's scroll to the top and you can see here we have added the nav tag. So just copy this nav, write it here in this media query. Now for this nav also we have to add the fixed position. So we will add position fixed. Top it will be 0 and Z index 100. Next we will add the display. So the display will be inline block and width 100%. After that we will add some padding. So we will add 100 pixel and 7%, then 0. Let's add the background. It is 000, which is black color, and text align right. Now you can see this logo is good. All the contents are on the right side. Now just come back and here we have to add the nav tag, then write the class name navlinks. After this navlinks, let me add li. So for these list we have to add the margin. So it will be 10 pixel and 0. Then we will add display. It will be block. So you can see some changes here. Now let's come back and here on the top you can see we have added register button class name. So just copy this class name and come to the media query, write it here, and here let's add margin of 15 pixel, then 0 and 30 pixel. Display will be inline block. So we have some space around this button. Now for the small screen we have to add one menu icon that will be displayed only for the small screen. So that icon we will add it here just after this button. So let's come to the same website, which is fontawesome.com. Click on icons and here let me search menu. So it is not there. Let me search for another text, bars. Yeah, just click on this one and copy this one line of code. Now we can paste this code in the HTML file. Let me add it here just after this register button. And after that, if I refresh the website, you can see this is not visible because of black color. Let me open this in full screen. You can see this icon at the top right corner. So we have to hide this icon on the large devices. So for that, just come back just above this media query. We have to write it outside of media query. So you can see it is in the nav tag and the class name is fa_vars. So write nav.fa_vars. So for this one we will add display none. So it will be hidden for the large devices like laptop and computer. Now in this media query again we will add the same thing, but we will change the display block. So it will be visible for a small screen. After that we have to set the position. So the position will be fixed. Top will be 4% and right 7%. Color will be white so that it will be visible on black background. Then font size will be 28 pixel. So you can see this icon is not visible on full screen, but it is visible on small screen. Let me change the position for this a small line just below the menu link. So just come back and scroll up. Here you can see we have added the class name active and after this one. So we will add the same thing in the media query. active colon after, remove these things. So earlier left was 50%, so we will change it to minus 40 pixel, and in this transform we will add translate 0 and 50%, and at this bottom we will add 50% and remove this border radius. So we have added left, transform and bottom for this active after. After that you can see the changed position for this small line. It is just in front of the menu link. Next we have to add the click functionality on the menu icon so that it will open and close the drop down menu. For that, let's come back to the CSS file, and here we will add one class name. So let's add a class name called hide menu, and here we will add the CSS for this class name. So in this hide menu we will add max height. So the max height will be 300 pixel like this, and let's scroll up, and in this nav within the media query we have added the nav. So in this one we will add max height of 100 pixel, so it will be very small height, and overflow hidden. And let me add the transition also. So the transition will be only for max height, and it will be only 0.5 seconds. After adding this, if I refresh the web page, you can see this navigation bar is very small and we can only see the navigation menu. So let me come back to the HTML file, and here we have to add the ID in this nav. So in this nav we will add the ID called nav bar. After adding this, just come down at the bottom. Just above this closing body tag we will add a script tag, and in this one we will add where navbar equal to document.getElement by ID, and in this ID we will add the same ID that we have just created called navbar. After that again scroll to the top, and here you can see we have the menu icon. So in this one we will add on click equal to toggle. So this is the function, so we have to define this function, we have to create this function. So just copy this one, toggle btn, and here we will add function toggle btn, and within this function we will add navbar dot classlist dot toggle, and in this double quote we will add the class name called hide menu. So whenever we will click on the menu icon, it will add this class name and remove this class name. So let's come back to the web page, and you can see if I click here it will open the drop down menu, and again if I click it will close this drop down menu. So this a small menu is working fine, and let me scroll this web page. You can see this navigation bar is fixed at the top, it is not moving. Let me open this web page in full screen. You can see the menu is as it was on the full screen, and for a small screen you can see it is fixed with the black background. Next we have to add the CSS for the small screen for this search bar. You can see this text is not visible on a small screen, so we have to add some space from the top. So just come back, and you can see in this header we have added this h1, which is find your next stay. So in this CSS file within this media query, here we will add dot header h1, and let's add some space from the top. So padding top will be 200 pixel, and we will change the font size also. So this text is right here. After that we have to change the CSS for the search box. So just come back, and here you can see we have the class name search box. Just copy this one, write it here, and here we will add width. So the width will be 90%, and after that margin 30 pixel auto. Then we will add some padding. So it is 20 pixel, 10 pixel, 30 pixel, and after that we will add border radius. It will be very small, 5 pixel. So you can see some changes. Now again come back, write this class name again, which is search bar. Then form. For this form we will add display block. So all the contents are coming vertically in the left side. Let me copy this again, then write input that we have added in the form tag. Here we will add border from the bottom. So border bottom will be 1 pixel solid and this color code, which is DDD. Then we will add the width. So the width will be 100%. Let me add margin from the bottom and some margin from top also. So the margin top is 10 pixel. After that, some padding from the bottom, 10 pixel. Now if I refresh the website, you can see these input fields looks good. Next we have to add the CSS for this. Submit button, which is the search icon. Just copy this one, and after that we will add button. Now for this button we have to add the position absolute. Then bottom it will be 0. Left will be 50%. Then transform, translate minus 50% and 50%. And here in this search bar we will add position relative. After updating this, you can see this search icon is looking good and it is at the perfect position. So this header is fine. Let me scroll this web page. Now you can see this text is looking very small, which is the subtitle text. So we have to add the CSS for this one. So just come back and where it is, yeah, just copy this class name subtitle, write it here in this media query. So for this a smaller screen, we will add the font size. Now you can see this text size is perfect. Let me scroll this web page again, and till now it is good. Next we have to add the CSS for this call to action section. So just come back, and here you can see in this CTA we have added S3, P and A. So just copy this class name CTA, write it here. Here we will add padding of 15%, then 5%. Again write this class name and write H3. So for this H3 we have to increase the font size. Then write line height. So this H3 text is looking good. Again come back, write this class name, then write P. For this paragraph text, again we have to change the font size. So the font size will be 14 pixel. So this small text is also good. Next we have to add the CSS for this button. You can see we have the button class name CTA BTN. So just copy this one, write it here, and here we will add the padding. So it will be 6 pixel and 15 pixel. Then we will add border radius 4 pixel, which is very small, and summer space, so we will add margin top 10 pixel. Font size will be small, which is 14 pixel. After that, you can see this button is looking good for a smaller screen. Now if I scroll this web page, you can see up to this it is looking fine, but below this CTA you can see we have this stories, and this text is too big, so we have to change the size for this text. Just come back, and here you can see we have the class name called stories, and we have the text in p tag. So just copy this class name stories, write it here, then write p. So for this one we will add font size of 22 pixel. Now this font size is good for this smaller screen. Next we will decrease the font size for this description. So just copy this class name about MSG, write it here, and here we will add font size 15 pixel. So this is looking good. So let me scroll this website from bottom to top, and you can see all the layouts are looking perfect on this small screen, and this drop down menu is also working fine in a smaller screen. It is very smooth. And if I open this web page in full screen in desktop view, so here also it is fine. So we have completed everything of the home page, and it is completely responsive also. We are going to create the second page of this website, which is the house listing page. So this is the second page where you can see the list of properties added on this website, and in the right side you can see the filter option. Let me open this web page in a smaller screen so that you can see it is completely responsive. This is how it looks in a smaller screen. So this is perfect. So we are going to create this complete web page in this video. So let's start this video. In this folder, we have the images folder, and you can see I have added some other images that I will be using on the second page, and this is the another logo which is in the red color. So these are the extra images. You can download all these images from the description. And now let me open the code editor. So this is the HTML file that we have created in the last video for the home page. And this one is the CSS file. So in this file only we will write the CSS for the next page. Now let me create a new file and save this file as listing.html. So this will be the another HTML file. So this is blank page right now. Let me come back to the HTML file of home page and just copy this one. Up to header, just copy and paste it here in this new file, which is listing.html. Here we have added this head tag. It will be same. After this closing head, we will add body tag, body open and closing tag. And at the end, we have to close the HTML tag. Now within this body, we will add the content that we want to display. So here we will display the navbar. So let me just copy this navbar from the home page and paste it here in the new page. So we have added the navbar here. Let me come back to the home page again and scroll this at the bottom. Here you can see we have added footer. So the footer will be same for all the pages. So just copy this footer also and add it in the new page. So just add it below the navbar. So we have added the navbar and footer. Let me come back and we have the script here in the first page. So let me just copy this script because it is for the navbar toggle, which is for the smaller screen. So just copy this script and add it here just below the footer. After adding this, let me open this new HTML file with the web browser. So on this page you can see this footer, there is a link on the right side, register now, and the logo is white, that's why it is not visible, and background is also white. So we have to change the logo. So let's come back, and in this new file we will replace the logo with logo-red.png. So it is another logo. You can see this logo at the top. This line is touching both the side, we need some space, so just come back, and just before this footer let me add a div with the class name container. We have already written the CSS for the container in the last video. So let's add this footer within this container like this. After adding this, let's come to the web page again, and you can see we have some space in the left side and right side. Next we have to make the navigation links visible, and this button also we have to change the color for this button. So just come back and come to the CSS file. First we will add one comment here. So let me add the comment, listing page. After that, come back to the HTML file of listing page. Here you can see we have the nav tag. So in this one, let me add a class name navvar_white. After that, just copy this class name navvar_white, come to the CSS file, and here we will add this class name. For this one, let me add the CSS properties like background. So the background will be white, and after that we will add box shadow. So you will see a small shadow just below the navigation bar. So it is 0, 5 pixel, 10 pixel, and this color code, which is very light. After adding this, let's come to the web page, and you can see very small shadow just below this navigation bar. Now just come back and copy this class name again. Here we will add the nav links. So let me come back to the top, and here you can see we have added nav links LIA, and the color is white. So we have to copy this one only, and we will change the color. So just copy this and add it here. And here we have to change the color, so it will be black color 000. Now you can see these navigation links. Next we will change the color for the register button. So just copy this again, and after that we have the class name called register btn. So add this class name here. For this button we will change the background, and we will also change the color, that will be the button text color. So it is white. After adding this, you can see this button looks good. Let me change the screen size so that you can see how this navigation bar looks in smaller screen. So you can see this toggle is working fine, but this toggle icon is not visible because of the white color. So here you can see we have added nav fa bars, and the color is white. So we will change this color for the second page. So just copy this one, write it here, and here we will add this class name also, navvar_white, and let's add the color 000, which is black color. After updating this, you can see this toggle icon is visible and it is working fine. Next we have to display this line, very small line we have added. So we have to change that color. So let me copy this class name navvar_white, then write .active : after, and in this after, earlier we have added the background white, so now we will change the background, so it is another color. After updating this, you can see this line over here. Let me come back to the full screen, and you can see this line just below this first navigation link. Now we have completed the navigation bar of the second page. Now just come back to the HTML file again, and here you can see we have added footer. So just above this footer, within the container, here we will add another div with the class name list container. It will be list dash container, and in this one we have to divide the content in two columns. So let me add one div with the class name left col and duplicate it and write the another class name right col. So this will be two columns, left and right side. Now in the first one we have to add a small text in p tag. So this is the text, and now we will add one title in h1. So here is the title. After that, again we have to create two columns. So first we will create one div with the class name house, and in this one there will be first column called house img, where we will add the image. Let me duplicate it, and here we will change the class name house info, where we will add the information about the house. So now in the first one we will add one image. So write img tag and file path of the image. So we are using this image s1.png, and in this second column we will add information. So we will add it in p tag. So write a small text in this p tag. After that we will add the name of the house. So here we will add h3 tag, and again we will add another text in p tag. This will be small details and amenities of the house. After updating this, if we come to the web page, you can see this text here, then title, this image, and information about this house. Now let me come back to the CSS file, and here we have added the class name list container. So just copy this class name, write it here in this CSS file. For this one we need some space from the top, so we will add margin top, and display will be flex. Flex wrap will be wrap, and justify content space between. In this list container you can see we have created the column called left col. So write the class name left col, and this left col width will be 70%. So we will add flex basis 70%. Now duplicate it and change it to right col. So in the right col we will add 25%. So the width will be 25%, and remaining 5% we will get a space between both the column. Now just copy the first column, which is left col, and here we will add the h1 because we have added the title in h1. So here we will change this color, and after that we will change the font weight. Then let's add some margin at the bottom, so it is 30 pixel. So you can see this text looks good. After that, let's come back to the HTML file, and here you can see we have the class name house. So just add this class name in this CSS file. For this house also we will add the display flex because we have to divide the content into columns. So here we will add justify content space between, and after that flex wrap, it will be wrap. Then we will add some padding 30 pixel and 0, 30 pixel from top and bottom, 0 from left and right. Then we will add border from the top. So there will be one line at the top. It will be 1 pixel solid, and this color code, which is CCC. You can see this line here and these contents in two column. Now just come back and let me copy this class name house img, write it here. Now for this house img we will add the flex basis 40%, so the width will be 40%, and now we have the another class name called house info. So it is the second column. So here we will add the flex basis 58%, and remaining 2% we will get a space between both the column. Next we will add the color. Here you can see it is at the bottom of the image, so we have to fix the size of the image. So just copy this class name house img, then write img. Here we will add width, it will be 100%, and after that let me add the border radius, it will be 12 pixel. You can see this image is fine. Next we have to design this text. So let me come back, copy this house info, then write h3 because we have added the house name in h3 tag. So for this h3 we will add the font weight, then we will change the color, and then font size, it will be 22 pixel, and after that we will add some space. So let's add margin. After updating this text looks good. Next we will add the star icons that will be for the rating of this property. So just come back to the website fontawesome.com. Here just click on the icons, and here you can search for icon that you want to use on your website. So let me search for star. Here we have different icons. This is the full, this is the empty, and this is the half icon. Let me choose the first one, copy this one line of code and add it here just after this p tag. Let me duplicate it 3 times. After that just come back, and here we will click on this icon which is star half. Copy this and add it here. Again come back to the website and we will select this one which is star empty. Copy this one and paste it here. So after adding this we will get 3.5 star. You can see this star rating here. Next we have to add the color for this one. So just come back and you can see we have the I tag for this star. So just copy this class name, then write I. Here we will add the color. Then let's add the font size and some margin. So these star icons looks good. Next we have to add the price info about the house. So after this I, let me add a div and add the class name house price. In this one we will add small text in p tag, then price in h4 tag. So it is $100 per day. After updating this, you can see it is here. So we have to move this in the right side. So let's copy this class name house price, write it here in this CSS file, and for this one we will add the text aligned right. So it will be on the right side. After that again write this class name, then write h4. For this we will add the font size 20 pixel. Now you can see it is on the right side. Next we have to reduce the font size for this one /day. So here let's add the span tag, span open, and close this after this day. Now again come back to the CSS file and duplicate this. Here we will add a span and change the font size. So it will be 16 pixel. Then font weight will be 500. Now you can see this per day is small. So we have added the information or the first list. Let's come back and just duplicate this one. You can see we have the house div here starting from here to here. So let's duplicate this one. And after that we will change the image. So this is the first image. This is the second one, s2.png, this is 3, this is 4, 5 and 6. We have added the 6 property info. You can change the detail also. After that you can see 6 different images for the properties. Next we have to create the sidebar where we will add the filter option. So let's come back, and here you can see we have the class name called right call. So in this right column we will add the another div. So let me add the div with the class name sidebar. Now in this sidebar let's add a title in h2. Select filters, Now you can see this text on the right side. We have to add some CSS, so just copy this class name sidebar, write it here in this CSS file. For this sidebar, we need some border, so let's add border 1 pixel, solid, and this color code which is 999. After that we will add some padding 20 pixel and 30 pixel, and some space from the top, margin top will be 30 pixel. You can see there is a border around this text. Now again copy this one, then write h2. For this h2 we will add the font weight 500. So this text looks good. Next, come back to the HTML file, and after this h2 we will add another text in h3. So it is property type. Then we will add the filters. So let's add one div with the class name filter. In this one we will add one input box. Input type will be checkbox. Then we will add a text in p tag. So it is house. Then one span, and in this span we will add bracket 0. Let me duplicate this div which is filter. Then change the text. It is hostel. Then the next one is flat. After that villa. Let me add one more filter. It will be guest suite. Save these changes and come to the website again, and you can see these options like this. Next we have to add the CSS to align it properly. So let's come back, and in this sidebar you can see we have the filter and this h3. So let's come back to the CSS file. Here we will add this class name sidebar, then write h3. For this h3 we will add the font weight. Then we will add some margin. After that write the class name filter, and for this filter we will add display flex. Align items will be center. And color this code. Let's add some margin at the bottom, 10 pixel. Now you can see this is side by side, but this text should be long and this number of count should be on the right side. For that, let's come back to the CSS file. Write this class name filter, then write p because we have added the text in p tag. For this one, we will add flex1. That's it. After that, you can see these counts on the right side. Now let's come back, and here you can see we have the input. So we will add the CSS. Here we will add the filter space input. For this input, we will add margin from the right side, and we will add cursor pointer. Now it looks good. Similarly, we will add some other filters also. So for that, we will come back to the HTML file. And here you can see we have added h3 and some filters. So again, we will add another h3 here. So in this h3, let me add the text amenities. Then let me copy one filter and change the text. It is air conditioning. Again, duplicate this filter and change the text. It is Wi-Fi. Now the third one, gym, and the next one, pool, and let me add one more filter. It is kitchen. Now you can see another filters option here. After that, we have to add one link at the bottom on the right side. That will be view more. For that, let's come back, and after this filter, we will add a div with the class name sidebar link. In this one, let's add one a tag and write the anchor text, which is view more. you can see this text here, which is link. So let's come back and copy this class name, sidebar link, write it here. Here we will add text align right. So this link will be on the right side and we will add some margin. Let's add this class name again, then write A. For this one, we will add text decoration none. Now this link looks good. After completing the sidebar, we will add one pagination option at the bottom. So let's come back, and here you can see just above this footer we have a space. So here we will add one div with the class name pagination. In this one we will add two images. So let me add the img tag, image file path. So it is arrow.png, and duplicate it. So we will add two arrows. Now within this arrow we will add span tag, and in this span we will add count. It is 1. Duplicate it and change the number 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's duplicate it, and the last one is 20. And here we will add dots. For that we will add mid dot. So it will be the dot in the middle. So let me duplicate it 4 times. So we will get 4 dots. After adding this, let's come to the web page again. And you can see this arrow, after that this count and dots. So we have to move it in the center. Just copy this class name pagination, write it here in this CSS file, and in this one we will add the display. So the display will be flex. Then we will add the align items center, and justify content will be center. Let's add some space. So we will add margin 40 pixel and 0. You can see it is in the center. Now just copy this class name again, then write img. For this image we will add the width. It will be 15 pixel and we will add some space. So let's add margin 10 pixel and 20 pixel. Now you can see the second arrow is in the left side, so we have to rotate it. So in this second image we will add a class name called right arrow. So just copy this class name right arrow, write it here in the CSS file. For this one we have to add rotate. So here we will add transform rotate 180 degree. So now you can see it looks like next arrow. After that we have to add the CSS for the count written within this arrow. So let's copy this pagination, then write a span, because we have added the numbers in a span. So for this span we will add the margin. So there will be some space, and after that we will add the width. It will be 40 pixel and height also 40 pixel, and after that we will add the line height. So the line height will be 40 pixel. Then we will add the text align center, and border radius will be 50%. Cursor will be pointer. Now you can see some space between all these numbers. Now in the first one we have to change the background color so that it will look active, or it will display the current pagination. So here in the first one we will add a class name called current, like this, and come back to the CSS file. Here we will add .pagination.current. So in this one we will add the background color code, and after that we will add the color. This will be the text color, which is white. So now you can see the changed background for the first link, which is 1. Now we have added all the contents on this listing page, and in the right side you can see we have this filter option where we can select and unselect these checkbox. So let me open this web page in a small screen so that you can see how it looks in a smaller screen. Some of the contents are broken in a smaller screen that we have to fix using the media query as we did in the home page also. So let's come back, and here in this CSS file, first let me add a comment so it is smaller screen for listing page. Now in this one you can see we have added the media query like this, so we will add the same thing again. Media only a screen and max width 700 pixel. Within this one we will add the CSS for a small screen. So let me come back to the HTML file. Here you can see we have the class name list container, so just copy and paste it here. For this one we will add some space from the top, so margin top will be 150 pixel. After that you can see this title is visible clearly. Next you can see we have the columns that is not looking good, so let's come back, and here in this CSS file you can see we have added the flex basis for house img, house info, right call, left call. So for all these we will add the flex basis in a smaller screen. So here we will add the class name left call, then the second class name right call. Now for the house img and one more which is house info. For all these four classes we will add the flex basis 100%. After adding this, let's open the web page again, and you can see these columns are perfect for a smaller screen. Next we have to reduce the font size of the title which is at the top, and the another font size for the property name. Copy this class name left call. In this one we have the text in h1, so for this h1 we will add the font size 22 pixel. You can see this font size is perfect. Next we will reduce the font size for this one. So let's come back, and here we will add the class name house info, then h3. For this one we will add the font size 18 pixel. So this is also looking good. After that you can see this icon. So let me come back, and here we will add the house info space I, and for this icon also we will decrease the font size, so it will be 16 pixel. So this icon is also looking good. Now let's scroll at the bottom, and here you can see we have to fix this pagination. So for that let's come back, and here you can see we have the pagination where we have added the margin, width, height, line height. So let's copy this one, write it here, pagination span. For this one we will add margin of 10 pixel and 2 pixel. After that we will add the width, it will be 30 pixel, height also 30 for a smaller screen, and line height also 30 pixel. After that we will add the font size, so it will be 12 pixel. Now you can see this pagination links also looks good. So finally we have completed this second page also, which is the listing page of the house listing website. Now in this video we are going to create the third page, which is the house details page. You can see here we have the house title and some images, and after that we have some text and one inquiry form and some other description, one map and the host info. And this page is also completely responsive. Let me open this web page in a smaller screen so that you can see how it looks in a smaller screen. So you can see this page is responsive. It looks perfect in a smaller screen also. So we are going to create this complete responsive page, and then we will connect all these pages so that we can click and navigate to the another page. So let's start this video. Here in this folder you can see we have already created the index.html file and listing.html file, and in this images folder you can see I have added some new image, which is the host image, and these 4 other images. You can find all these images download link in the video description. Next we will open the code file, which is the VS Code. So in this one you can see this is the HTML file for the second page, which is the listing page. let me scroll this file. You can see these things we have created in the last video, and this was the CSS file. Again we will write the CSS in the same file. Now we will create a new file and save this file as a new file name called house.html. Now in this file we will add the same thing that we have added in listing page. So just copy this head from the listing file, copy and paste it here in this new file. So we have added the same head tag, and let me close this body tag here, and after that we will close the HTML tag. Now within this body we have to add the navigation bar. So let me come back and copy this navigation bar from the previous page, copy and paste it here in this new file. After that we will change the title of this page. So let me write house details page, and next we will open this web page with the web browser. So on this web page you can see only navigation bar with one logo, some links and one button, the same as the second page. Now let me come back to the HTML file of the new page, and here we will create another div. Let's add a class name for this div. It is house details. In this div we will create another div with the class name house title. Here we will add the title in h1, so this is the text. After that open the web page, and you can see this title in the left side, so we need some space from left and right side. So just copy this class name house details, write it here. Before that we will add one comment, house details page, and write this class name. So for this one we will add some padding. So let's add the padding of 0 from top and bottom and 12% from left and right side. Now you can see some space from the left side. Next, just come back to the HTML file and copy this class name house title, write it here, and here we will add the space from the top. So margin top 50 pixel. Let me write this class name again, then write h1 because we have added the title in h1 tag. So for this h1, let's add the font weight 600, and this title looks good. After that we will add some icons and text. So just come back, and here let's add one div with the class name row, and in this row first we will add one div, and in this div we will add some icons. So to get the icon, let me come back to the previous page and copy this icon from here and add it here. This is the same star icons. You can see these stars here. This is 3.5 star. Before closing this div, we will add one span tag, and in this span we will add a text. 245 reviews. And after this closing div, we will add another div. And in this one we will add text in p tag. So this is the text location and the information about the location. After writing this, let's come to the web page, and you can see it is like this. It is in 2 lines. So let me come back and copy this class name row. Here we will add house title, then row. In this one we will add display flex, and flex wrap will be wrap, and align items center. Some space, so we will add 10 pixel 0. So you can see this text in one single line. Let me copy this class name again, and here we will add a span. So for this span we will add some margin. Now it is looking good. Let's copy this class name again, then write this one I tag because we have the icons in I tag. So write I, and here we will change the color. And after that we will change the font size. So this icon looks good. After that we have to add some images. So let me come back, and after closing of this div for the house title, here we will add one div with the class name gallery. And in this gallery, let's add another div, and within this div we will add one image. Write the file path of the image. And let me duplicate this line. So there will be 5 images. Write the different file name, and you can see these images on the web page. Let's come back and copy this class name gallery. For this gallery, we have to add the CSS. So for this one, we will add display. So the display will be grid. The gallery will be responsive, and after that we will add grid gap 10 pixels. So we will get 10 pixel space between all the images. Let's add this class name again, then write div and img. For this image, we will add the width 100%. And display will be block. Then border radius 10 pixel. You can see some changes. Now we have to set the template of this grid layout. So just come back. So in this first div, we will add a class name gallery img1. So this is the class name for the first div of the gallery. Write this class name here, and here we will add grid area and write any name. So I will write first. It could be anything. And in this one, we have to add the template. So let me add grid template areas and write first, again first, then dot and dot. So in the first row, we will get one big image, then 2 small image. Again, write the same thing, first, dot and dot. So in the second row also, we will get the one big image and 2 small image. Let's refresh the web page, and you can see the layout for this gallery looks perfect. Now we will add some space around this gallery. So let me come back, and here we will add margin 20 pixel and 0. So we will get space from top and bottom. Now just come back to the HTML file, and after this gallery, we will add some text. So let me add a div with the class name small details. And in this one, let's add a small title in h2. So this is the title. And one small text in p tag. So here is the text. Here we are adding NBSP to add some space between these text. And after that, we will add the price info in h4. You can see these text below the gallery. Next, we have to add the CSS properties for this one. So write this class name here in this CSS file for this small details. Let me add h2 also. And for this h2, we will add the font weight. Let me copy this one, then write h4. In this h4, we have added the price. So here we will add text align, right, and font size. Now you can see it looks good, and the price is on the right side. After that, we have to add one horizontal line. So let me come back, and after closing of this div, which is for small details, here we will add one HR and add a class name. So the class name is line. Now for this line, we will add the CSS. So write this class name here in the CSS file, and here let's add the border. So the border will be 0 and height 1 pixel. Then we will add the background, one color code, which is CCC, and width will be 100%, and the maximum width will be 800 pixel only. Then we will add some margin 20 pixel from top, left right 0, and bottom 50 pixel. So you can see there's a line at the bottom. Now just come back, and after this line we will add a form. So let's add a form tag, and for this one we will add a class name also. So let me add the class name check form. In this one, let's add a div, and within this div we will add the label for the form. So it is check-in, and after this label we will add the input field. So write input, type will be text, and write the placeholder. So in this placeholder we are adding add date. Now we will add 3 different input fields. So just duplicate this div, then change the label, and now in the third one the label will be guest and the placeholder will be to guest. After these input fields we will add one submit button. So here we will add one button tag. Button type will be submit and button text will be check availability. After adding this, again refresh the website and you can see we have the labels, input field and one button. Now let's come back to the HTML file, and here we have the class name check form. Just copy this one, write it here in the CSS file. For this one we will add some space, so margin 30 pixel and 0. Then we will add the background, which is triple F white color, and some box shadow. So it will be very light shadow around this form, and after that we will add the border radius of 8 pixel and display will be flex and flex wrap. Then align items will be center. Then we will add the padding of 10 pixel and 50 pixel. Now you can see the shadow around this form and these contents side by side. So let me come back and copy this one, and in this one we have added label tag. So write label, and for this one let's add display block, and now you can see the input box just below the label. Let me copy this one, and here we have added the div. So let's add the div, and for this div we will add some space. So padding 20 pixel. So you can see some space around these input field. Now again copy this class name, then write input. For this input box we will add the background transparent and border will be 0 and outline will be none. So you can see these input fields looks good. Let me come back, and here you can see we have the button. So here we will add the class name and button. For this button we will add the background, this color code, and after that we will add the border 0 and outline none. Then we will add color. So it will be the text color of the button, white color, then some padding 18 pixel and width will be 350 pixel, and after that we will add border radius. So it is 8 pixel and font size will be 16 pixel. Now you can see this button looks good. What we want this button on the right side. For that let me come back to the HTML file, and here in this div we will add a class name guest field, and copy this class name, write it here in this CSS file, and here we will add flex1. After adding this, if I come to the website again, now you can see this button on the right side. So this is the perfect position for this button. So we have completed this form also. After that we will add some list of text. So here you can see we have the form closing tag here. Here let's add one UL and add the class name details list and write li. In this li we will add a small text entire house, and we will add one more text in span. So write the span tag and write the text. Now we need 4 list, so just duplicate this li and replace the text. After updating all these text, let me open the website again, and you can see these list just below the form. Now just come back and copy this class name details list, and here we will add list style none and some margin. Just write this class name again, then write li. For this li, we will add margin from the left side and we will change the font size. It will be 20 pixel, and after that we will add the font weight. And in this li we will add the margin from the bottom, so there will be some space, and after that we will change the color. Write this class name again, then write li, and in this li we have added the span tag. So in this span, let's add the display. So display will be block, and we will change the font weight and we will change the font size also. Now you can see it looks good. Next we have to add some icons in all the list. So come to the website fontawesome.com, click on icons, and here we can search for icon. So let me search home, open this icon and copy this one line of code and place it in the HTML file where we want to display the icon. So I will add it here in this li. Let me come back, and here we will search for another icon, which is paint. Click on this icon, copy this code and add it here in the HTML file. Now let's search for the third icon. It is map. Click on the icon and copy the code. Place this icon here. Now we will search for the fourth icon. It is heart. Just copy this one and add it here in this HTML file. After adding this, open the web page again, and you can see these icons on the web page. Let's come back, and here we will add the class name, then li, and I. For the icon we will add the position absolute, then we will add top 50 pixel and left. So the left will be minus 40 pixel. After that, here you can see we have added the CSS for the li. So in this one we will add position relative. Now you can see perfect position for these icons and it looks beautiful. After that, again we have to add one line at the bottom. So let me come back, and here you can see we have the HR with the class name line. So write it here just below this UL. And again we will add one text in p tag. So this is the text. So you can see this text on the web page. Let me come back, and let me add one line just below this text. And in this text we have added the p tag. So in this p tag we will add a class name. So let me add the class name home DESC, which is home description. Write this class name here in the CSS file. For this home description we will add the maximum width. It is 700 pixel, and we will add the margin from the bottom. So this text looks good, and this line also. After this line we have to add one map. So let me come back and open the Google map. In this one, search for the location that you want to embed and click on this share icon. After that, click on this embed a map. Click on this link, and here you can copy this HTML code. Just copy this one and come back to the HTML file. Here after this line we will add one div with the class name map. Within this div, just paste the HTML code that you have copied from Google Map. So this is the iframe tag. After that, let me open the web page again, and you can see this Google Map on the web page, but it is very small, so we need it on the full screen. So just copy this class name map, write it here in this CSS file, and for this map we will add some space. So we will add margin 50 pixel and 0, and in this one you can see we have the iframe tag. Write this class name, then write iframe, and width will be 100%, and we will add some space at the bottom. So let me add the margin bottom 30 pixel. Now you can see this map on full width. After that we have to add one title just above this map. So come back, and before this iframe we will add a text in H3. So this is the location on map. You can see this text here. We need some space, and we will change the font weight. So just come back and write this map and write H3. For this H3 we will add the font size, and we will add the font weight and margin from the bottom. Now this text looks good. Next we will add some text just below this Google map. So come back, and after this iframe, here we will add one text in B tag. So it will be a bold text. And after this text we will add a small text in P tag, which will be normal paragraph text. So you can see we have two lines of text here. One is bold. Let me come back and copy this B. Here we will add dot map and B. For this bold text we will add the display block, and we will add margin from the bottom 16 pixel. So this text looks good. After adding this, again we need one horizontal line. So let me come back and copy this one, write it here after this map. And here we will add the information about the host. So let's add a class name with the host. Now we will add one image, write the file path of the image, it is host.png. And after that let's add a div, and in this div we will add the name of the host. So let's add hosted by Brandon. And after that let's add P, and in this P we need some icons that will be star icons. So let me add one span, and within this span we will add the icon. So let me come back where we have added the icon. So here it is, just copy this one and add it here. Here let me remove the last one and duplicate this FA star. So we will get the 4.5 star. You can see the image, name and 4.5 star. Now after this span we will add NVSP to add some space. Then write text, it will be 245 reviews. Again we will add a space. Then write another text, response rate 100%. Again we will add a space. And here we will add response time. So the response time is 60 minutes. Now you can see these info at the bottom. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this host info. So just come back and copy this class name host, write it here in the CSS file. Now for this one we will add display. So the display will be flex and align item center. Again write this class name and write image img tag, and here we will add the width 80 pixel. Border radius will be 50% so that it will be a circle, and after that we will add the space from the right side. So margin right 30 pixel. Again write this class name and write h2. For this title we will add the margin at the bottom, and we will change the font weight. You can see the changes. Now again come back and copy this class name, and here you can see we have added I tag for the icon. So write this I, and here we will change the color like this. Now you can see this host information looks good. After this we have to add one button just below the host info. So just come back, and here you can see this host div is closing here. So here we will add one a tag and write the anchor text contact host, and we will add a class name also. So the class name is also contact host. Now you can see this link at the bottom, which is contact host. Next we have to design this. So just write this class name here in the CSS file, and for this one we will add display. So the display will be inline block. Then we will add margin 40 pixel 0, 40 pixel and 120 pixel. After that we will add text decoration none and color. Then we will add the padding, then border of 1 pixel solid and this color code. Then border radius will be 8 pixel. After that you can see this button looks good. So we have added all the contents, but we need to add the footer also. For that we will come back to the HTML file. We will add the footer at the bottom. For that we will add one div with the class name container, And within this container, we will add the footer. So let me come back to the second page, which is the listing.html. Here we have added the footer. So let's copy this footer and add it in the new page like this. And again come back to the second page. Here we have the script. So just copy this script and add it here just above this closing body tag in the new page. After that, again come back to the website and you can see this footer at the bottom. We have the social media icons and copyright text. And all the contents you can see. We have added the house title, gallery, form, some information, Google Map and host info. Now let me open the page in smaller screen so that you can see some of the contents are good, but for someone we need to fix using the media query. So right now you can see the title is not visible. So let me come back and come to the CSS file. First we will add one comment. So let me write the comment media query for house details page. Here we will add the media only screen max width. Copy and paste it here. And now we will come back to the HTML file. In this HTML file you can see we have added the class name house details. Write it here in this CSS file within the media query. Here we will add some space from the top, margin top 150. And now you can see this title is visible. Next we will add the CSS for this small text. So you can see we have the class name row and in this row we have the text in p tag. So just copy this row, write it here, then write p. So for this one we will add margin from the top. So this text looks good. Next we have to add the CSS for this small images. So just come back and you can see we have the class name gallery. So write this gallery here and here we have to change the template for this gallery. So we will add grid template areas. Now write the quotes and in this quote we will add first. So there will be only one image in the first row. Again add the quote and in this one we will add 2 dots. So there will be 2 small image in the second row. Again write the same thing. So there will be another 2 image in third row. After adding this, again refresh the website and you can see the gallery looks perfect. Next we will add this CSS for the text just below this gallery and for this price also. So just come back and you can see we have the class name and h2 h4. So write this class name here, small details and h2. Here we will add the font size and after that we will add margin from the top. This text is good. Next we will add the CSS for this price. So write it again. We will change it to h4. For this h4 we will add the text align left and margin 10 pixel 0. Then we will decrease the font size. It will be 18 pixel. So this looks good. Next we have to add the CSS for this form. So let's come back and here you can see the form class name, check form, then we have div and we have input. So write this class name first. And here we will decrease the padding. So we will add the padding of 10 pixel and 30 pixel. Now in this form we have the div. Here also we will decrease the padding 20 pixel and 0 and width will be 100%. You can see the changes. Next we will add the CSS for the input fields. Just come back and write this class name, then write input. For this input we will add the border bottom 1 pixel solid and this color code. So there will be one line at the bottom. Width will be 100% and some space at the bottom. So we will add padding bottom 5 pixel. So it looks good. Next we have to add the CSS for the button, which is the submit button. Write this class name and here we will add the button. For this button we will add the font size. It will be 14 pixel and after that we will add the margin from the top and then we will add margin bottom. After that let's add the border radius of 4 pixel. So you can see this button also looks good. So we have added the CSS for this form. It looks good. After that we have some text which is fine. and at the bottom you can see the host info. So we have to fix this one. So just come back and you can see the class name host. So just copy this host class name, write it here, and here we will add display block, and after that we will add the line height 28 pixel. You can see the changes. Next we will add the CSS for this button. So we have to move this button in the left side. So just copy this class name contact host, write it here, and for this one we will add the margin. So it will be 40 pixel and 0. So this button looks good. Let me scroll at the bottom. So you can see the footer looks good. So we have fixed all the contents in this smaller screen also, and it is working fine. Next we have to connect the other pages from this page, so that if we will click on the logo, it will open the home page. So just come back, and here you can see we have the logo. So before that, let's add one a tag, which is for the anchor tag, and in this href we will add the name of the page. So here we will add index.html, which is the home page, index.html, and just add this image before the closing a tag like this. After that, in this third link we will add one file name. So in href we will add listing.html, which is the second page, listing.html. Now you can see if I click on this link, it will open the listing.html page, which is the second page. Now just come back, and if I click on the logo, it will open the home page. You can see. So this is how we can connect the other pages. You can go and add the page name in different href. You can see we have the image here in the second page. So just add the another page name in href. Same thing you have to do in the home page also. So now we have completed the home page, then this listing page, and after that we have completed this house details page, which is this one, and all these pages are completely responsive. So this is how we have completed this house listing page front end. Hi guys, welcome back to another video. Here in this video, I'm going to teach you how to make your website live on the internet. Here I will use a portfolio website that I have already created on my channel. You can see the website that I have created, and right now the website URL is a local server URL. In order to make this website live, we need a domain name and web hosting. Domain name is a website name that people can enter in the URL to access your website. And the web hosting provides you an online space to host your website files on the internet. There are multiple hosting providers like Hostinger, GoDaddy, HostGator, and many others. I have personally used all the hosting providers in the past, and I found that Hostinger is the best in terms of pricing, website speed, features, and customer support. You can also visit these hosting websites and compare the price and features they are offering. So I am going to choose Hostinger web hosting for my website. Just click on the link given in the description that will directly take you to this web hosting page. Here you can see different hosting plan and choose any one according to your requirement. In the single web hosting plan, you can make only one website, but if you choose premium web hosting, then you can make 100 websites. You also get a free domain name with the premium web hosting plan, which is not available in the single web hosting plan. So let's click on this button, add to cart. Here you can see 4 options based on the duration. The maximum duration you will choose, you will get the maximum discount, as you can compare the pricing here. I'm going to choose the 4-year plan to get the maximum discount, but if you want it for less duration, then you can choose 1 year or 2 years plan also. In the 4-year plan, I'm getting 3 months extra duration also. Let's select this plan and scroll down. Here you have to enter your email ID, or you can sign up with your Facebook or Google account by clicking on this button. Now scroll down, and here you can see we are getting premium web hosting plan for 48 months and a domain name which is free. We can choose the domain name after purchasing the web hosting. Here you can see the total price, after including all the taxes and fees. But you can get additional discount on it when you come through my link given in the description and apply my coupon code Easy Tutorials. Click on this link, then enter the coupon code Easy Tutorials in this box and click on the apply button. After applying my coupon code, you can see we got additional discount of around 1000 rupees, and here is the final price. Now you can choose any of these payment methods like credit card, debit card, UPI, internet banking or any other. Then you can complete the payment. After completing the payment, you will come to this page. Here you can see this premium web hosting, and here we have the button setup. Let's click on this button, and now we will click here start now. Here I will select the first option, then again select the first one, and after that I'll click here skip, and again I will click on this skip link, and here you can choose the domain name for your web hosting. Here you have three options. Here you can add the domain name which is purchased from the other domain registrar, or you can choose the domain available in your Hostinger account. I have this domain name available that I have already purchased, and here in the left side you can see claim a free domain. Because we have purchased the premium web hosting, so we can get a free domain name with this hosting plan. So we will select this one, click on this button. In this search box you can search the domain name that you want to purchase. Let me write my name here, Avinash KR, and in this drop down I will select .com, and I will click on the search. So after that you can see it is displaying this domain name is already taken because I have already purchased this domain. So I need to search something else. So let me add one more. Later here I will add KRR, and after that again click on the search button. So this domain name is available. So now we can continue. Let's click on this button, and here you can change the server location as you want. After that it is displaying the domain name, and click on this button. Here you have to enter your personal information like name, address and contact details for your domain name, and after adding all these details, click on this button, finish registration. This is for the domain. Again click on this button. After that you will come to this page. Here it is saying you are ready, and here we have the button manage site. That will take you to the control panel of the Hostinger. So this is the control panel of the Hostinger where you can manage your website. You can add the files, database, and you can add the SSL. So let me open my website right now, which is avinashkrr.com. Here you can see it is displaying a basic web template that is created by the Hostinger. So our domain name is working fine right now. Next we have to upload our own website that we have created on our local server. So let me come back to the control panel. Here in this left side you can see we have the option called files, and within this files you can see one link that is file manager, and you can see the file manager over here also. So let me click on this file manager. So it will open the file manager for our web hosting. Now just click here on this public_HTML. So at this place we have to upload our all code file that we have created. So let's come back, and here you can see we have the HTML, CSS and images file for our website. So let me merge all these files in a zip file so that we can upload all files in one click. So we have created one zip file including all the HTML, CSS and images. Let me rename it as website.zip. Now we can upload this zip file. So let me come back to the file manager again, and here you can see this upload icon, then click on file. After that we have to select the zip file and click on this button open. You can see the zip file has been uploaded. Next we have to extract this zip file here. So right click on this and click on extract. After that it is asking one folder name, so we will add website, and after adding the folder name just click on this extract link. Now you can see one folder called website. In this folder, we have the HTML file, CSS file and images. Next we have to move all these files. So select all files, then right click and select move file. Next we have to give the path where you want to move this. So let's click here and it will take us to the public_HTML folder. Just click on move and here we have all these files in the public_HTML folder. Now delete this website folder and this website zip file. Let me delete this default.php also, because we have already uploaded our own HTML and CSS file. So you can see it is same as the local files. In the local server you can see we have the HTML, CSS and images, and in this file manager also we have the same HTML, CSS and images. After adding this, let's come back to the website and refresh the website again, which is avinashkrr.com. So you can see the same portfolio website is displaying in my domain name. You can see the domain name is avinashkrr.com, and if I scroll the website, it is exactly same as the website that was running on the local server. In this URL you can see the secure icon and the text is connection is secure. It means we have SSL installed on our website that is free with the hostinger. So this was very easy to get a domain name and web hosting and upload your website from the local server to the online server. You can go on the hostinger and get your domain name and web hosting and upload your website online. If you get any issue or need any help, you can ask me in the comment section, or you can also email me on this given email ID. I can help you to set up your website online. So if this video was helpful for you, please hit the like button and share this video with your friends, and also subscribe my channel Easy Tutorials. Thank you so much for watching this video.